After leaving Wano, the Straw Hat Pirates ship entered a frigid, wintry sea. The climate there was extremely harsh, making it difficult for the crew to navigate. While Luffy was extremely excited, Usopp and Brook showed immense fear, even the Sea King struggled to swim. Despite the cold weather, Zoro continued to dress lightly, so Sanji came to nag him. As a result, the two ended up arguing loudly. Nami informed Jinbe to be careful of the icebergs. With his superb ship handling skills, this wasn't enough to trouble the Fishman Knight. Due to the strong winds, Jinbe had to ask everyone to raise the sails. As quick as lightning, the crew members acted immediately, except for Sanji and Zoro, who were competing with each other every step of the way. Nami said that perhaps the next location would be Snow Island. Contrary to the commotion outside, Robin and Chopper were quite relaxed inside. Seeing that his crewmates seemed to be having trouble, Chopper decided to assist. With the hat that Otama gave him, Luffy spotted something and immediately reported it to Nami. The thing in front of them looked like a giant tornado pointing towards the sky. Brook explained that it was a warm water vortex created by temperature differences. The crew members were surprised and leaned out to admire it. But this wasn't the time for that, they needed to quickly avoid it before being hit. Luffy noticed there were figures inside the water, even a frantic cry for help. Realizing it was a girl, Sanji's eyes lit up and he demanded to save her no matter what. In this situation, Zoro wanted to warm up a bit, so he offered to slash the water mass open. Sanji asked him to be careful, if he hurt the precious lady, he would face a bitter end. Zoro took a deep breath and used the bird dance technique, cutting the water mass in half to see what was inside. At this moment, Chopper curiously ran outside, but unexpectedly, the strong wind blew him away. Luffy stretched out his arm to save his crewmate, but he was also swept away. The two of them floated in the air for a long time. At this time, Robin also came out to see what was going on. Inside the water mass, a child emerged, choking. It was none other than the bottomless stomach jewelry Bonnie, from the worst generation, with a bounty of 320 million belly. Luffy stretched out his hand to grab Bonnie, and she woke up. However, Bonnie told the Straw Hats that the monster was still beneath them. The crew didn't understand what was happening, but when they looked down, sure enough, there was a giant shark with its mouth open, intending to swallow the sunny ship whole. Seeing this, Usopp ran away in fear, while the remaining crew members prepared to deal with it. The appearance of the baby shark caused the Straw Hat Pirates to panic tremendously. Seeing the shark, the crew decided to scram before it gobbled them up. The Straw Hats almost got swallowed whole. If they hadn't dodged in time, Zoro couldn't even imagine what kind of thing that was in front of them. This shark was too large compared to normal ones, and it was even made of metal. The ship was floating in the air, making landing difficult at the moment. Suddenly, Jinbe discovered that Luffy's group had fallen into the sea, and all three of them had eaten devil fruits. He decided to hand over the helm to Frankie to jump down and rescue them, while also requesting Frankie to steer the ship to him as soon as it landed on the surface of the sea. Frankie activated the rabbit propellers to increase the speed of movement. The shark had pinpointed the location of the Thousand Sunny, and then fired 3 supersonic torpedoes. This attack created a large explosion that gradually tilted the ship and turned it upside down. Because of this, the entire crew fell into the sea. In this situation, Sanji was only worried about Nami and Robin, and didn't care about the others. Jinbe swam to the trio of backstroke idiots by himself. He hoisted all of them onto his person and quickly surfaced. The ocean currents here were too immense, making sailing nearly impossible. Just as they emerged, the shark spotted the group and immediately launched projectiles. Jinbe told the trio to take a deep breath, because they would have to dive again. The Straw Hat pirate ship rushed by like a whirlwind, allowing everyone to escape danger by a hair's breadth. The shark still had no intention of letting go of the Thousand Sunny, and rushed to approach it with its greedy mouth. Unexpectedly, a giant robot suddenly appeared right behind the baby shark, causing it extreme fear. Before it could even regain its senses, the giant robot punched the baby shark with a thunderbolt from the sky to the point of bulging eyes. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were gradually sinking, and apart from Zoro and Sanji, most of them were unconscious. Cut to a nearby island, which was the G-14 naval base. Colonel Tashigi was there taking care of the large children who had been harmed by Caesar at Punk Hazard. They listened to her very well, and even though the medicine was bitter, they still tried to drink it all, thanks to which the children gradually shrank back to normal size. Mocha was almost the child with the most obvious change among them. At this moment, Vice Admiral Don, the commander of G-14, came to see Tashigi and asked her for a favor, which was a matter related to Kobe. Helmeppo was crying and wailing, causing a headache. Tashigi sympathized with him because Kobe was, after all, Helmeppo's best friend. Even she was very worried about the safety of her junior officer. Currently, Helmeppo was crying and tearfully begging his comrade to go with him to Hakinosu Island to rescue Captain Kobe. Hibari also agreed with the idea because she owed the Pink Panther a debt. Rear Admiral Gruss immediately refused because the enemy was the Four Emperors Blackbeard. Going to Pirate Island without a plan would only make them prey. The pirates there were swarming like wasps. Helmeppo suggested that Helmeppo was nearby, so why not borrow a Seraphim to take with them? Gruss tried to persuade his comrade to calm down. At this moment, the sword unit couldn't contact Captain X Drake, so they couldn't act so rashly. Back with Luffy's group. They had been separated from their comrades and drifted to an island. Bonnie was angry because Luffy didn't even know who she was. Like Luffy, she was one of the 11 supernovas, the worst generation present on the Sabaody archipelago 2 years ago. After the recent incident, they were all drenched and were trying to wring out their clothes. Oh my, Bonnie's body is truly so blurry. It's just a pity that she's only 12 years old. So brothers, please be patient. Waiting is happiness. Bonnie thanked Luffy for saving her life, but also told him not to forget that they were rivals. Looking at Luffy's naive and clueless appearance, she couldn't believe that he was a Four Emperor. Bonnie also wondered about Luffy's wanted poster, thinking that Luffy had dyed his hair platinum for the new year. Luffy's been quite famous in the news lately. He explained that if he felt free, he would look like this. On the other hand, Luffy wasn't too worried about his crewmates, knowing that they would get through it on their own. What surprised Bonnie the most was that Luffy was even able to recruit a famous former warlord of the sea, Jinny. Jinny then asked Bonnie where her ship and crew were. It turned out that she had come here alone, and her ship had been swallowed by that metal shark. Speaking of which, Bonnie began to feel hungry again. Luffy and Chopper were in a similar state and wanted to find a restaurant to fill their stomachs. Hearing that, Bonnie got angry with both of them. Clearly the duo didn't know what situation they were in. The place where the group was currently standing was an island of the government also known as Egghead. This was the island said to be 500 years ahead of the future, and also the headquarters of the genius scientist Vegapunk. Luffy had also heard of this name through Kobe's stories. As it turns out, Bonnie came to Egghead to discuss business with Vegapunk. Returning to the other crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Currently, the Sunny had been lifted up by the giant robot. While everyone was confused, Franky and Usopp were excited by the terrifying machine in front of them. The person controlling the robot revealed themselves shortly after. She seemed annoyed that her product was still malfunctioning, as it seemed that it couldn't suppress the primitive instincts of the animals. Franky thanked her, even though he still didn't know who she was. She kept mumbling to herself about how the Iron Shark was having programming errors and wouldn't listen. Afterwards, the mysterious figure laughed, took off her helmet and continued talking to the Straw Hats. She said that she had no intention of saving pirates as she was working for the world government, and the beauty with the fiery body also revealed her identity. People call her the genius scholar, Dr. Vegapunk. This made the group extremely surprised. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were extremely surprised that the person in front of them was Dr. Vegapunk. Franky then expressed all of his feelings to her. He considered Vegapunk his idol and greatly admired him. Franky had also spent 2 years in the scientist's hometown of Baltimore researching the designs, yet there were still tons of things that he hadn't had a chance to see. And that giant robot was also the dream of the Straw Hat shipwright. Usopp also seemed extremely excited as it was many times larger than the Iron General. He wondered how Luffy and Chopper would react if they could see this robot with their own eyes. Sanji, on the other hand, didn't care much about science. What he was most interested in was the attractiveness of the lady in front of him. Brooke was only focused on demanding to see her underwear. Seeing the Straw Hats acting so crazy, the female Vegapunk didn't know what else to say. At this moment, Robin felt very curious because it was the first time she had learned that Vegapunk was a woman, and she was even too young while Vegapunk had been active for so many years. She immediately explained that she was not the main body. On this woman's chest was written Punk 02, which was meant to indicate that this Lilith was only a copy. After that, Lilith said that her research funds were in a state of financial shortage, so if the Straw Hats wanted to move through the sea area, they had to hand over all their valuable assets. When Nami learned that the only reason she was saved was to be extorted for money, she was extremely angry. Lilith immediately retorted, because this wasn't a rescue. It was impossible to pass through this winter sea. If the Straw Hats resisted any further, they would immediately sink their ship. Next, a group of giant weaponized sea beasts were summoned for the purpose of intimidating the group. To Franky, these monsters were really cool, while the others were extremely frightened and couldn't admire them at all. Only Zoro remained cold and didn't change his expression at all. Suddenly, someone contacted Lilith through Den Den Mushi. It was another version of Vegapunk named Shaka. He got angry because Lilith was prone to robbery at the slightest opportunity, lacking the self-respect of a scientist. Lilith immediately retorted, "Can that damn self-respect be exchanged for food?" Shaka knew very well that the pirates in front of him belonged to the new Four Emperors Straw Hat crew, and they weren't as simple as Lilith thought. However, she believed that the Four Emperors must have a lot of treasure. Just rest assured because the sea monsters have surrounded them. Shaka warned Lilith once again, "The person in front of you is pirate hunter Zoro, with a bounty of 1.111 billion belly. He has been calm from the beginning and is preparing to draw his sword to deal with Lilith if she continues to go too far." Not only that, Devil Child Nico Robin was also ready in a fighting stance. Just the two of them were more than capable of defeating the sea monsters, but the remaining members, like Frankie or Sanji, didn't seem to fear Lilith's threats much. Because they were too lax, Lilith misunderstood that they were weaklings. At this moment, Zoro demanded that Lilith be careful with her words because he needed something from her, Vegapunk 01. Hearing that, Shaka immediately ordered Lilith to take them to him. After all, this man is interested in the Straw Hat crew. Back with Luffy's group, they were on their way to Egghead Island. He was quite curious about the reason Bonnie came here. She had been on this island since she was very young. Roughly a gopher kid. The reason Bonnie returned was to find Vegapunk. If Vegapunk's answer didn't satisfy Bonnie, she would kill him. So Vegapunk is the one who turned Bonnie's father into a cyborg. He's lost all sense of himself, and now he doesn't even remember who he is, no different from a living weapon. Jinny thought this was too terrible, truly unforgivable. Luffy also apologized to Bonnie for joking a bit too much just now. The group followed the stairs and finally reached the surface. Immediately, Luffy demanded to go get food right away. Bonnie thought about telling Luffy about Sabo at Marineford, but decided to tell him later. Before them appeared a futuristic city full of colors, with everything imaginable, such as giant robots and space monsters. Bonnie felt uncomfortable when Luffy yelled so loudly, as it was clear that the group was trespassing. Luffy didn't care much and pulled himself towards the creature to make it his mount. However, the monster immediately swallowed Luffy into its mouth, causing everyone to panic. But, for some reason, he was able to pass right through it and fall straight to the ground, making them think that Luffy had been swallowed. Suddenly, Bonnie spotted a giant cake in front of her, with all kinds of cream and fruit on it. Jinny thought it must be a trap, but the hungry trio rushed forward to enjoy it together. Once again, they passed right through the cake. The trio were extremely angry, demanding to eat it no matter what, but couldn't touch it. "It's so cruel to let people starve like this. Oh crap, maybe we're ghosts." Jinny immediately confirmed that that wasn't the case, as the cake was clearly just a three-dimensional image. Overly angry, Luffy went into Gear 5 to make things bloody. Who would have thought that the things in front of them were just images created from light? It seemed that the giant robot and the outer space creature were also illusions, explaining why Luffy could pass through it. On the other side, Chopper made a different discovery, a machine with images of all kinds of food printed on it. Bonnie wasn't interested anymore because she was sure the machine was also fake. On the other hand, Jinny wondered why the sea outside the island was so cold while it was unusually warm inside. Another mysterious figure stepped out to explain Jinny's question. "This is a winter island, but it's set in tropical mode with island regulating inventions. She can freely control the weather." The person looked big and strong, just like Kaido, so Luffy planned to rush over for a solo fight, thinking it was just an illusion, but it turned out to be real. The girl got angry when challenged and retaliated with a punch, sending Luffy flying away. He crashed right into the food-making machine and accidentally activated it. Immediately, a pile of food came out in an instant, extremely delicious. Bonnie ran over to grab a piece and it was indeed real. Hitting the right spot, the gluttonous trio ate and drank like they were about to die of hunger and then kept choosing the most delicious dishes without caring about anyone else. The girl felt proud that Luffy's group loved her work. "It can make 500 different dishes, it's amazing. It's just that because there aren't many people, it can't be mass-produced." Was following the design so difficult? Because she was so annoyed, the girl threw a punch at the outer space creature. And it actually had an effect on the three-dimensional image. The photon gloves this girl was wearing had the ability to interact with the physics of light, which surprised Luffy quite a bit. After talking for a while, the group still didn't know the identity of the mysterious figure in front of them. The girl revealed that she was a genius scientist working as a temp, Dr. Vegapunk version 05, Atlas. However, Bonnie immediately realized that the person was lying. The duo from the Straw Hat crew panicked tremendously when the person in front of them was Vegapunk. They had heard this name from Lilith. In the New World Seas, a government agent ship is heading towards a certain destination. On board are assassins wearing masks from the CP0 organization, including Leopard Rob Lucci, Boxnose Kaku, and Stussy. Kaku begins explaining Dr. Vegapunk to his longtime teammate. He is actually just one individual, but Vegapunk's genius is only surpassed by how busy he is. People call this crazy busy, so Vegapunk came up with a crazy idea, dividing his brain among 6 different people. In other words, all 6 of these satellites are Dr. Vegapunk, comprising 01 Shaka, Logic, 02 Lilith, Evil Heart, 03 Edison, Invention, 04 Pythagoras, Wisdom, 05 Atlas, Wrath, 06 York, Greed. Lucci once thought this was impossible and felt Vegapunk was truly a troublesome genius. In short, the mission this time for the CP0 agents is to return Seraphim Esper to Egghead, and to eliminate all the Vegapunks without causing any damage to the valuable experimental assets. Rob Lucci then wonders why they have to assassinate the most useful man in the world, and whether it has anything to do with the Lelusia Kingdom incident. Stussy advises Rob Lucci not to be too curious about everything. Kaku also agrees with this, saying it's best not to put them in danger. Back on the future island, Jinny is quite surprised to learn that Vegapunk is a child, and a giant one at that. The hungry trio have already eaten a hearty meal and are now stuffed. Luffy and Chopper really want their crewmates to come here soon to enjoy it with them. Everyone would surely love this food-making machine except for Sanji. Atlas is impressed by their eating talent. You must have the stomachs of sharks, right? Hey, why are you including me? All the trash that Luffy's group made from eating has been cleaned up by the robot dog. Luffy thought the trash was its food, so he threw out a cup of water, but unexpectedly the dog suddenly went crazy, lunging at Luffy's hand and even chasing and biting the hungry trio continuously. It turns out the dog is programmed to attack anyone who litters. Thanks to Luffy's stupid move, the trio have burned off all the food, so from now on they have to throw trash in the right place. It's time for Atlas to return to her office, so she has to say goodbye to everyone. If no one operates the system, there will be big trouble. Before leaving, Atlas even throws a bonus punch at the dragon in front of her. At this moment, many people suddenly appear and walk around, surprising the group. Bonnie explains that they are the lab assistants, who probably ran away earlier out of fear of the bad guys arriving. On this side, Luffy is curious and finds another machine, randomly pressing buttons on it. Immediately afterwards, new sets of clothes are continuously produced. It has helped Luffy change his outfit to better suit this future island. Not only is it light and comfortable, but the outfit is also very beautiful. It turns out this is an automatic clothing store. Bonnie is delighted to both eat delicious food and wear beautiful clothes. Her own clothes were wet and sticky, making her feel uncomfortable, so this couldn't be better. There's a style selection panel on the machine, so Bonnie presses the button for combat attire. As a result, it automatically helps Bonnie change clothes without her having to lift a finger. Jinny and Chopper, seeing this, also try pressing buttons to see what happens. Indeed, the clothes here are very light, especially the shoes, which give the body a floating sensation. President Chopper is also very excited to be wearing new clothes, while Jinny is different, choosing a Hawaiian style, looking like he's on vacation. Next, Bonnie plans to go find some weapons to deal with Vegapunk, promising to meet up with Luffy's group later. Sitting on the fashion machine, Luffy has discovered that Kuma is coming, and seems to be heading straight towards them. This is a pacifista guard, protecting the island. Through observation Haki, seeing into the future, Luffy knows that the opponent will attack, so he warns everyone. And it's true, the pacifista suddenly accelerates and charges up a laser beam in its mouth. It turns out that food and clothing aren't free, so what Luffy's group did was a crime. Seeing this, Bonnie is stunned for a moment, and then the laser blows away the entire group along with a terrifying explosion. Luffy feels like the opponent wants to kill him over trivial matters, and he has to fight back or he'll be roasted. Jinny agrees with the captain's decision, because now they have no other choice. Then, Luffy uses his rubber fist to retaliate against the pacifista's attack. The guard recognizes Luffy's intent, and Bonnie rushes forward to stop him. As a result, they are all blown away by the laser again. Luffy finds it hard to understand why Bonnie is acting like this. Suddenly, she bursts into tears when she sees the pacifista, and reveals that he is her father. The Straw Hat crew is extremely surprised that the person Bonnie mentioned from the beginning is Kuma. The female supernova cries even louder, begging Luffy not to hurt her father because he is her only family. However, even if Bonnie has no intention of fighting back, the pacifista still fires a laser. Seeing this, Luffy rushes to protect the crybaby. That laser creates an explosion and a massive tremor on the future island. Somewhere else, in the New World Sea, Bepo is sunbathing on the ship. Today is a beautiful and peaceful day, but the White Bear's crewmates clearly show their discomfort as he just lies around without working. Bepo's rolling around out here causes fur to fall and scatter all over the deck. And they can't seem to finish cleaning it up. Law seems to realize something and is very cautious. Just as his intuition tells him, the Blackbeard pirate's ship is approaching. Teach has been waiting here for a long time to hunt prey. Seeing this, Law immediately informs his crewmates to prepare themselves for battle. Appearing from behind a thick fog, the two pirate ships meet and are very wary. Law believes that it is highly unlikely that the group can escape when facing the Blackbeard pirates. Bepo's group is very worried after hearing this. Standing at the bow of the ship, Teach gives his familiar gleeful smile. Today he brought veteran captains such as Champion Jesus Burgess, Supersonic Gunner Van Augur, Death Dr. Q along with White Horse Stronger, all of whom have acquired the power of devil fruits. Let's start the feast. Now, Law has no choice but to fight. Ambushed by Blackbeard, the Heart Pirates are forced to dive deep underwater. However, the previous collision caused the polar tang to have a large hole and water is constantly flooding in. If they don't deal with it immediately, the group will soon be crushed by the water pressure, no one can escape. Now, the only way is to surface and seek refuge. It seems there is a small island nearby. Currently, Law and Bepo have been turned into women after being hit by Q's ability. The Death Doctor orders his teammates to prepare for battle. Seeing their captain looking extremely beautiful and charming, the duo Penguin and Shachi suddenly lose their guard and hug each other as a result. They have been infected with each other's gender-swapping disease. The Heart Pirates crew is in a state of panic, not knowing what to do in this situation, except for Law, who remains calm. After the battle with the two emperors at Onigashima, he realized that devil fruit abilities can be resisted with a huge amount of Haki. Then, Law grits his teeth and unleashes Haki to the outside. When the ship surfaces, Law returns to his normal masculine state. Next, the Heart Pirates land on the island ahead of them, preparing to deal with the Blackbeard pirates. They have also discovered their location. Seeing that Law easily neutralized his ability, Q isn't too surprised. After all, Law has a bounty of 3 billion berries and possesses the Op no Mi devil fruit. Q understands better than anyone that every disease has an antibody, and sooner or later someone will find a way to cure it. He calls this gender-swapping disease malady. Meanwhile, Van Augur, who possesses the power of the Warp fruit, plans to teleport his comrades to the Heart Pirates location immediately. Jesus Burgess has been teleported deep inside the forest. Seeing the mountain in front of them suddenly shake, Law's group is quite cautious. Unexpectedly, Burgess suddenly appears by lifting the huge mountain with his bare hands. He laughs gleefully, showing excitement about the power of the Riki no Mi devil fruit, strength fruit. This sight also surprises the Heart Pirates, and even Law is wary of the strength of the Blackbeard pirates captains. They have been hunting down the craziest abilities, no wonder their bounties keep increasing. Next, Burgess throws the giant mountain towards the Heart Pirates. The only one who can deal with it is Law. He uses room and easily cuts the mountain into thousands of pieces. The Titanic ship has docked on Winter Island. After that, Emperor Blackbeard rides on the back of the Pegasus Stronger to talk to Law. Q is also being crushed by Teach. He and the horse are trying to tell their captain that they have been struggling to carry a pig as heavy as Teach for quite a while now. Blackbeard and Law meet again since the Marineford incident. The Death Surgeon points his sword at Teach, asking why he attacked the group. As soon as he heard that the trio Luffy, Kid, and Law had left Wano country, Blackbeard predicted that one of them would pass through the sea, but he wasn't sure who. The defeat of Kaido and Big Mom has turned the world upside down, and Teach finds that interesting. His purpose in intercepting the Heart Pirates is to seize the red road poneglyph that they obtained from Kaido. Understanding the other's intention, Law gives a sly smile as if accepting the challenge. The winner of this bloody battle will have it all. Blackbeard is the first to attack, creating a space-breaking punch. He will definitely not let anyone escape from here. At this time, Law assigns Ikaku to control the polar tang, while Shachi and Penguin go to meet the enemy. Law uses room to coat his sword and slashes Stronger in half. This surprises Blackbeard greatly, as he didn't know that Law had awakened his devil fruit and has the ability to do that. However, before falling down, Teach manages to launch a quake punch. This power causes Winter Island to shake violently, and the members of the Heart Pirates cannot stand against that shockwave. On the other hand, Doc Q is very worried about his beloved horse, hoping it doesn't die before him, and then he throws a basket of apple bombs down at the location of the Heart Pirates. Seeing this, they have no choice but to scatter and run. Below, Shachi has a large amount of water in his mouth and surfaces. He shoots a barrage of water balloons at the apple bombs. Though it looks simple, it has neutralized the wide-range attack of the Death Doctor. It turns out that the members of the Heart Pirates grew up in the cold waters of the North Sea and are very good at naval combat, so the Blackbeard pirates were wrong to think they could defeat them when at sea. The duo Penguin and Shachi then approached the Titanic ship with the intention of sinking it. This is the fastest way to eliminate the Blackbeard pirates, as most of the captains have eaten devil fruits. Above, with his super-sensitive hearing as a mink, Beepo detected that the enemy was about to snipe, so he quickly informed his teammates. Immediately, the big guy rushed out to shield his captain. Van Augur seems quite disappointed that Law has bodyguards around him. The doctor continues to use the K-Room technique, this time Shockwave, increasing the size of the Kikoku sword and piercing it directly into Teach. He didn't have time to react before taking a huge amount of damage from the sword. To the point that Teach spat blood and lost his composure. Seeing their captain at a disadvantage, Augur can only sigh at his unbearably stupid superior. He teleports to Teach and consults whether they should return to the ship or not. Of course, Blackbeard doesn't give up so easily. Once we fight to the end. After that, Blackbeard jumped down to fight Law face to face. Realizing that the opponent's crew all possess devil fruits, they would be a burden at sea. Of course, Teach knows that, but having extra superpower is worth the trade-off. Exploiting that weakness, the Heart Pirates duo are constantly attacking from underwater with the goal of sinking the Titanic ship. The Blackbeard pirates couldn't have imagined they would be so good at naval combat. Inside the ship, the foot soldiers remain calm because they know that even if they are initially at a disadvantage, Blackbeard will extinguish all hope for the Heart Pirates. Currently, Charlotte Pudding is being held captive here. Previously, Van Augur and former Admiral Kizaru personally went to Cake Island to kidnap her. The only one who stood up to fight was Sweet Commander Cracker. However, his biscuit soldiers were not tough enough against the bullets from Van Augur, and then Kizaru used his cold air to freeze Cracker's entire body in an instant. The purpose of Kizaru and Augur in kidnapping Charlotte Pudding is because they know that the Three-Eye Tribe has the ability to read the Poneglyph stones. Therefore, Blackbeard can fully participate in the race to find the One Piece treasure. Pudding says that if Big Mom were still alive, the Blackbeard pirates would have been finished long ago. It's a pity that she was killed by Law, and currently Blackbeard is fighting him. The new era can only be opened when the old legends are overthrown. The Death Surgeon is fighting very fiercely with Blackbeard. As usual, Teach starts using black holes to suck the opponent towards him. News of the two great pirates battling on Winter Island has reached the ears of the Navy, which makes Akainu extremely upset. While in the position of Fleet Admiral, he cannot act as freely as before but must wait for the outcome of the battle. Back on the future island Egghead, the pacifista is chasing very aggressively, so Luffy's group has no choice but to run. He still seems quite suspicious that Bonnie is Kuma's daughter. Noticing some debris falling, Jinbe catches it and dodges sharply towards the pacifista to hold it back. Bonnie is constantly losing her guard, so Luffy has no choice but to hug her and leave quickly. As predicted, the debris didn't hold back the enemy for too long, so the group continued to be troubled by powerful laser beams. To make matters worse, they ran into a dead end after running for a while. In this situation, Jinbe has to apologize to Bonnie so he can fight back. Luffy also agrees with his teammate because this is the only way. Of course, Bonnie doesn't accept that and shouts loudly. Next, she uses her ability to turn Jinbe into a child. Just when it seemed impossible to avoid the laser, the pacifista unexpectedly stopped attacking and turned away. Bonnie also changed her own age and aged the other two, making them look very miserable. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the group intends to leave, but the back pain of old age makes Luffy unable to move. The deadly laser of the pacifista guard has turned an area into a desolate ruin. The disappearance of Luffy's group has caused the machine to immediately stop the pursuit. Afterwards, Luffy's group arrives at a junkyard to rest. Luffy and Chopper are still in the form of decrepit old men from a dark future, while Jinbe has been re-aged. Being turned into an old man on his last legs makes Luffy breathless. He understands Bonnie's feelings, but that pacifista machine is not the real Kuma. If they don't take it down soon, the group will be in big trouble. Chopper immediately scolds his captain for being so blunt, and then Chopper apologizes to Bonnie for reminding her of painful memories. In addition, Chopper really wants to return to normal because this form is very difficult to breathe in. Jinbe believes that Kuma is no longer human, but this doesn't make it easy for Bonnie to face his copies. The Straw Hat ship's helmsman knows some information about Kuma, but it doesn't seem to be anything good. Kuma was once the tyrant of the Sorbet kingdom, then he was overthrown by the people and forced to become a pirate. Soon after, Kuma was captured by the navy, and his relationship with the Revolutionary Army was exposed. Finally, this man was sentenced to life imprisonment. Vegapunk was interested in Kuma's physical strength, so he made an offer. Kuma would continue to roam the seas as a warlord. In exchange, he would have to become a test subject for modifying and replicating the pacifista. Bonnie has found a lightsaber in the pile of wreckage. She doesn't understand why her father would be a watchdog for the government and help them create cloning machines. No normal person would agree to become an ignorant robot. That's no different from a death sentence. Jinny also agrees with Bonnie. She insists that her father wasn't a tyrant, and then she swings the sword to vent her anger. Kuma hates the government, so he would never succumb to them. Surely those evil people used despicable tricks to force him. The slash from the lightsaber makes Luffy and Chopper very impressed. For Bonnie, Vegapunk doesn't deserve to be called a scientist but is just a cold-blooded murderer. Her father once revealed that he belonged to a special race, but that doesn't mean Kuma had to become a guinea pig, and obviously there is no excuse for killing him. Hearing this, Luffy's group completely agrees with Bonnie. At the same time, the giant robot is flying straight into the sky carrying the Thousand Sunny ship with it. It's called Vegaforce 01. Possessing anti-gravity devices and jet tubes, it can easily stay in the air. The entire group has been brought to Egghead Island. The crew members are amazed when they see the buildings below, looking like a science fiction city. This makes Lilith very excited. She begins to introduce and explain the island to the Straw Hat Pirates. The place the group is heading to is the research floor on the clouds. Below is the manufacturing floor where the manufacturers and research assistants are working. Lilith has also received news that Luffy is causing trouble here, so she informs the Straw Hat crew immediately afterwards. Vegaforce 01 has landed on the research floor so that the Straw Hat Pirates can visit the laboratory. Zoro and Brook are suspicious. Lilith decides to stay and guard the Sunny ship. Next, 5 members enter inside following the lead of the female version of Vegapunk. The path is made entirely of clouds just like the Sky Island Skypiea, so the group feels very nostalgic. And this is also the first time Frankie has walked on clouds. So he is no less excited. Lilith continues to explain about how to create clouds and the principles of their operation, but these things are beyond the understanding of the Straw Hat crew. In front of them is the entrance to the main laboratory. It looks very majestic and brilliant. Lilith then asks them to change their clothes before entering, and guides them on how to use the Dom shoes. The 5 members of the Straw Hat Pirates immediately follow suit. However, instead of going into the men's locker room, Sanji secretly sneaks into the women's group. As a result, he gets punched in the head by Nami. Like Bonnie's group, they are very panicked when they are suddenly stripped by the machines, and then they all immediately have their own future-style outfits. Not only are they light, but they are also very fashionable. Seeing the cool way Robin and Nami dress, Sanji feels very happy. Usopp also thinks Robin looks very cool, only Frankie gets criticized up and down by Sanji. Outside, Zoro and Brook are sitting drinking tea and talking to each other. Zoro believes that this is an island of the government, so they must be very careful. Caribou has also shown his face. After some time hitchhiking because he once saved Luffy at Sabaody, he has been allowed to hitchhike on the ship for a while. Even knowing that, your role here is over, so get lost. This makes Caribou very bitter, but he can't do anything. On this side, the Straw Hat Pirates have used the elevator to enter the laboratory in excitement. Seeing that Frankie seems curious, Lilith continues to explain the operating principle of the elevator as well as the energy source that the island is using. Of course, this new amount of knowledge has made the cyborg stunned. After that, Lilith walked through the door in front of her, surprising everyone. It turned out it was just an illusion, so anyone can go through it. Suddenly another Vegapunk version contacts Lilith to talk about something. Seeing Sanji passing through the door unharmed, the Straw Hat Pirates are no longer afraid and just do the same. However, once inside, this door is no longer an illusion. At the same time, Lilith has disappeared without a trace. Instead, Vegapunk Edison announces over the loudspeaker to guide the Straw Hat Pirates to continue exploring the laboratory. The path in this place is extremely winding and has many turns, making it difficult to remember. At this time, Nami has the idea to steal some items here. Because Usopp blurted out his opposition, he was beaten to a pulp. After moving for a while, the group reached a large room with small rooms numbered in order. Door number 4 unexpectedly opened, and appearing before the Straw Hat Pirates was a child with an appearance identical to Jinny. It was Seraphim Shark 04. Usopp thinks this is Jinbe's son, Nami thinks he has been miniaturized, Sanji thinks this is a person like a person because this child has wings. Without speculating anymore, the group asks what monster the opponent is. Instead of answering, the Seraphim immediately switches to attack mode and charges a laser in its hand. What makes Franky extremely panicked is that the person in front of him is a pacifista. On the other hand, inside the laboratory, Vegapunk Shaka is contacting the Revolutionary Army leader Dragon. He admits that he is a genius and seems to see the future. Vegapunk predicts that he will not live much longer, so he wants to say a few last words to Luffy's father. The Seraphim's laser created a terrifying explosion that made the Straw Hat crew unable to stand. At this point, Usopp realizes that this is the trap that Lilith set up, because the government wouldn't easily roll out the red carpet and invite them to visit the factory like this. This means that they used Jinbe's clone as soldiers. Therefore, Nami intends to use her weather staff to counterattack, although she doesn't want to fight the child in front of her at all. Realizing that, Seraphim's shark suddenly dives under the ground. The fact that the pacifista possesses devil fruit powers surprises the group greatly, and more than that, Franky has also faced that power before. Sensing that something is wrong, Zoro wants to support Nami, but she believes it's not time yet. However, S-Shark doesn't show any leniency but swims straight to her and squeezes her neck tightly, causing the weather staff to fly away. It seems that the pacifista is very angry and is squeezing very hard. Even if it is Vegapunk's product, Franky cannot forgive it. This scene makes the madness in Sanji rise up. He doesn't care if the opponent is Jinbe or not and then rushes forward and launches a powerful kick. That attack blew S-Shark away, so it couldn't pose a danger to Nami anymore. Robin is also quite upset with what the pacifista did to the navigator of the crew, so she creates a giant clone and attacks with countless hands. Although S-Shark has dodged all of them and continues to dive underground. This time, the target it is aiming at is Robin with a fishman karate move. Seeing his teammate in danger, Usopp uses his slingshot to shoot a deadly blue star bullet. The explosion from the bullet stopped the advance of that bloodthirsty Seraphim, but it suddenly disappeared and slipped behind to lock Usopp's neck. Sanji was planning to support his teammate when Franky asked him not to move, because the Straw Hat pirate shipwright was charging a laser beam to blow away the robot pretending to be Jinbe on this side, and thus another large explosion occurred in the room containing the Seraphim. On the other hand, the remaining Vegapunk versions are in the control room to monitor the Straw Hat pirate's performance through the computer screen. The fact that Franky can shoot lasers makes Vegapunk Edison quite surprised. Unable to believe that the Straw Hat pirates are so dangerous. Even they haven't dared to experiment with lasers on the Seraphim, because after all, they are still children. Franky's move seems not to make it difficult for Seraphim's shark, which surprises everyone. It seems that the pacifista in front of them is not ordinary. Nami shows disgust at having to face children, so she yells loudly asking Vegapunk to stop. Meanwhile, Lilith is furious that her expensive products are being damaged. She will deal with each of them if anything happens to the Seraphim. Edison really wants his other version to calm down, but suddenly a new invention comes to his mind. Next, Edison hurriedly flies away to write down the design ideas, while handing everything here over to Pythagoras. Even though there are 6 versions, it seems that the Vegapunks are still very busy. As soon as Edison leaves, Pythagoras continuously enters the data from the battle between the Straw Hat Pirates and the Seraphim into the computer. S-Shark has been able to throw Sanji away and is a troublesome obstacle for the Straw Hat Pirates. Ideas keep pouring out, leaving Edison no time to rest. Therefore, he continuously urges Vegapunk York to eat and drink in moderation so that the remaining versions have enough physical strength to work. York is currently in another room and only eats and sleeps. According to Pythagoras' observation, the Seraphim are becoming more and more perfect. He really wants to stimulate their development speed, even though it is a rather difficult challenge. Although he really wants to go to the bathroom, Vegapunk number 4 doesn't want to waste any time, so he has to hand over the flood discharge to York. Eating and drinking well and being relieved in time makes York feel much better. To digest that pile of food, Atlas will be the one to exercise, while York just rolls around and sleeps. The eat, discharge, rest loop has happened 4 times today. That is the reason why the remaining Vegapunks don't waste time on personal matters anymore. In addition, the assistants are no less busy when they have to continuously serve the Vegapunks. Currently, Vegapunk Shaka has appeared to prevent the Seraphim from attacking the Straw Hat Pirates. He also asks the other versions to stop testing them, which makes Lilith and Pythagoras quite uncomfortable. After that, Shaka introduces himself to the Straw Hat Pirates. He also carefully turns off the magnetism of the DOM shoes so that the Straw Hat Pirate members can no longer move. After all, it's better to be careful of pirates. Usopp is quite surprised that the person in front of him is also Vegapunk, because the two people before also claimed to be the genius doctor. After that, he starts mimicking him to tease him. Frankie continues to express his feelings, believing that this island is even more than the future when there are so many great designs such as sea monsters, giant robots, and island conditioning systems from before. The Straw Hat Pirates have never seen anything like this. Frankie wants to visit the entire island and believes that he would be a good fit for the genius doctor. However, Vegapunk explains that this is the island of the past. At the same time, Luffy's group has found something very eye-catching at the junkyard. It looks very modern but seems to be made from ancient times. Luffy asks, "The past? Why is that?" Frankie is quite curious about Shaka's words and is immediately answered by him. From ancient times there was a kingdom that possessed technology no less than Egghead Island now. A civilization from 900 years ago appears before Luffy's group, another giant robot that has been heavily rusted. Seeing how magnificent it is, Luffy really wants to get inside to try driving it. Knowing that there was once a modern city like this in the past, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates show their surprise. Vegapunk once knew an archaeologist who was willing to sacrifice his life to shed light on the ancient kingdom. He had excavated the machinery created from the Void Century. Robin also knows a little about it. 22 years ago, her hometown Ohara was wiped out by a buster called Summons. Vegapunk speculates that the reason for this was because scholars had found documents recording the ancient kingdom. In the past, an alliance of 20 kingdoms and a forgotten developed kingdom conflicted with each other. The 20 victors established the world government and reshaped history as it is now. In order to prevent any information about the ancient kingdom from being circulated, they erased all traces. This is truly too crazy, so the Straw Hat Pirates are a little confused. More than that, Sanji realizes that anyone who knows about the story just told will be taken care of. At this point, Usopp is extremely worried, only wishing his brain would forget everything. All of this is Vegapunk's speculation, so he wants Robin to confirm whether it is true or not. Although working for the government, the genius doctor is also kept in the dark by them, and just mentioning this topic will immediately lead to assassination. After that, Vegapunk explains the reason why he knows about the Ohara scholars' research on the Void Century. 22 years ago, the annihilation of Ohara shocked the world, and only one child survived, Robin. The press fabricated that the scholars were demons intending to overthrow the government. A few months after that incident, Vegapunk himself visited the ruins of Ohara. The doctor was acquainted with Professor Clover, the most outstanding person in the field of archaeology, so he wanted to place a bouquet of flowers for him. In his youth, Clover was fascinated by the documents about the Void Century, so he set sail to collect ancient texts all over the world. The Navy arrested him over a dozen times, and by the time Clover hung up his sword, he had become the most famous archaeologist in the world. Over time, countless scholars were attracted by Clover and flocked to Ohara, turning the place into an archaeological mecca. It's a pity that they had a very sad ending. When Vegapunk set foot in Ohara, the Tree of Knowledge had been burned to ashes, but there was a scene that made the doctor freeze. In the center of the island was a large lake, and below it was filled with countless books. Surely the scholars had tried to protect them in the last moments of their lives, hoping that future generations would inherit their treasure trove of knowledge. It's possible that some naval soldiers discovered the books, but did not realize their importance and just left. Speaking of this, both Shaka and Robin feel very touched. Painful memories in the beauty's childhood kept flashing before her eyes. Robin had to leave her beloved mother in despair, also thanks to that Robin was able to continue living. That memory makes her tears flow non-stop. Seeing that, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates show their anger at Shaka for making their teammate cry. At this point, Robin also confirms with Vegapunk that his speculations are all true. The doctor once intended to take the books at Ohara back to Punk Hazard to study before the authorities discovered them, but others had taken them away before. At the same time, at the junkyard, Luffy and Chopper are trying to climb inside the giant robot. The two's ignorant actions make Bonnie quite annoyed, not understanding why Luffy can become an emperor. After searching for a while, it seems that this robot has no cockpit, so the two continuously call out names with the hope that it will move again. Countless names are given, but none of them make the robot move. Suddenly, a very strong shockwave emanates from inside the robot, causing the group to fly away. Before they could understand what was happening, an old man appeared before the group, trapped and continuously calling for help. Seeing that he was about to be sucked in, Luffy immediately ran to help. He recognizes Luffy as the son of revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon. On the other hand, Bonnie suddenly changes her attitude when she sees the person in front of her. He is the genius Dr. Vegapunk. He is also very happy to see Bonnie here. Seeing that Luffy and Chopper seem curious when he floats in the air, Vegapunk has guided the two to use another function of the Dom shoes. Immediately after, the three of them were launched straight into the sky in a very excited mood. Shaka begins to recall the time 22 years ago when he was present at Ohara. A group of giants came here to salvage the books ashore, which made Vegapunk quite hesitant. At the same time, Monkey D. Dragon is also present at Ohara. At this time, Luffy's father is the leader of the Free Warriors. Like Vegapunk, he knows Professor Clover, so he comes here to place flowers in remembrance. Just now, Dragon exchanged words with the giant warriors. They come from Elbaf and are well aware of the value of those books. The captain of the group of giant warriors is a man bandaged from head to toe. He knows that the scholars sacrificed themselves to protect the pile of books, so he will definitely not let them be erased from history. Which is quite in line with Dragon's wishes. Above all, Luffy's father is quite annoyed that Vegapunk refuses to join the group of free warriors and becomes a government watchdog. However, the doctor has his own reasons. The organization that Dragon founded is very poor, not enough funds and equipment for Vegapunk to freely create. Instead, joining a large organization like the government would be more reasonable. Dragon knows this, but he cannot sit still when scholars are brutally murdered just for studying ancient texts. Luffy's father will build an army to confront the government directly and change this world. He will definitely not let the will of Ohara die with Professor Clover. More than a year later, Dragon, Ivankov, and Kuma founded the Revolutionary Army, shaking the world to this day. Nami feels that Luffy's father is a very wonderful person, not expecting that Professor Clover was the one who lit the fire for him. What Shaka has been telling so far makes Frankie quite confused, not knowing why Kuma helped the group and was later transformed into an ignorant machine by Vegapunk. Only Sanji is quite surprised that Ivankov is the founder of the Revolutionary Army. The books of Ohara could not be allowed to be discovered by the government, but Vegapunk was quite curious about what was inside, so he went to Elbaf to meet that mysterious giant man. The doctor read it all and memorized it in his own brain and continued to study. Robin guesses that the man is Saul, so she is very happy. As long as he is still alive, she is satisfied. After that, Robin continuously thanks Vegapunk because he did not let the sacrifice of Ohara become futile. Next, the doctor controls the members' Dom shoes to take them to another place. There is something that he really wants the Straw Hat Pirates to see. Bonnie doesn't understand why Vegapunk's head has become like this when it used to be like a giant light bulb. It turns out that the doctor cut his head off because it was too long. If he remembers correctly, he used to be almost as tall as a giant. Because he ate the Nomi 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 devil fruit, it allows Vegapunk to remember a huge amount of knowledge and make his brain develop accordingly. This ability is really suitable for a scientific genius like Vegapunk. Now, he is the one with the largest brain in the world, and it is still constantly developing. Seeing that the doctor is knowledgeable in medicine, Chopper is very excited. On the other hand, Luffy thinks that Dr. Vegapunk must have become stupid because he no longer has a brain on his head. This naive statement makes Vegapunk very bitter. He then explains that the apple on his head is an antenna, and the brain has been put into the Punk Records archive. The purpose of the antenna is for Vegapunk to connect with his brain. The girl Atlas that Luffy's group met at first is one of the 6 versions of Vegapunk. Each version is an ego. If you combine 6 people together, you will get the correct personality that the doctor possesses. Separating helps Vegapunk increase the working speed by 6 times. The versions will connect to the main brain, assimilate memories and knowledge at the end of the day to help Vegapunk absorb more things. This makes Jinbe feel very surprised. If Vegapunk could let everyone in the world connect to his brain, they would also have a huge amount of knowledge wherever they are, including the medicine that Chopper is interested in, but this will cause a lot of problems, so it cannot be implemented immediately. Tired of listening to Vegapunk babble about science, Bonnie draws her lightsaber to settle the score with the doctor. She forces Vegapunk to turn her father back to normal or she will kill him. Vegapunk frantically asks Bonnie to stop, because this sword is malfunctioning. It will attract a large number of insects to this place. However, it seems that it is too late. A swarm of giant bugs has arrived, making the Supernova Girl terrified and fainting on the spot. At this time, the remaining members are watching the conversation between Vegapunk and the captain through Den Den Mushi. Knowing that Luffy's group is still safe, Nami also breathes a sigh of relief. Vegapunk understands why Bonnie hates him so much. It was thanks to that failed product that he was saved. After that, the doctor asks Luffy if he met any dragons like Kaido when he was in Wano. The devil fruit that Momonosuke ate was a failed experiment that Vegapunk left behind at Punk Hazard. It was created after 20 years of researching Kaido's genetic factors, costing countless resources but not resembling the original. Luffy thinks that devil fruit is quite good, because Momo is not only very healthy but also spits out fire, but Vegapunk follows perfectionism. The appearance of a pink dragon for him is the biggest failure. Next, Luffy wonders about the giant robot that he is standing on. Is it a product made by Vegapunk? However, this robot is the one that attacked the Holy Land of Mariewa 200 years ago. Finally, the ship of the CP0 masked assassins has arrived at Egghead. Their goal is to assassinate the genius Dr. Vegapunk. Once the robot awakens, it will be extremely dangerous. This is the giant Iron Man who attacked Mariewa 200 years ago and was created 900 years ago. Hearing Vegapunk say that, Luffy is very excited, so he keeps hitting the robot hoping it will start up again. Not knowing what the target is, it ran out of fuel right before it could cause casualties. The world government ordered the destruction of the robot, but the scientists couldn't resist their curiosity, so they secretly hid it on this island. Hearing this, Luffy wants the robot to come back to life even more to turn it into his own toy. Luffy finding this place is also partly lucky, because he got lost. The other members are also watching Luffy through surveillance cameras. 200 years ago was the time of the movement for equal rights for fishmen. It is highly likely that the robot climbed over the red line to attack the Holy Land. Vegapunk says that Vegapunk 1 was designed based on the giant robot, but he doesn't have enough ability to complete it. Seeing that Luffy is okay, the members are also somewhat relieved. Luffy tells Vegapunk to kneel down and apologize to Bonnie, because he has committed a crazy crime. The doctor refutes. What the hell do you know to put on airs? There is something I need to give to the girl. Vegapunk asks if Luffy can get him out of this island of Egghead. At the same time, the CP0 ship has approached Egghead. Seeing that the sea monsters intend to attack, Lucci ordered his subordinates to shoot them down immediately. They discover that Bonnie is present here, so they want to eliminate her as well. Sensing danger, Pythagoras runs all the way to inform Shaka. At first, Lilith was delighted that they were targeting the Straw Hat Pirates. Knowing that the leopard man Lucci is coming to this island, the Straw Hat Pirates are panicked and scared. Sanji tells Robin that this time he will definitely protect her. Receiving news that people from the government are coming here, Shaka says that they should return the Seraphim and quickly pack up and leave. However, everyone must be ready in a fighting stance because the agents will not leave easily. At the same time in Kamabaka Kingdom, former warlord Kuma suddenly takes unusual action. Ignoring the dissuasion of the revolutionary army, he is trying to run somewhere. Dragon and Ivankov try to call on their teammate to stay, but it seems unsuccessful. Pythagoras has conveyed the words of the subject to the CP0 outside. Thank you for your hard work and effort in bringing the Seraphim back here, but Esper can go inside on his own. I am currently very busy, so I cannot welcome anyone. Please Cypher Pole order the Seraphim to return to Egghead and then leave. Lucci immediately realizes that Vegapunk is suspicious of them. Kaku is very annoyed because he hasn't even had a sip of water and is already being kicked out. Lucci calls Vegapunk directly, asking if the doctor knows anything about the recent mysterious disappearances. In the last 2 months, after the CP0 agents set foot on this island, no one has been seen returning. Vegapunk replies, I remember that they all left safely, didn't they? Lilith angrily scolds Lucci for daring to think that the Vegapunks have done something shady with Cypher Paul. I wouldn't bother touching you guys at all. Hearing these words, Lucci remains silent for a long time. He decides to abandon the ship and then use Esper's power to break into the island. Returning to the events on Kamabaka Island, former warlord Kuma has left his comrades in the revolutionary army far behind to run somewhere. He uses his devil fruit powers to teleport himself away in Dragon's astonishment. At the Egghead Island junkyard, Luffy doesn't understand why Vegapunk wants to go to sea with him. Isn't your laboratory here? I am a genius scientist, my mind is always full of ideas, but I am limited by resources and money. I have always dreamed of creating a world where all humans can use free energy. However, to do that, I, Vegapunk, have been looking into the ancient fuel that powered that giant robot. This is a taboo, because the world government does not want anyone to delve into the void century. Suddenly, an explosion erupts from the distance, startling the group. Vegapunk tells Luffy briefly that he is currently a target that the government wants to eliminate, so please take him with you. Realizing that Vegapunk has discovered his intentions, Lucci pretends to agree to withdraw. Behind the scenes, he orders the ship to be abandoned, preparing to raid the island using Esper's powers. Immediately afterwards, each member is transported straight to future island Egghead. The explosion just now was indeed caused by CP0. Unlike CP9, CP0 are subordinates serving the Celestial Dragons directly, standing above all other Cypher Pole groups. It is rumored that its members are extremely troublesome individuals. The appearance of CP0 greatly surprises and puzzles the residents of Egghead, wondering why they didn't go through the port as usual. The fact that these agents shot down 2 sea monster weapons further confirms that they intend to infiltrate illegally. Inside, the Vegapunks are also quite surprised by the sudden appearance of CP0. The Straw Hat Pirates are in a state of extreme panic, only hoping that Lucci quickly gets out of this place. It seems that they have decided to sacrifice the ship and then land on the island through the power of the Nika fruit in order to complete the mission assigned by their superiors. It seems there is no other choice. Immediately afterwards, Shaka orders the evacuation of researchers and workers, requests Atlas to immediately return to the laboratory, prepares to activate the Seraphim, and gives command authority to Sentamaru. Seraphim number 1 is S-Hawk, number 3 is S-Snake, and number 4 is S-Shark. Back with Luffy's group, Vegapunk continues to ask Luffy if he can hitch a ride on their ship. But we're not exactly on vacation, old man? If he disappears, it'll definitely be a major disaster. However, because Luffy is interested in Vegapunk's apple-shaped head, he quickly agrees. Then okay, I'll go up ahead. This place will soon become a battlefield, so Vegapunk wants Luffy to bring Bonnie to the laboratory. After that, the scientist suddenly turns invisible and disappears, leaving Luffy's group speechless, wondering what he can't do. On the other side, the CP0 is struggling to fight the giant space monster. They have no idea it's just an illusion, so they keep shooting non-stop. It seems Kaku is quite interested in the monster, so he unleashes a kick to test its strength. Only Stussy, who understands this place well, knows that her teammate's attack is useless. This surprises Lucci somewhat. Not stopping there, Kaku continues to fly into the air to search for Vegapunk in the laboratory in the clouds. As soon as he passes through the barrier, the square-nosed guy is bombarded with lasers before he can react. This is the elimination system covering the entire layer to neutralize all threats, also known as the Extreme Dome. The lesson learned here is not to underestimate the world's greatest scientist. Hearing Stussy explain it so calmly without reminding him beforehand, Kaku starts cursing at her face. On the other hand, instead of returning to the lab, Atlas rushes out to settle the score with those who intend to cause chaos on Egghead. Despite Shaka's attempts to stop her, she tries to unleash her super punch. However, Lucci immediately transforms into his hybrid form and unleashes the Rokugan directly into Atlas's face. Even Kaku is surprised when his longtime teammate uses his strongest technique. The punch causes Atlas's face to explode and she rolls away unconscious. Witnessing this scene, the residents flee in a panic before being slaughtered by the Leopard Man. Seeing Atlas still breathing, Lucci plans to strike again, just as Luffy, carrying Bonnie on his shoulder, joyfully runs across the battlefield. Finally, Luffy and Lucci come face to face. Egghead is currently in complete chaos. After Atlas is attacked and Luffy meets Lucci again, Chopper cries inconsolably. Luffy asks why he is here. "Huh? Are you an idiot? This is Government Island, so it's you being on Egghead that's abnormal." Seeing that the situation doesn't look good, Chopper tries to persuade Luffy to retreat. Kaku also feels quite conflicted having both the Straw Hat crew and CP0 here. Times are different now, and the square-nosed man hopes Lucci won't touch Luffy because he is currently one of the 4 emperors. If he wants to attack, he has to get permission from his superiors. Stussy also agrees with this, because even a small clash could turn into a great war. She then orders her subordinates to report this news to the Navy. Sensing something is wrong, Luffy gives Bonnie to Jinbe to hold, then runs to the smoke where he sees Atlas seriously injured. He is extremely shocked. Although his 2 colleagues advise him earnestly, it seems Lucci still resents Luffy a lot. Seeing that Luffy seems to care about Vegapunk, he demands that he step aside because this is an internal issue of the government. "Shut the hell up, Lucci. This girl gave me food and drinks." News of the Straw Hat crew's presence on Egghead immediately reaches Akainu. The situation is becoming increasingly complex. Perhaps Vegapunk sensed something, which is why he partnered with the Straw Hat crew. If the genius scientist allies with a 4 emperor, it will cause significant damage to their military strength. He orders Lucci to, at all costs, avoid engaging with a 4 emperor until the Navy arrives. Doberman, after being informed of the strategy, also sets out for Egghead Island. However, Lucci has decided not to follow orders for personal revenge. Back on Egghead, chaos is engulfing the entire island. At this time, Jinbe and Chopper are planning to take Atlas back to the lab for Frankie to repair. They intend to ask their captain to come along, but currently, it seems he really wants to punch Lucci in the face. As expected, Luffy asks the duo to leave first, leaving the rest to him. Both try hard to stop him, but it seems useless. Like Luffy, Lucci doesn't care about his comrades and decides to fight his old enemy. Immediately afterwards, Luffy rushes in to attack. Lucci blocks the powerful punch and retaliates fiercely. Then the two unleash a series of punches at each other to see whose Haki is more powerful. Pushed back by Lucci, Luffy gets into stance, preparing to fight him seriously. On the other hand, Lucci seems curious about Luffy's new wanted poster. Then let me show you what Gear 5 is like. Then Luffy takes a deep breath and begins to focus on the new state. Immediately, the drums of liberation sound, awakening him. Here it comes. Luffy's heartbeat is getting stronger and stronger, and his hair and clothes begin to turn white. Next, a large amount of Conqueror's Haki is released interspersed with the familiar laughter of the Sun God. This makes Lucci extremely surprised, and at the same time, extremely excited. At this moment, the surrounding environment gradually turns into rubber. And Luffy is bouncing around continuously. Even Chopper, Jinbe, and the government agents are surprised by this form of his. While in the midst of excitement, Lucci is unexpectedly attacked by Luffy and cannot react. Seeing Luffy laughing and joking like a madman, Lucci can't utter another word. Through the screen, Nami's group is also quite surprised. This is the state Luffy used to defeat Kaido. Seeing Lucci lying in the rubble for too long, Luffy constantly teases him. This makes Lucci extremely uncomfortable, then he begins to build power to transform into a new form, and then he and Luffy continue to engage in a bloody battle, shaking the future island. Jinbe and Chopper temporarily have to run and find a place to take refuge. They hope Luffy understands his current position and doesn't turn this into a major incident. Nami's group is surprised that Lucci has slightly changed his appearance. Shaka realizes that he has awakened his devil fruit and is now moving at an outstanding speed. Lucci's new state has been revealed, and it looks extremely powerful and scary. Don't think you're the only one who's gotten stronger, Straw Hat. Kaku tries hard to dissuade his teammate but can't. At the same time, the original Vegapunk runs to the monitoring room to ask about the pacifista. Pythagoras is overjoyed to meet the genius scientist. Vegapunk asks Nami what Luffy's transformed form is called. She doesn't actually know if it's the power of the gum fruit. In the ancient Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, there are no records of Luffy's rubber abilities. His transformed form amazes Vegapunk. It's exactly like a god mentioned in ancient texts. Nami doesn't believe it because Luffy is clearly a big idiot. Luffy continues to laugh like he's having the time of his life, not fighting seriously at all. Vegapunk believes that Luffy is a warrior of liberation, always having fun and making people smile. And is also known as the sun god Nika. However, this truth has been erased from history, so few people know about it now. Luffy rolls his eyes to tease his opponent and uses his hands to manipulate his head, taunting Lucci. Vegapunk says that devil fruits were created by the dreams and aspirations of humans, which is why they are hated by the ocean, the great mother of nature. Lucci and Luffy recreate the punch from their battle on Eni's lobby, the conflict of the collision shaking a vast area of Egghead. Both continue to fight incessantly without end. At this moment, Sentomaru appears and monitors the battle. He asks Vegapunk what he should do. Should he attack the pirates? Standing before Sentomaru are the three Seraphim in a ready-to-fight state. The scientist says that CP0 wants to take my life, so they must be driven away immediately. If Sentomaru does this, it means he is betraying the world government. However, because he was cared for and raised by Vegapunk, there is no other choice. Kaku is worried about facing the three Seraphim and orders S-Bear to destroy them. Surprisingly, Sentomaru orders S-Bear to do the opposite. At this moment, Kaku realizes that Sentomaru has higher authority. Immediately, the Seraphim unleash a barrage of lasers at the CP0 agents. Stussy explains that CP0's authority is below Sentomaru, Vegapunk, and the five elders, which is why they can hardly gain an advantage on Egghead Island. On the other side, Lucci is constantly being beaten by Luffy due to the overpowered nature of Gear 5. Sentomaru orders S-Snake to lead the Straw Hat crew to the Extreme Dome, while S-Hawk and S-Shark will stay and hold back the CP0. Jinbe asks Chopper if he's seeing things when he sees a clone that looks exactly like him. The Seraphim kids are also modeled after the 7 warlords. Unbelievable. Luffy sees Sentomaru and hurriedly runs up to talk. So you're here to help the old man punk escape? That's right, I agreed to this. Sentomaru doesn't know if Luffy can be relied on and is surprised by his form. Who would have thought you would become a 4 emperor? Suddenly, Lucci rushes forward and stabs Sentomaru through the chest. Luffy is horrified to see this awful situation. It turns out the leopard man wanted to eliminate the axe-wielding guy to take control of the Seraphim. Alarm bells are blaring, and the residents of Egghead are in a panic as they see Sentomaru stabbed through the abdomen. Luffy rushes to Sentomaru's side to assess the situation. "Sorry, I made you distracted." The axe wielder responds, "Don't underestimate me." Clearly Sentomaru saw Lucci's attack and put his hand up to defend, but he was careless. Lucci is annoyed because the axe wielder won't go down so he can take control of the Seraphim. Luffy angrily winds up and rushes towards Lucci, but he dodges Luffy's punch and punches him away. Lucci continues to try to land a one-hit kill. Sentomaru struggles to get up to defend, but luckily Luffy intervenes in time to stop the CP0 agent's dark intentions. He spins like a top and flings Lucci away. However, because he spun so enthusiastically, he can't stop. Meanwhile, Chopper and Jinbe are rushing to Vegapunk to treat Atlas. "Oh my god, what the heck are you doing, Luffy? Why are you spinning around and around?" The Seraphim are participating in the battle quite enthusiastically, and even though they are just children, their strength is no less than that of the original 7 warlords. A series of CP0 agents are knocked down in a flash. Kaku and Stussy stand outside, surprised by the power of the kids, and it seems that the Seraphim will be scary in the future. Inside the monitoring room, Frankie bursts into tears when he witnesses S-Shark's swimming ability. Could it be that Senior Pink, my brother in Doflamingo's crew, died? Because there aren't 2 devil fruits with the same ability. Have you finally realized it? The guy you're talking about is currently imprisoned in Impel Down. Frankie thought that Vegapunk had recreated that devil fruit. Only Zoan-type fruits can be artificially created, but Paramecia is beyond me, like the fruits of that evil guy Caesar. Nami says he should just die. Smile fruits are really too risky, only one person is granted power, while the rest suffer from uncontrollable laughter. If there were ample time, Vegapunk could even recreate mythical Zoan fruits, although it's unknown whether they could awaken. Logia types are incredibly difficult. As for Paramecia, Vegapunk has collected the blood of devil fruit users and then transplanted it into the Seraphim. This is called the green blood, which allows them to use powers that should be unique. At the same time, S-Snake fires charming rays, petrifying a large number of government agents, and S-Bear demonstrates his dominance by wielding the Nikyu no Mi's powers. Vegapunk claims that the Seraphim are the pinnacle of all scientific achievements. Or the strongest of humanity. So that's why the warlord system was dissolved. What kind of monster have you created? Seraphim are navy weapons, so it seems like they are a potential threat to the Straw Hat crew. Lucci has returned after Luffy's attack. Sentomaru, noticing that Lucci hasn't been defeated, demands that his assistants get away from him immediately. Not seeing Luffy anywhere, Lucci is delighted. He still hasn't given up his plan to kill the axe wielder, so he rushes forward. Suddenly, Luffy appears with a giant head to bite him. Lucci is a little panicked, so he uses his 6 powers to evade. He jumps around wildly and tries to counterattack. Although he misses the bite, Luffy manages to spit out the rubble in his mouth, forcing Lucci to use Haki to counter it. Next, Luffy uses the super speed pipe as a base and turns his hair into a mirror, which looks incredibly magical. Then he unleashes a powerful punch that almost ruptures Lucci's stomach. He coughs up blood, not understanding what kind of power he's fighting, and gradually falls into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, S-Snake guides Jinbe's group to the quickest escape route. The Straw Hat crew's shipwright thinks S-Snake is much kinder than Boa Hancock. S-Snake blushes at the compliment, "You idiot, I'm just following orders." The time for the super speed ship's departure is running out. Chopper calls to Luffy, "Get up here quickly before it's too late." Sentomaru entrusts Luffy with all his faith, "Protect the old man Punk for me." Luffy agrees to the axe wielder's request. Then he continues to use the pipe as a lever, launching himself to the super speed ship in time. The ship shoots off like a rocket, causing Chopper and Jinbe to spin around and around. Finally, Bonnie wakes up and wonders where she is and why Luffy has become so feeble. The superspeed ship travels with breakneck speed, rushing straight to the laboratory in the clouds. It seems the side effects of Gear 5 have turned Luffy into a weak old man, and he needs time to recover. In just a moment, Luffy's group arrives at their destination, and the Extreme Dome security system is immediately activated. Subsequent ship journeys will be cancelled. Now, no one can penetrate deep inside the laboratory anymore. Lucci has returned to his human form and walks towards Sentomaru. His endurance has reached its limit, and the axe wielder collapses soon after. In the end, the masked assassins have gained the advantage, seizing control of the Seraphim. After leaving Kamabaka, Kuma was still hovering swiftly in the sky. Back on Egghead, CP0 praised Sentomaru for excellently completing the mission of stalling time. Currently, he's also unconscious, so the Seraphim will be controlled by the government agents. Lucci didn't want to wait for the Navy to arrive to take action, as that would give Vegapunk a chance to escape. The doctor also informed the remaining members of the Straw Hat crew that they were the government's targets, not him, the smartest person in the world. Wouldn't that be a big loss for the government, right? Indeed, Vegapunk has invented many things serving the interests of the world government, most notably the research on devil fruits and the creation of human weapons pacifista, perfecting the Seraphim. What would happen if this scientist were to confront the Straw Hat crew with his greatest intellect? Of course, they wouldn't want that at all. Vegapunk has no intention of uprising, but the stubborn government agents insist on eliminating him. Nami seems unconcerned, as he'll just be a pawn anyway. The arrival of the Four Emperors pirate crew on this island is perhaps destiny, so Vegapunk wants to set sail with the Straw Hat group. Frankie and Usopp warmly welcome the doctor, while Nami doesn't like him at all. If he wants that, then first remove the shackles from us. On Luffy's side, he's back to normal, and Jinbe hands Atlas back to the lab assistants for repairs. On the other hand, Bonnie is angry, wielding her staff to find Vegapunk. She'll make him restore her father to his former self, or she'll kill the scientist. At this point, Lucci has 4 Seraphim in his possession, ordering to seal off all exits of the island, not letting anyone escape. The former warlord Kuma is hovering in the sky. And his destination is unexpectedly the Red Earth continent. The collision created a huge explosion, making the surrounding people confused. Why is Bartholomew Kuma here? Rumor has it that he has escaped from Mary Geos, but he should have been the Celestial Dragon's champion slave, right? After lying motionless for a while, Kuma finally sits up. This frightens those meddling people, causing them to flee immediately. The Navy received news of Kuma appearing here, and they immediately deploy a plan to capture the fugitive alive. Kuma glances sharply upward, where the dragons reside. Back on Egghead Island, Lucci orders to seal off all exits for Vegapunk, even destroying ships if necessary. Even with control over Seraphim, infiltrating the Ultra Prison Dome is difficult. Stussy realizes that Lucci intends to disregard orders from higher-ups, his icy demeanor evident. He refuses to acknowledge Luffy as one of the 4 emperors, considering him a lost cause. Shaka notices the situation is dire as the enemy seals off all exits, even the ships will be destroyed. The ace in the hole, Vegafox 1, can only operate on this island, so now it's useless. Lilith is excited because this is an opportunity for adventurers like her to fight. Vegapunk has packed and gathered with 6 clones, but how to escape this place remains a question. Lilith wants to retaliate against CP0, but Shaka disagrees. The clone's mission is to protect the subject, not engage in battles. Shaka and Lilith argued back and forth without end. The Straw Hat Pirates were hesitant about whether to help Vegapunk or not, because even if they managed to escape, they would still be pursued by the government. The genius scientist felt guilty for turning Sentomaru into a government traitor. Pythagoras remembered they still had an ally on this island, but Edison wanted to stop him because doing so would also put that person in the crosshairs of their enemies. However, Vegapunk decided to ask for help without much thought. The other end of the line immediately agreed. Vegapunk was a bit surprised, knowing that with this person's help, he and his clones could easily escape. Lilith said she would activate Vegafox 1 to take everyone to the port. The old scientist quickly informed the Straw Hat Pirates, surprised when all 7 Vegapunks boarded the Sunny at the same time. This meant Lilith was also coming along. So Sanji was overjoyed. Meanwhile, Bonnie was running to find Vegapunk, and Luffy and Chopper were trying to chase after her to stop her. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the laboratory, a sign that the extreme barrier had been deactivated. The clones didn't understand what was happening, who had disabled it. Pythagoras didn't detect anyone in the control room. The sudden deactivation of the barrier made Cypher Pole excited. However, Lucci suspected that this was just a trap set by Vegapunk. He and Kaku jumped onto the clouds to spy on the situation inside. The protective laser beams also seemed to no longer be functioning. These two discovered that the Straw Hat Pirates ship and Vegafox 1 were present. That's why Lucci didn't see their ship under the port. And then Lucci immediately wanted to destroy the Sunny right there. At the same time, Admiral Kizaru was on a warship, rushing to Egghead to capture the Straw Hat Pirates and Vegapunk alive. All warships had also been mobilized to this island. Rob Lucci wants to destroy their last means of transportation, and this time Kaku will be the one to act. At this moment, Zoro is sleeping outside, while Brook is leisurely cooking inside. After spinning to gather momentum, Lucci unleashes a wide-range attack towards the Sunny. This wakes up Zoro, who was in a deep sleep, and he quickly strikes to nullify Lucci's attack, surprising Kaku. The clash immediately forces Brook to run outside. "Who the hell woke me up?" Zoro asks. Kaku was taken aback, realizing that Zoro was missing an eye. So it's you, Zoro, the long-named member of CP9, who I defeated in the past. Kaku was determined to handle Zoro himself. I don't know why you're here. But if you're trying to destroy the ship, I will cut you down, Zoro threatens. Let's see how good you are. Although Pythagoras has activated the return vault, the CP0 has infiltrated the inside. It seems they intend to destroy the Straw Hat Pirates ship. Zoro and Kaku engage in a fierce battle to settle their old grudges. Lilith brings out a missile to support Zoro. Meanwhile, Luffy, Jinbe, and Chopper are running towards the laboratory as they have lost track of Bonnie, and they are overjoyed to reunite with their crewmates. There are many interesting things here. Especially the giant robot, they say, as they have observed it through the monitor, even during your fight with Cypher Pole. I heard you agreed to let Vegapunk come aboard our ship, is that true? We should quickly leave this place, Luffy. Luffy feels disappointed to leave at this moment, but there's no other choice. This is the government's island, and Cypher Pole will soon arrive here. We can't waste any more time. Have you seen Bonnie? She intends to assassinate Dr. Vegapunk. Robin also discovered that Vegapunk has disappeared. Oh my god. Why did he leave without saying anything? Where else could he go at this time? I hope Vegapunk is not killed. It turns out they are playing a game of chase in another area. Bonnie refuses to listen to his explanations and relentlessly attacks him. In the end, did he manage to change my father back to normal or not? I'm sorry, Bonnie, but I have a valid reason for this. Being relentlessly attacked, Vegapunk had to struggle to avoid it, and he ended up in a secret room. As for Bonnie, she coldly approaches with a face full of killing intent. Remembering the time before, Vegapunk successfully created human clones. Even though the world doesn't recognize it, she is clearly still a human. The scientist believes that this is definitely a major step towards global peace, a great advancement for humanity. After a chase, Bonnie transforms into a child and starts crying softly. She pretends to be injured to make Vegapunk feel guilty. The scientist immediately falls into panic, not knowing what to do next. Seizing the opportunity, Bonnie transforms back into an adult and attacks with her staff. However, Vegapunk manages to dodge it in time and is about to run away when Bonnie quickly stabs him with the staff. Suddenly, colorful stones fall out of Vegapunk's body. Afterwards, the scientist is transformed into a child. Those colorful stones represent his age. Vegapunk, feeling sad, asks Bonnie to restore his age, saying, "You don't have to worry, my abilities don't have a permanent effect on living beings." Bonnie lifts Vegapunk up and asks him why he turned her father into a cyborg. Dr. Vegapunk is confused and doesn't know how to answer this question. Currently, Kuma is trying to crawl up the line for an unknown purpose. Vegapunk promised Kuma to keep all secrets from Bonnie. Do you think I'm stupid to believe these words? Don't lie anymore, my father gave up his life to become a mindless machine. He was killed by that man. At the same time, Kuma was shot down by the Navy and fell down. Bonnie forced the scientist to tell the whole truth. Suddenly, a sound caught Bonnie's attention. Then, she walked up to the door with a bear paw symbol above it. This place must be related to Kuma's father. Bonnie broke in and saw a giant bear paw ball. This is the power of the Nikyu no Mi fruit that the former Shichibukai Kuma still possesses. Somewhere in the New World, Kid's pirate ship was sailing after leaving Wano for many days. Killer looked at the map and woke Kid up. We're about to reach land. Should we go scout? Kid didn't want to miss the opportunity to explore the island, as it was the homeland of the mysterious Elbaf giants. On the other hand, at the G-14 Marine Base, Vice Admiral Dahl was talking to Vice Admiral Garp via snail phone. She said she was going to Egghead, so she couldn't go with Garp. Luffy's grandfather was planning to attack the territory of the Four Emperors. However, he didn't bother to report to the headquarters. Surprisingly, Garp was present at G-14. He called Helmeppo's name to come out and meet him. The young man cried and begged his mentor because Kobe was taken by Blackbeard and he couldn't do anything to help. Garp laughed and said, "Get on the ship, we'll go to Hakinosu and show the Blackbeard pirates what fear is." Helmeppo and Hibari cried, moved by the heroic action of the Marine. It seems that this time Kobe has a chance to be saved. Seeing the bear paw bubble, Bonnie was stunned for a while. Vegapunk advised the little girl not to get close to it because it had nothing to do with Kuma. Vegapunk recalled the conversation he had with Kuma before. The scientist discovered that when a person dies, their body weight decreases by 21 grams, which could be the soul. The power of the Nikyu fruit allows Kuma to materialize invisible things, so Vegapunk wants him to use it to push his memories out for research purposes. Although Kuma disagreed, Vegapunk begged and pleaded until he agreed. The doctor requested that Bonnie not touch the bear paw bubble because it represents Kuma's painful memories. It is powerful enough to kill anyone who touches it. Despite being constantly attacked by the Navy, Kuma still refuses to give up. He stands up after falling and shoots laser beams to resist. Bonnie remains silent for a while, curious if this is truly her father's memory. The battle between Zoro and Kaku outside is quite intense. Kaku knows that the Straw Hat Pirates have become much stronger, so he will fight seriously from now on. Immediately after, he begins to transform into a new form. By the way, Stussy wants to ask Lucci for advice on how to capture Dr. Vegapunk. However, Lucci knows that Stussy is hiding something. Immediately after, the four Seraphim also jump up to the cloud floor, ready to carry out their orders. Upon receiving the news that Lucci has advanced deep into the island, the Straw Hat group becomes very worried. While Shaka is thinking of a solution, Lilith shows her eagerness to fight. Frankie didn't expect that even Vegapunk couldn't predict what was about to happen. Of course, CP0 is very unpredictable. I have a bad feeling about this, but luckily Zoro is staying on the ship to watch over. He will definitely win. However, the enemy is not just one person, but a whole group of Seraphim ready to fight. 2 against 7, we can already guess the outcome. Shaka reveals that the Seraphim are equipped with the ability to analyze and solve situations on their own, sometimes without needing orders. Despite that, Vegapunk has higher command authority than CP0. So it is not difficult for him to bring the Seraphim to his side. Perhaps the Cypher Pole group also doesn't want that to happen. Pythagoras and Lilith quickly run outside and they will take care of this. With such a large number of enemies, Zoro and Brook definitely can't fight back. That's why Frankie wants to go out and help them. Meanwhile, Sanji laughs mischievously at the thought of Zoro being defeated before finding One Piece. This angers Nami, who says that he should leave too since the crew is in danger. Sanji immediately obeys the order to find a way out with Frankie. But should we help that Zoro guy or not, it's really annoying. This time, you owe me, Zoro. Kaku always wants to settle the score with Zoro someday. So he trains crazily to become stronger. Brook is a bit curious about Kaku's new form. He thinks that maybe he has awakened a power but was knocked unconscious by my attack. Kaku rushes forward, as if your sword can cut me. Zoro assigns the task of protecting the ship to Brook and continues to fight. Both of them clash, creating a great impact. The decisive battle is extremely intense, and it seems that the awakened form has made Kaku's body stronger. Zoro is tired of facing these strange creatures, so he tries to end it as quickly as possible. At the same time, Lucci starts giving orders for the Seraphim to destroy the experimental area before Vegapunk appears. This is really bad, making Nami and Usopp cry silently. The destructive power of these artificial machines is overwhelming. The laboratory rooms are destroyed in an instant, and Brook is quite worried about his teammates inside. Kaku is confident that the Straw Hat Pirates cannot win in this situation. Laser beams are continuously fired, and the damage from the Nikyu fruit power and Mihawk's sword strikes is unstoppable. Nami and Usopp scream as if they are about to die, which makes Kaku feel satisfied. Suddenly, Stussy slowly approaches and bites his neck. Immediately, the giraffe man falls unconscious to the ground. Lucci is stunned and doesn't understand what his teammate is doing. I'm just helping him go to sleep. Do you want to sleep with him? Finally, this female agent reveals her true face. She is a clone of Miss Buckingham, Stussy, the first clone created by the MADS organization and a former member of the Rock's pirate crew. Kaku saw lying on the ground. Lucci realized that there was a spy beside him. He fired a shot but only hit the afterimage of Stussy. She took out a lipstick made from sea stone and touched Lucci, causing the devil fruit user like Lucci to weaken. Immediately after, Stussy bit deeply into Lucci's shoulder. I know you guys are strong so we won't face each other head on, sorry. Lucci was furious but could only lie down like his teammate Kaku. Although I don't understand what's going on. First of all, I have to be cautious of the girl in front of me. At this moment, Kaku and Lucci were no longer struggling, only the pigeon Hattori remained. Brook was surprised by what was happening before his eyes. Zoro thought they must be having an internal conflict. Stussy told Zoro not to worry too much, as she was not an enemy. Nevertheless, Zoro could not trust someone who had just betrayed their comrades. Seeing that Stussy seemed dangerous, Brook was too scared to venture downstairs. It turned out that Stussy was Vegapunk's secret ally. She had been hidden in the ranks of the intelligence agents for a long time, awaiting the scientists' orders. The Straw Hat Pirates were stunned when Lucci was defeated. It was unbelievable that Vegapunk had infiltrated the intelligence organization with a spy. Vegapunk hadn't intended for this to happen, but it ended up this way. It was surprising that after 20 years, she still decided to side with Vegapunk. Knowing that Zoro and Brook were safe, everyone felt a bit relieved, though they remained cautious. While everyone was focused, Luffy lay down and fell asleep. No matter how Lilith called him, he wouldn't wake up. Stussy told Vegapunk that even though Lucci was unconscious, she couldn't override the commands of the Seraphim because they had equal authority to him. They continued to fire laser beams. Nevertheless, Edison and Lilith were almost there, so there was no need to worry too much. Zoro and Brook decided to stop the Seraphim, otherwise the whole group would be stuck there indefinitely. Zoro felt that these kids were incredibly familiar, especially S-Hawk. S-Hawk continued to swing his sword, attacking buildings, making everything more chaotic. This made Lilith extremely angry and eager to charge forward. After a while, Lilith also ran outside. She ordered the Seraphim to stop immediately. However, as soon as he saw his target, S-Hawk ignored the order and intended to attack with his sword. Fortunately, Zoro arrived in time to block the powerful attack. The more I look, the more you resemble that person. Just who exactly are you, brat? Overwhelmed with fear, Lilith cried like a child. Lilith didn't understand why the robots wouldn't listen to her orders. Seeing this, Edison also wanted to try. Unexpectedly, S-Hawk showed no mercy, firing a laser beam at him. Frankie quickly grabbed Lilith before she fell. The attack created a considerable explosion. Edison's life wasn't threatened because Sanji was one step faster than a Seraphim. It turned out that Lilith was such a cute person. She truly was hot on the inside, cold on the outside. Eventually, the entire battle ceased. Zoro wondered, what exactly are these things? These are the warriors Vegapunk is incredibly proud of. They won't attack us anymore because the scientists' authority is higher than the Seraphims. Sanji took this opportunity to tease Zoro for being slow-witted, and so the two continued to bicker, seeing who was more foolish. Afterward, Frankie also relayed the group's next plan to Brook, to quickly find a way to get Vegapunk off the island. It seemed the group could now breathe easier with the Seraphim under their control. They were indeed very trustworthy. Meanwhile, Lucci and Kaku had been tied up by Stussy with seastone cuffs. We're about to leave the island. So you should come with us. Usopp was extremely frustrated that the scientist kept adding people without asking for anyone's opinion. Stussy joining the crew was an amazing thing for Sanji, so he was overjoyed. Afterward, the whole group decided to gather with the others inside. On the other hand, Luffy and Chopper were still actively searching for Bonnie. The ship was about to depart, but there was no sign of Vegapunk. Shifting to another location, Sphinx Island, Whitebeard's hometown. The children there were complaining to Marco that they were still very scared. Not long before, when Marco left the island, the Marines had arrived. He felt guilty for not being there when the villagers needed him most. Those Marines were evil and malicious, no less than pirates. They threatened everyone to hand over Whitebeard's treasure to them. This island was not allied with the world government, so it had no legal protection. If you don't tell me where the treasure is hidden, I'll charge you with opposing the Marines. The rat-faced man pulled out his gun, threatening the children, making them pee their pants in fear. An old woman ran out to protect her grandchildren, but she was almost shot down by these wicked Marines. At the same time, the former warlord Weevil appeared, beating the rat-faced man and his cronies to a pulp. This is my father's hometown. Don't you dare lay a finger on it. The appearance of such a prominent figure made the Marines terrified and they tried to flee. How could he escape the Marines' pursuit when the warlord system collapsed? This Weevil truly is a monster. The Marines immediately reported back to headquarters to call for reinforcements. The children said that if it weren't for him, everything would have been ruined. Marco smiled, he truly was a hero. Fortunately, the children were all unharmed. Suddenly, Stussy appeared unexpectedly, cursing Marco harshly. Why are you only showing your face now that everything is settled? Admiral Green Bull has already come here and taken Weevil. Bring my son back and hand over all of Whitebeard's inheritance. Stussy recalled the time before, when she was helpless as her beloved son was taken away. He's a stubborn child, truly the son of me and Whitebeard. Marco scratched his head, bewildered, not knowing what to do. Stussy thought that he still didn't believe that Weevil and Whitebeard were blood relatives, so she was quite angry. There's one person who can prove this, and that's Old Man Vegapunk. On the other hand, the world government's ships were rushing towards Egghead. And Kizaru was also on board. He brought tea and cakes into his private room, facing one of the 5 elders, Saint Saturn, who held the highest power in the world. The Admiral wondered if he had ever met Vegapunk. I met that old man only once, and that was a very long time ago. It's truly sad that things have turned out this way. Chaos continued below the factory. A series of government agents had fallen. The one who caused this was a new pacifista model named PX-3. It possessed an incredibly sturdy shield for defense and counterattack. This was the strongest shield Vegapunk had ever created, now far surpassing the type used in the Summit War. The pacifista ordered the agents to surrender immediately, or it would deal with them thoroughly. Having no other choice, they had to give up and be tied up. Who, after all, had ordered them? How could pacifistas act on their own? It turned out Sentomaru had woken up and done it. He struggled to get up, leaning against the wall to assess the situation. The frontier dome was currently closed, preventing communication with Vegapunk. It seemed now their only hope was to rely on the Yonko, Straw Hat Luffy. The Den Mushy Sentomaru was holding continuously rang, perhaps indicating the Navy knew he intended to betray them. Cornered, Sentomaru decided to activate all 50 PX-3 units, then ordered them to protect Vegapunk and the Straw Hat Pirates at all costs, ensuring they would set sail safely. The Navy is making very strange moves, so keep an eye on the coast. If the main body, Vegapunk, suffers any harm, everyone will be dead. All the agents were locked in prison, and then the pacifistas moved out in droves. Meanwhile, Bonnie had locked Vegapunk outside so he couldn't stop her from approaching the paw bubble. Bonnie then tried to touch it, wanting to know what happened to her father. And then, a vast empty space appeared before her, interspersed with someone's crying. It turned out to be Kuma when he was a child. He was crying in pain because he couldn't bear it any longer. Kuma desperately wanted to escape this place and continuously called for help. This left Bonnie extremely panicked, not understanding what her father had to endure. Inside the laboratory, Luffy returned after searching for Bonnie in vain. Luffy was breathless, having run like a bull, even damaging Vegapunk's dom shoes. Usopp was extremely worried because if they delayed any longer, many more threats would surely appear. Robin thought perhaps the group couldn't set sail immediately. After all, where could that old man Vegapunk have gone? And Bonnie too? However, Lilith already knew where Bonnie was through the monitoring screen. Luffy got angry, then why didn't you tell me sooner? At the same time, Stussy, Zoro, and Brook arrived in the room. They had also changed into futuristic outfits, looking very cool. Seeing pretty girls, Sanji became foolish, saying sweet words and clinging to Stussy. On the other hand, Atlas had been repaired to her original state thanks to available components. Lilith and Edison were also present. Being surrounded by too many pretty girls made Sanji unable to control his emotions anymore. Atlas was very grateful to Luffy because he had saved her life. For Luffy, anyone who gave him food, he would consider a good friend. At this moment, Nami was scolding Lucci furiously for injuring Atlas. He hadn't changed since Water 7. If this time he still intends to hunt Robin, Nami will make Lucci pay. Robin was very happy that Nami cared about her so much, but it wasn't necessary to get so upset. Shaka thanked Stussy because thanks to her, the CP0 agents had been neutralized. Currently, there were 2 problems: Vegapunk's main body was missing, and the frontier dome was out of control. If everyone tried to escape, they would be incinerated by laser beams. Therefore, the group couldn't leave immediately and had to wait for repairs. Shaka requested that everyone needed to find Vegapunk back before they could set sail together. Shaka could have found them through the monitoring screen, but the tremors caused by the Seraphim had damaged the tracking cameras. At this moment, Pythagoras called Shaka, saying that the 3rd floor was empty, so he would continue searching. Nami also wanted to help them leave as quickly as possible. Brook and Edison agreed with Nami and followed her. Stussy was quite worried about the old scientist, so she also joined. Sanji clung to her like a leech, determined to stick by her side. As for Zoro, he wanted to assist his comrades in the search but was stopped. Who will come find you if you get lost, huh? Chopper and Robin agreed with Sanji's opinion. It's best if you stay here. Frankie and Usopp would go together. They would both be led by Lilith. Lilith saw York being lazy, so she dragged her along. Zoro was annoyed and frustrated at feeling underestimated. He had no choice but to wait with Luffy. Luffy was too exhausted to go anywhere else after the previous chase. They saw two CP0 agents and remembered their time in Water 7. He wondered if Iceberg was doing well. Somewhere in the sky, Big News Morgan's hot air balloon was incredibly lively. He was thrilled to receive news that the government was mobilizing forces to assassinate the genius scientist Vegapunk, repeating the Ohara incident from many years ago. This time, the government would be seen as the villains because the scientist was a world hero with countless modern inventions. Surprisingly, the new Yonko Luffy was also present on Egghead Island. Morgan wanted to spread false news to grab headlines and attract views. The headline would be Yonko Luffy kidnaps scientist Vegapunk, seizes Egghead Island, and declares war on the Navy. This would be hot news that the world government might even have to thank him for. Surprisingly, Princess Vivi and Wapple were present at the newspaper office. She thought Morgan was a fool for daring to write that article. Luffy would never do such things. Wapple panicked and told Vivi to shut up. If the government knew they were hiding there, they would immediately send assassins to eliminate them. Furthermore, Morgan had given them shelter, so they shouldn't speak in such an arrogant tone. Morgan didn't care about Vivi. He wanted to shake the world with his writing style. Truth or falsehood didn't matter, journalism was just for entertainment. Bonnie tried to ask what was happening to her father, but he didn't answer. And then, wicked people found him and began to torture him. Bonnie felt pity for her father and tried to rush to protect him. However, she ran and ran, but never reached him, because it was only a memory. Kuma begged them to kill him right there, saying he never wanted to return to that living hell again. His whole life had been spent in violence and oppression, to the point where he couldn't breathe. They brutally beat Kuma, forcing him to go back to work. Bonnie also continuously pleaded with those people to stop tormenting her father. That's enough. The pain was too much, so Bonnie let go of her father's memory. She trembled and burst into tears. Meanwhile, despite being continuously attacked by the Marines, Kuma continued to climb the Holy Land. Bonnie felt that her father's past was something she could hardly face, but she absolutely had to know about it. Bonnie didn't want to accept this reality, then continued to touch the memory bubble. At this moment, Pythagoras was searching for the main body when someone suddenly appeared from behind and secretly attacked him, causing a large explosion. Hearing the explosion, Nami immediately contacted Luffy to ask about the current situation. She warned Luffy to watch out for Zoro, not to let him get lost. One Vegapunk is enough to handle. Immediately after, Shaka's communication suddenly lost signal. The unknown assailant's attack on Pythagoras caused a large explosion, and he also lost signal immediately afterward. Shaka couldn't contact his main body and was extremely worried. Next, Shaka used a visual Den Den Mushi to understand the situation. Surprisingly, the mysterious figure destroyed it. All signals were cut off, and Shaka could no longer contact the others via transceiver. This left Luffy bewildered, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, Nami, Brook, and Edison were on the third floor of Tower A, with the goal of finding the original Vegapunk. Nami was attracted by a box full of diamonds nearby and wanted to take some. Edison disagreed because the gems were incredibly valuable. Anyway, we're going to leave the island, so these things aren't important anymore. Nami filled her backpack with diamonds, even wanting Edison to carry it for her. However, these were just artificial diamonds. Since finding Vegapunk was more important, Nami temporarily left the gems and would take them later. Just thinking about owning those diamonds made her eyes light up. On the second floor, Chopper, Robin, and Atlas were together. Robin discovered a large amount of human organs in a glass cage. Atlas explained that it was Vegapunk's research, the core of artificial human creation. Chopper felt scared looking at such gruesome things, even though he was a doctor. At the same time, Luffy ran to the monitoring room to find Shaka, asking why the transceiver wasn't working anymore. I clearly heard them just now, so why is it silent now? Shaka pointed to the monitoring screens, they were continuously being turned off by someone. Clearly, an enemy was hiding inside the laboratory, playing tricks. On the third floor of Tower B, Sanji was with Stussy and Jinbe. He was so captivated by Stussy that he clung to her like a leech. No longer remembering what his mission was. Sanji also realized that Stussy had been present at Big Mom's tea party on Whole Cake Island. This was the weapon production floor, so it was incredibly vast. On the other hand, on the third floor of Tower C, Usopp was with Frankie, Lilith, and York. Usopp was startled when Lilith revealed a state-of-the-art bubble gun. It was powerful enough to knock back anything. York, as usual, kept yawning, not caring much about the main body. Then they discovered the scene where Pythagoras was attacked by the mysterious assailant. Usopp rushed to check the situation and saw Vegapunk 04 lying motionless. Upon closer inspection, he found that Pythagoras had been decapitated. Just when they thought this clone was dead, Pythagoras's head slowly walked out. Everyone pressed him to explain what had happened, but he didn't know either. The enemy attacked too quickly for him to even see their face before this happened. While they were busy talking, York ran to S-Snake nearby. She happily stroked the child and told it to wait outside. However, the Seraphim raised its hand, forming a heart shape. Next, this artificial human used its Marrow ability to petrify York. Not only that, S-Snake also kicked her aside like a toy. Lilith panicked, not understanding why S-Snake dared to act on its own, and ordered it to stop immediately. S-Snake nonchalantly fired laser beams at Usopp's group, causing a large explosion. The entire group was blown out of the building and fell freely below. It was clear that something was wrong when S-Snake no longer listened to Vegapunk's commands. Thanks to their Dom shoes, they landed safely. Frankie angrily asked if they could fight back. S-Snake glared down, as if provoking the Iron Man. Lilith tried to contact Shaka again but received no signal. She believed they couldn't defeat the Seraphim because they were the strongest weapons in human history. Created by Vegapunk. Meanwhile, not only S-Snake, but the other Seraphim were also causing continuous chaos. S-Hawk and S-Bear were trying to eliminate the two CP0 agents. Fortunately, Zoro was keeping watch, otherwise they would have achieved their goal. S-Hawk's swordsmanship truly excited Zoro, as if he were sparring with his own master. It was just a shame that it was still far inferior to Hawkeye, the world's strongest swordsman. Luffy and Shaka were rushing to the control room where Zoro was present. Currently, he was fighting two Seraphim alone. Shaka ordered S-Bear and S-Hawk to stop immediately. Zoro said that if they accidentally killed the cuffed CP0 agents, he would feel very uncomfortable. The two Seraphim no longer obeyed their master, beginning to unleash attacks. A slash and a laser beam were aimed directly at Luffy. Luffy and Zoro were forced to carry the two CP0 agents to dodge the attack. Shaka realized that the command had no effect on the Seraphim, meaning another Vegapunk was controlling them. It seemed that all the problems, from the communication system being cut off, the Frontier Dome being out of control, and the Seraphim not obeying orders, were all part of someone's plan. That person was truly conspiring to kill everyone on this island. Lucci and Kaku had regained consciousness after the tremors caused by the robots. It seems these Seraphim are no joke. Kaku, with his square nose, wanted Zoro to remove his handcuffs so they could cooperate in battle. Lucci also agreed with that idea. In this situation, we would be very useful. This made the two Straw Hat members clearly disgusted. Deep inside the laboratory, there was a secret prison cell. For the past 2 months, CP5, CP7, and CP8 agents of the world government had been imprisoned there. They lay scattered around, extremely hungry, not having eaten properly. It was highly likely they would die there. One of them recounted why they were all imprisoned. About 2 months ago, they received a mission to investigate Egghead. After completing their investigation and preparing to set sail, sea beasts began to attack. All of them were brought into this dark room. At first, they thought Old Man Vegapunk was behind everything, but it turned out he wasn't. Even the original body, the world's most brilliant scientist, was now handcuffed here in a very weak state. He never expected that someone would secretly do these things behind his back. Vegapunk suspected there was an insider, because his research on the Poneglyphs should never have reached the government's ears. Naval forces from all branches were converging on Egghead Island. There were at least 100 warships of all sizes on their way. Below the factory, Sentomaru ordered his assistants to immediately leave the island. They wondered what exactly had happened that required such action. So, Sentomaru had to recount the entire situation. Not long before, an island called Ohara had disappeared from the world map because the scholars there intended to oppose the government. All the inhabitants were massacred, with only Nico Robin surviving. Dr. Vegapunk continued to inherit the will of the Ohara scholars, researching and discovering the Void Century. When the government discovered this, they made the decision to erase the smartest man in the world. If it really happens, this time Egghead will face a much worse catastrophe than Ohara. Sentomaru didn't understand why the Straw Hat group hadn't departed yet. Could there be some trouble? Zoro told the CP0 agents that if he took off their cuffs now, there was no hope they would let them be cuffed again. Kaku affirmed that he would surrender if he was no longer in danger. Luffy, surprisingly, believed him and agreed. Clearly, he was bluffing to escape. At that moment, S-Hawk continued to attack. However, it wasn't a sword attack, but a powerful Renkyaku kick. This technique split the entire room in half. Fortunately, Luffy's group managed to dodge in time. Zoro realized that the Seraphim's legs were shaped like blades. Exactly like Mr. One's ability. It was clear that it had eaten the Supa Supa no Mi devil fruit. Luffy wondered about S-Hawk's power, so Zoro immediately explained to him, this brat Seraphim possesses a devil fruit that turns its entire body into a sword, which is quite troublesome. Immediately after, it transformed its hands into razor-sharp blades, continuously attacking the Straw Hat swordsman. S-Hawk's attack speed was quite fast, so Zoro could only carry Kaku while dodging. After a flurry of movements, Zoro had to throw Kaku to the ground. Seeing this, Luffy also joined his comrade in battle, facing off against the clone of Hawkeye, the world's strongest swordsman. However, the Seraphim's speed was quite illusory, allowing it to easily dodge Luffy's punches. Kaku continuously demanded that Zoro unbind him. Otherwise he would only be a burden to him. In the end, that won't do any good. Nevertheless, Zoro adamantly refused to uncuff such a cunning and deceitful individual. Shaka asked them what their mission was on Egghead Island. Lucci, without much thought, honestly replied, I came here to assassinate all 7 Vegapunks. Kaku was speechless when his comrade blurted out their plan to the target. I assume you won't spare Stussy for her betrayal, correct? That's right, I will deal with her ruthlessly. Kaku was helpless that in this situation, Lucci was still so stubborn. Do you want to get out of here, or what? Suddenly, a high-pitched scream echoed into the control room, it seemed to be Nami's. It looks like these Seraphim are causing chaos everywhere. How can I protect everyone and all 7 Vegapunks at the same time? Sanji immediately recognized that it was the navigator's scream and rushed over to see what was happening. Indeed, Nami's group was facing an extremely dangerous enemy, S-Shark. It no longer listened to Edison's commands. This unavoidable situation left Vegapunk 03 temporarily unable to come up with a plan, even though he was the smartest of the 6 clones. While waiting, Nami and Brook could only try to hold off the Seraphim. Thinking until my brain hurts, and I still have no ideas. Meanwhile, S-Shark was charging a laser beam in its palm. Now, the best option is probably to run, to dive underground. S-Shark quickly caught up with Nami's group. Similarly, on another front, S-Snake had jumped down to Frankie's group. They were all ready to fight it. On Luffy's side, S-Bear was creating a pawpaw bubble. The damage from this technique was incredibly devastating, causing Kaku to continuously yell loudly. Luffy asked Shaka for the key to unlock his cuffs. He immediately agreed, always trusting the Straw Hat's decisions, as long as it meant saving the main body. Luffy asked Lucci, the leopard man, after defeating these 2 Seraphim and realizing you can't defeat me, you won't be bitter, right? Zoro thought Lucci wouldn't be easily provoked, but he was wrong. Surprisingly, the guy took the bait immediately. Lucci still holds a grudge about being defeated by Luffy twice, so after this is over, he'll deal with him thoroughly. And your comrades won't live much longer either. On the other hand, S-Bear was compressing the air with its bare paw to create an explosion. Immediately, the 2 cuffs were removed, and that technique blew up the laboratory. Luffy transformed into Gear 5, floating in midair and began to unleash his techniques. Lucci also transformed into his basic leopard form. Both attacked at once, and the Seraphim in front of them, S-Bear, was sent flying a considerable distance by their 6 King Gun and Gum Gum over Kong Gun. Zoro and Kaku were also ready for a fight with S-Hawk. S-Hawk intended to draw its sword, but Kaku and Zoro were faster. This Seraphim also met a similar end to its comrade. It seems these 4 guys coordinate very well. It's just a shame they're fighting together for such a short time. The scene shifts to a small bar on Elbaf Island in the New World. The Yonko red-haired Shanks and his comrades were there drinking. A young giant wanted to join the red-haired pirates, exactly like Luffy back in the day, but Shanks adamantly refused. The boy greatly admired Shanks, but no matter how much he tried to persuade him, the Yonko remained firm in his refusal. The 3 executives, Ben Beckman, Yasopp, and Lucky Roo, suggested that Shanks shouldn't be too rigid. Sometimes, children can cause big surprises. Suddenly, Rockstar ran in to report the situation outside on the coast. Kid's pirate crew was trying to provoke the red-haired fleet, and an all-out battle was about to begin. That guy's really full of energy. Shanks thought it was perfect timing because we were just about to set sail anyway. Chatting with everyone too much, an old man, you forgot all about time. It was also because Shanks was overjoyed to reunite with old friends he thought were dead. Ben Beckman told Shanks not to make the enemy wait too long. Lucky Roo added, "You're one to talk. Our boss isn't the only one those kid pirates are mad at." Yasopp asked Shanks for his opinion on what to do next. "Of course, we'll set sail." "Is that even a question?" The child was excited that Shanks had decided to fight, and the bar owner felt smitten by the Yonko's aura. Shanks didn't want to cause any damage to the island, so he entered the battle. He also wanted the two captains, Buggy and Dory, to help him this time. They immediately agreed without any hesitation. Stepping outside with the red-haired pirates' supreme commanders. All the high-ranking executives were present: Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, Yasopp, Hongo, Building Snake, Lime Juice, Monster, and Bank Punch. Shanks was leading them. Shanks wanted Rockstar to deliver this message to Kid: you have two choices. 1. You truly want to fight me seriously. 2. Hand over the road poneglyph and get out of here. Choose wisely. After separating from Luffy's group and heading northeast, Kid's pirate crew followed the map to Elbaf, the island of giants. Unexpectedly, this time they again encountered the red-haired pirates. Cannonballs were continuously fired, but Kid's crew members showed no fear. Kid slowly stepped out coolly, ready to retaliate. Off the coast, several ships of the red-haired fleet blocked Kid's pirate crew's path. These were all allies of the red-haired pirates, each of them a notorious figure who had sworn loyalty to the Yonko. Kid silently looked at his metal arm, a thought in his mind. Killer said that last time the battle was completely one-sided. They even tore off Kid's left arm before he could even meet red-haired Shanks. This time, it probably won't just stop at one arm, but a life. Shanks slowly stepped out, ready for battle. Many fans surrounded the old man and Ben Beckman. They loved Shanks because he didn't charge any protection fees for this place. Kid burst out laughing excitedly: that will only happen when I lose. Back in the control room on the 4th floor of Building A, the two Seraphim were still unfazed, so Luffy's temporary alliance continued their assault. While S-Bear fired laser beams, S-Hawk continuously unleashed powerful sword slashes. Kaku and Lucci's speed was quite fast, allowing them to dodge all the laser beams. The two responded with a flurry of punches, dealing maximum damage. Zoro and Kaku did the same with S-Hawk. The swordsman even used his Lion Song technique to finish off his opponent. Luffy and Lucci unleashed their strongest attacks directly at Seraphim S-Bear, pushing it away. Defeating the two Seraphim left the quartet continuously out of breath. They were confident that these robots could no longer get up. However, Shaka immediately retorted: Seraphim are the strongest form of humanity, so don't be careless. The quartet's combined attack was indeed impressive, yet the two Seraphim were completely unharmed, still standing firm as ever. Luffy didn't understand why they were so strong. Are you guys Kaido or something, to be so tough? It was only now that Zoro realized the Seraphim were identical to King, whom he had faced in Wano country. Thanks to this, Shaka learned that the beast's pirates also possessed a Lunarian. He remembered that person was Albert, the test subject who had escaped from Punk Hazard with Kaido. The Seraphim were enhanced by his Lunarian bloodline. Zoro told everyone that their weakness was the flame on their back. Attacks only worked when the flame was truly extinguished. He didn't forget to apologize for not realizing this sooner, inadvertently making everyone waste their strength. Surprisingly, Lucci seemed sympathetic towards the Straw Hat Swordsman. Zoro reiterated King's characteristics: white hair, brown skin, black wings, and the flame on his back. The other three were infuriated: you should have realized this from the start. At this moment, Shaka decided to leave, as he predicted a location where Vegapunk's main body might be. S-Hawk intended to swing its sword at the scientist, but Zoro managed to stop it in time. It seems you're in a hurry, aren't you? On the 3rd floor of Building A, Nami's group continued to flee from S-Shark's relentless pursuit. Its swimming ability allowed it to appear anywhere at any time. Finally, Edison was punched unconscious and lay sprawled on the ground. To prevent the opponent from running wild, Brook drew his sword to attack. However, with just one reverse swing, S-Shark knocked off the Straw Hat musician's head. Faced with this situation, Nami didn't know what to do. How could she harm Jinbe here? Seeing his master in danger, Zeus immediately appeared to boost her morale. The one in front of you is not Jinbe, so Zeus wants Nami to stand up and fight. Just have faith, and leave the rest to me. After that, the navigators summoned Zeus, the Thundercloud, to assist her. The Seraphim's actions were unforgivable. Nami saw that the child in front of her was no longer cute, so she attacked. Zeus transformed into a charged black thundercloud, piercing through the Seraphim. This attack caused S-Shark's eyes to roll back and smoke to billow from its body. Nami felt very guilty for doing this, but she had no other choice. However, the Seraphim showed no signs of being defeated. It quickly burrowed into the ground using its swim fruit ability. Brook reattached his head to his body and then informed Nami. The child is getting closer to her, and Brook is panicked because that technique had no effect on it. Immediately, S-Shark appeared behind Nami, intending to unleash a controlling attack. At the same moment, Sanji appeared. Constitution of the Sanji Kingdom, Article 1, anyone who dares to threaten Lady Nami shall be sentenced to death. Brook was about to charge at S-Shark when suddenly Black-Leg Sanji appeared, unleashing a powerful kick to its chest, timely rescuing the crew's navigator. He asked Nami if she was alright, while simultaneously unleashing his fury on the child in Jinbe's form. "I don't care who you are, brat. I'll teach you some manners." On the third floor of Building C, Lilith wondered why S-Snake had petrified Zoro. She then attacked the child with her bubble gun. S-Snake swung its arm, deflecting the bubble, but then suddenly fell to the ground. It turned out that the bubble gun was made from sea stone energy. Seraphim use Lunarian blood, making this their most fatal weakness. Usopp and Pythagoras from outside actively cheered for Lilith because she was so cool. Frankie ran up, intending to subdue the Seraphim, but S-Snake recovered, kicking the Iron Man in the face. Because the bubble had only grazed it, it lost its effects so quickly. The Seraphim, enraged, fired laser beams at them. Frankie, taking advantage of the child's distraction, placed the bubble over it. This time, S-Snake was completely subdued, with no escape. Usopp and Lilith rejoiced that Frankie had achieved a great feat. Nevertheless, at this moment, S-Snake pretended to be pitiful, causing the Straw Hat shipwright to momentarily let his guard down and release it. Seizing the opportunity, the Seraphim swiftly launched a kick that froze Frankie. Half of his body gradually turned to stone. "Oh no! Do something, or Frankie will die." Lilith continued to fire bubbles, but the cunning S-Snake did not make the same mistake again. It flew over and winked at Usopp and Lilith, and unconsciously, both were mesmerized by the child's cuteness. In the end, everyone was petrified when hit by its marrow beam. Below in the laboratory basement, where devil fruits were originally manufactured, Shaka descended and was surprised to find countless people imprisoned there. All of them were government agents who had visited Egghead. Not long before, upon seeing Vegapunk's main body, Shaka hurried over to check the situation. "Who on earth did this to you, old man?" Vegapunk asked Shaka who he came with. Realizing it was too late, Shaka turned around and was shot directly in the head by someone. After this, Shaka was likely in critical condition. Vegapunk was horrified witnessing this scene. What was even more surprising was that the culprit finally revealed themselves. Outside, a multitude of Navy and world government ships were advancing in droves, and it wouldn't be long before they docked at Future Island. Admiral Kizaru wanted to eat something before joining the battle. Inside, Saint Saturn was still sipping red wine before the execution of the genius scientist. At this moment, Stussy used a Den Mushi to contact Sentomaru, reporting on the current situation. Admiral Kizaru was on his way here with the mission to eliminate Dr. Vegapunk and then take over Egghead. It seemed the government considered this issue even more serious than Ohara years ago. The first reason was that the scientist had inherited and delved deeper into Ohara's research. The second reason was that Egghead possessed combat capabilities that Ohara lacked significantly. This is enough to warrant the deployment of elite marines. Jinbe and Stussy continued to search for Vegapunk. If there were any problems, they would contact Sentomaru later. The axe-wielding young man fully grasped what was happening and immediately ordered the island's residents to evacuate. Seeing this, they panicked and fled, following Sentomaru's instructions. Back on the third floor of Tower C, Lilith and Usopp were completely petrified, while Frankie could only move half of his body. He angrily demanded that S-Snake release its power over him. "If you do that now, I'll overlook everything." S-Snake remained cold and silent. Pythagoras rushed over to question it. Who on earth gave S-Snake this order? The little girl lifted her leg high and stomped down hard, instantly killing Vegapunk 04. This caused the entire area to explode. S-Snake continued to walk with indifference. On the second floor of Tower A, shouts and explosions echoed all the way to Robin's group. She thought it might be the Seraphim running wild. It seems that Scream was Nami's, but someone will immediately come to rescue her. We need to quickly find Vegapunk before something terrible happens. Atlas recalled an empty laboratory that had been abandoned for a long time, and it was very possible that Vegapunk's main body was there. Therefore, the group decided to follow her guidance to see what would happen. On the third floor of Tower A, Nami was very worried because Edison was no longer moving. Brook said he would leave his body to search for Vegapunk. Meanwhile, Sanji was continuously punched directly in the face by S-Shark. Despite this, he showed no sign of faltering because he was being buffed by the power of love. On the other hand, Zoro and Luffy were having great difficulty defeating the two Seraphim, panting as the flames on their backs refused to go out. Suddenly, Luffy noticed S-Hawk was missing. Perhaps it had changed its assassination target, killing the weaker individuals first instead of the stronger ones. In this case, it was highly likely that the Seraphim was targeting other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing this, Zoro immediately chased after S-Hawk, preventing it from doing harm. Luffy didn't trust Zoro's sense of direction much, so he asked long-nosed Usopp to provide support. Kaku found it troublesome but still had to follow, also getting angry that Luffy dared to call him Usopp. Next, Luffy unleashed a flurry of punches on S-Bear, hoping that the flame on its back would disappear. Lucci was annoyed that Luffy kept attacking without thinking. There's no reasoning with a fool like you. Meanwhile, Bonnie was still sitting in a corner, crying out of sympathy for her father. In fact, this Egghead incident had started 3 months prior. The mysterious culprit had contacted the 5 elders, the highest-ranking figures of the world government located in the Pangaea castle. He stated that Vegapunk was delving deeper into the research of the Void Century. Immediately, CP-5 agents were dispatched to investigate, but yielded no results. Ships leaving Egghead mysteriously disappeared. CP-7 and CP-8 were continuously sent in an effort to uncover the secret. However, not a single team returned to the government. Suddenly, the mysterious culprit once again contacted the 5 elders. Their conversation clearly revealed that Vegapunk was betraying the government. An order was issued to eliminate the genius scientist. CP-0 was specially dispatched to set sail. However, the 5 elders predicted that Vegapunk would resist, so one of them personally went along with Admiral Kizaru. Additionally, many other reinforcements were mobilized from various navy branches. War is truly about to break out. The unexpected surprise for the government was the arrival of the new Yonko Straw Hat Pirates. This made the course of the battle even more unpredictable. The outcome of today's incident would lead the world to an unimaginable great war. The mysterious culprit behind everything on Egghead finally revealed themselves. They were particularly familiar to Vegapunk. It was none other than clone number 06, York Greed. This was truly surprising, as she seemed to be the most harmless. York told Vegapunk's main body that she wanted to be a celestial dragon, which was why she orchestrated all of this. Vegapunk was angry, not understanding why a part of himself would want to become scum like them. York smiled because Vegapunk spoke exactly like Shaka. During her visit to Mary Geos, ambition blinded her. This world would be better off with only one of us. Finally, this day has arrived. The fateful battle between Kid and Shanks. This time, Kid remained strangely calm. A few hours earlier, it was York who ordered the Seraphim to act. She realized that the government was not only targeting Vegapunk's main body but also wanted to eliminate all other Vegapunks. York also had a plan to deal with this situation and ordered the kids, Seraphim, to handle anyone who got in their way. Now the Frontier Dome is closed. Eliminate everyone here except Vegapunk's main body and the agents held captive in the basement. The 4 Seraphim immediately obeyed. When everything was chaotic, everyone would find the mastermind. If she were discovered, she wouldn't be able to resist because she was very weak. Therefore, S-Snake was entrusted with the important task of pretending to turn York into stone, then retracting the ability when no one was looking. At the same time, the laboratory inside was not to be destroyed because it was very important. Returning to the present, S-Snake continued to fly and hunt its targets. The residents were in chaos, carrying luggage onto a prepared ship to escape from Egghead. Off the coast, a ship from the Blackbeard pirates was slowly approaching from a distance. Back to the battleground of Elbaf, where a great war was about to break out between the red-haired pirates and Kid. Kid asked his crew members if they were ready to face Shanks. Like their captain. They were unfazed and completely excited to confront another Yonko. Kid was very satisfied with their answer. I can't wait any longer. It's time for the Kid pirates to shine. In front of him were the pirate crews serving under the Yonko red-haired Shanks. They threatened Kid not to cause trouble, or they would die there. Although they talked big, these individuals actually had no power at all. Kid didn't expect this to be the red-haired fleet. Are we really in the New World? Killer said that some of them also had a bit of a reputation and bounties. We shouldn't be too careless or underestimate them. Even if they're just pawns, don't expect me, Kid, to go easy on them. Finally, Shanks appeared. The old man ordered everyone to make way. Witnessing his subordinates' performance, those underlings still talked big, pretending to be strong, but didn't know who they were really up against. Shanks understood this, which was why he personally entered the battle. The fans continued to cling to the Yonko like leeches. They felt sad because Shanks had only just arrived on the island and was already leaving. From the beginning, Shanks only wanted to come here briefly to meet old friends. Who knew that Kid would come here looking for trouble? It's unforgivable. The red-haired pirates' fleet was known to be weak because most of them were old and worn out. They survived in the New World only thanks to Shanks' reputation and the protection of the young Yonko's flag. Lucky Roo thought Shanks didn't necessarily have to go to battle this time. However, the red-haired Yonko showed no contempt for someone with a 3 billion bounty. Shanks asked Usopp if Kid was really healthy. If that's the case, then there are no more lingering concerns. Shanks continued to ask the ship Dr. Hongo if he had any information about Blackbeard. He clearly left his nest but hasn't been seen anywhere. I thought he went to Wano country. After that, the Yonko received information about Kid the pirate, who came from the South Blue and specialized in causing trouble. Kid was ready to fight. The enemy had a total of 9 ships and a few individuals with bounties. He wasn't afraid of anyone. Kid used magnetism, gathering metal from everywhere towards him and creating a massive gun. Kid's awakened ability caused the ships to slowly be drawn together. Shanks immediately realized something, and his expression changed. The old man jumped into the battle, simultaneously ordering the ships to disperse and asking the 2 giant captains for help. Thanks to observation Haki, the red-haired Yonko saw a dark future. All the ships were sunk by Kid. This was too great a loss, so it had to be stopped immediately. Shanks lunged in front of Kid, astonishing him. Immediately after, the red-haired old man imbued his sword Griffin with Conqueror's Haki, using the technique Divine Departure. Kid's crew members successively fell unconscious, unable to withstand such a massive amount of Conqueror's Haki. Shanks swung his sword directly at Kid, shattering the magnetic gun. The opponent also took the full force of this one-shot kill attack. The clash between the 2 captains created a massive explosion on the Vegapunk ship. Kid coughed up blood, his eyes rolled back, and he gradually fell unconscious. All his crew members were blown away in a single blow. Red-haired Shanks sheathed his sword and coldly walked towards his opponent. Before coming here, Kid was extremely excited talking to Killer. In his hand, he had 3 road poneglyphs, only one more, and the title of Pirate King would be his. Kaido, Big Mom, and Shanks are just outdated. Kid is the strongest. However, that was just a wild dream that Kid would never achieve. Even Killer was defeated while trying to shield his captain. The 2 strongest members of the crew were defeated by a single technique, leaving the Kid pirates terrified. They surrendered and begged Shanks to spare their boss's life. Then, trembling, they handed over all the copies of the road poneglyphs that the Kid pirates possessed. Shanks remained silent, then jumped off the ship and returned to his comrades. However, that wasn't the end. The 2 giant pirate captains were unleashing their power, preparing to target the Kid pirates. You brats who dared to point your guns at others' homeland, be ready to receive a similar fate yourselves. With that, they unleashed their powerful Hakoko technique, splitting the Vegapunk ship in half. All members of the Kid pirates were thus submerged into the sea. In the territory of Elbaf in the New World, the 3 billion belly bounty man and his subordinates were completely wiped out by red-haired Shanks. The ghost princess Perona had snuck into Hakinosu Island's dungeon. There were only 2 guards, so she felt no fear. With the power of her Horo Horo no Mi devil fruit, Perona summoned a flock of negative hollows to attack them. As a result, the 2 guards immediately became pessimistic and lost the will to resist. Taking the keys from them, Perona continued deeper with the intention of rescuing her master, Gecko Moria. Although imprisoned here, Kobe still didn't forget to train. Seeing him, Perona was incredibly surprised. I can't believe someone as famous as Kobe is being held captive by Blackbeard. Perona then decided to free the pink-haired young man, in exchange for him finding a way to free Moria, who was being held in a more distant cell. As a Marine, Kobe felt quite hesitant about cooperating with pirates. But given the current situation, this was probably the only choice. Discovering that Captain Kobe had escaped, the pirates there began to riot. The pirates under Blackbeard's command were very excited and turned it into a hunt. It turned out that the Cross Guild, nominally led by Yonko Buggy, was planning to put bounties on Marine heads. Although only a captain, Kobe was incredibly famous after the Rocky Port incident. Therefore, the Cross Guild had put a 5-star bounty on him, equivalent to a 500 million belly treasure chest. Suddenly, the gigantic skull could talk. It discovered that the prisoners were trying to escape from the prison before being sold as slaves. The one who caused this was Kobe. He was carrying a large weight in his hand to move easily. Commander of the 7th ship, Admiral Kizaru, was also that gigantic skull. He ordered his subordinates to capture Kobe alive, or they would face Shiryu's reprimand. At this moment, the prisoners expressed their gratitude and thanked the captain. It was clear he could have escaped alone, but Kobe chose not to allow the prisoners to escape. Kobe decided to separate and act as bait. Shiryu reprimanded Kizaru. You should have been able to capture him easily with your ability to merge with the island. This guy clearly just wanted to play to alleviate his boredom. Drunkard Vasco Shot decided to act. He possessed the power of the Gabu Gabu no Mi devil fruit, allowing him to sit on floating water bubbles. Shot wanted to burn down the entire town to block the escape route of anyone trying to flee. Pizarro objected to this idea because Teach would be angry if the place was burned to ashes. Rocky Port was just repaired not long ago. Meanwhile, San Juan Wolf was sleeping as if nothing was happening. Truly useless beyond words. On the other hand, Kobe was the top target of the pirates' pursuit. He was trying to buy time for all the prisoners to escape safely. Every place he ran to, there were enemies blocking his way. Escaping from this place seemed hopeless. Kobe recalled the time before when he was captured by Blackbeard. He wanted to turn this pirate island into a kingdom recognized by the world government, and Blackbeard would become its king. How ridiculous. The government would never approve of a criminal kingdom. Hey! Don't trample on others' dreams. I'm ready to negotiate for your life. Kobe thought that the government and the Marines would not compromise with such terrorist acts. Furthermore, Teach's plan would not work because Kobe was a member of Sword. Blackbeard didn't understand what Kobe was talking about, but Kuzan explained it to him. It seems it's better to abandon the negotiation idea. Simply put, this guy was currently a Marine but at the same time not a Marine. He also didn't follow Marine laws. Sword was a group of Marines who had renounced their titles and ranks, allowing them to engage in battle with a Yonko without needing superior orders. In return, the Marines bore no responsibility for this group and could dismiss them at will. Finally, Teach understood what Kobe's position was. However, he still refused to abandon his original plan. As long as Kobe is celebrated as a hero, the Marines won't be able to easily discard him. The government will surely be forced to negotiate with Blackbeard. After that, he ordered his subordinates to imprison Kobe, to be dealt with later. Kobe was still actively running. Kobe would temporarily cooperate with the pirates but would not let them take advantage of him. At this moment, a guard outside the island spotted a ship slowly approaching. Suddenly, explosions appeared on the outer edge of the island. The cause was Kobe's reinforcements, talented members of the Sword Unit. The Marine side was currently gaining the advantage, overwhelming the ferocious pirates. One of them sliced off a Marine soldier's head. However, he quickly regenerated his body, similar to a Logia Devil Fruit ability. The remaining pirates discovered that the buildings were moving. It turned out that a female Marine was using a whip to continuously strike them to control them. This left the pirates astonished. This woman was Rear Admiral Habari, granddaughter of Chief of Staff Tsuru, possessing the Whip's Devil Fruit. She was also a tamer. She had the ability to control inanimate objects, making them move as she wished. At the same time, the pirates had surrounded Kobe and intended to finish him off in exchange for the bounty. Outside, the Marines were in position and preparing to join the battle. In this mission, Captain Toshiji also participated. Pirate Island was right in front of Hero Garp. He burst into laughter, ready to rock the place. Currently Kobe is surrounded by a gang of evil pirates. They laugh maniacally, reveling in their triumph at finally capturing their prey. With an overwhelming number of enemies and shackles on his legs, Kobe has no way to fight back. The pirates plan to kill him right then and there to claim the bounty. Just as they prepare to open fire, all the bullets suddenly transform into flowers. Bewildered, they have no idea what is happening to their weapons. How could a gun fire flowers instead of bullets? Kobe quickly realizes that this is Habari's doing. She is a sniper from the Sword Unit and wields a gun capable of firing flower bullets, a design created by Dr. Vegapunk, who won the Nobel Peace Prize for this invention. Thanks to this technology, the pirates can no longer use their weapons. Habari signals Kobe to escape quickly. Being secretly infatuated with him, her face turns red, and she stammers nervously while interacting with her crush. At the same time, another Marine is perched on a rooftop, reporting the situation to her. It's Rear Admiral Prince Gruss, who possesses the powers of the Clay Devil Fruit. His ability allows him to create clay golems to fight on his behalf. The Marines who seem to have been decapitated earlier were, in fact, Gruss's clay creations. Confident in his golems, Gruss believes the pirates stand no chance of winning against them. Meanwhile, Kojako continues her work of taming buildings, constructing a wall to block the pirates' escape routes. After receiving Gruss's update, Toshiji promptly informs Vice Admiral Garp that everything is ready. Without hesitation, the old master leaps and punches the air, creating a force that propels the ship forward at high speed. At this moment, Habari drops a ladder for Kobe to climb. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Kobe is thrilled that everyone has come to rescue him. As he prepares to leave, chaos erupts among the pirates behind him. Garp's ship has soared into the sky and is now descending right into the heart of Hakinosu Island. The sight leaves Kobe and Blackbeard's crew in utter shock, while Vasco, Shot, and Shiryu remain eerily calm. Realizing the ship is about to crash, the pirates scatter in panic. Kobe, however, runs back for a clearer view of Garp. The pirates recognized the man standing at the ship's bow. It's none other than the legendary marine hero Fist Garp. The ship hovers momentarily in the sky before plummeting, set to crush everything beneath it. With Kajaku controlling the buildings, there's no escape from Haki Island. Garp bursts into laughter, raising his fist in preparation for his next move. "I'm here to save you, Kobe." The pirate leaders, realizing this was the end for them, frantically searched for a place to hide. Striding forward with unparalleled might, Garp leaped into the air, gathering his strength as his right hand became enveloped in advanced armament Haki. Kobe watched in astonishment, questioning why he, of all people, deserved to be saved. "Do you fools even know who you've kidnapped? Kobe is the future of the Marines. More importantly, he's my precious student." With that, Garp unleashed his technique Galaxy Impact, generating a colossal shockwave that obliterated an entire town. The sheer force of the attack was akin to a nuclear explosion, blowing everything in the vicinity to smithereens. Pirates' buildings and even Kobe and Habari were sent flying by the devastating power. It was an unimaginable feat of strength for a 78-year-old man. Garp, along with his ship, let himself descend gracefully. Despite having witnessed Garp's strength many times before, Kobe couldn't help but be in awe of his teacher's incredible power. A single punch had leveled an entire town. The destructive force of Galaxy Impact sent shockwaves across Haki Island, collapsing buildings and scattering low-ranking pirates like leaves in the wind. Gruss acted swiftly, forming clay with his hands to fill the gap ahead and ensure the ship landed safely. With that, Garp set foot on Haki. The defeated pirates, furious at what Garp had done, swore to curse the old master for the rest of their lives. Helmeppo and the marine soldiers immediately aimed their guns at the pirates, demanding that they surrender. Garp, with his usual swagger, taunted them, "Listen here, you snot-nosed scallywags. If you resist, your bellies will be as big as barrels in no time." Though Garp exuded confidence, he sighed in frustration, lamenting that his performance wasn't what it used to be. "Are you joking, old man? If this isn't enough destruction, then what is?" Kobe and Habari rushed over to Garp. "You don't look too bad yourself," Garp said with a grin as Kobe's comrades celebrated his safe return. Gruss marveled at Garp's overwhelming power, acknowledging that the legendary marine hero's words about Kobe being the future of the Navy might be true. Kujaku found nothing surprising about this, given the close bond between the master and his student. The Marines under Kobe's command were overjoyed, and even Tashigi, who wasn't a member of SWORD, had joined the rescue mission, much to Kobe's astonishment. However, Habari sensed that danger still loomed and urged them to leave quickly. Before she could finish her sentence, a chilling frost engulfed her, freezing her solid. Everyone was stunned at the sight, even Garp, as they turned to see none other than former Admiral Akiji standing before them. Kobe pleaded with Akiji to release Habari from the ice, warning that she could die if left frozen. The surrounding pirates cheered gleefully, shouting, "Ha! Watch as our captain shows you what he's made of." With an icy glare, Akiji coldly declared, "If Kobe escapes from here, Teach will be furious." Former Admiral Kizaru recalled a time 2 years ago. After his defeat by Akainu in the battle for the fleet admiral position, Kizaru decided to leave the Navy 1 year later. While on an island, Kizaru encountered Blackbeard. He was furious because Kizaru had frozen all of his crew members, including Doc Q and Vasco Shot. "If you're smart, undo your power." Kizaru retorted, "You'd best reconsider using tremors to attack me, or your subordinates will shatter into many pieces. The ones who started trouble were your foolish underlings. They suffered this because they dared to ruin my mood. You must know what I've just been through, don't you?" Faced with Kizaru's threat, Teach was furious and punched the nearby wall. Then he advanced towards the former admiral with dark shadows in his palm. It seemed as if a cataclysmic battle was about to erupt between the two, but then they made amends as if nothing had happened. Blackbeard burst out laughing, calling Kizaru a madman. It turned out the former admiral was telling them about his previous battle with Akainu. Akainu had said, "Who would have thought that we, from the same origin, would have to fight each other like this?" Thanks to the Red Dog Admiral, a part of Kizaru's left leg was severed, forcing him to replace it with ice. Despite that, the former admiral had inflicted countless injuries on that lava man. Speaking of scars, Katarina Devon asked Kizaru if he knew anything about the person with burn marks on their body. There are a total of 4 road poneglyphs out there. Kaido and Big Mom each hold one, meaning 2 more need to be found, but their whereabouts are unknown. Rumor has it that the person with the burn marks is holding the last poneglyph. Kizaru joked, "Perhaps that person is me." "Are you crazy? You're the one with the scar." Lafitte heard information that the person was a mysterious figure, moving in a pitch-black ship. Whenever anyone tried to approach, they would be swallowed by whirlpools. It was highly likely this was a devil fruit ability. Shiryu believed that the person with the burn marks was from the government. It was not impossible for them to possess the poneglyphs. That's the best way to prevent pirates from finding the One Piece treasure. Kizaru himself had unpleasant memories of the poneglyphs. That was the Ohara incident 22 years ago. He had to personally decide the fate of his close friend to complete his mission. Luffy whispered to Blackbeard, "You should take advantage of Kuzan being drunk. Seize his Logia ability." However, Akiji accidentally overheard and became enraged. He then used his cold powers to freeze most of Blackbeard's subordinates, including Van Augur, Vasco Shot, Jesus Burgess, and Doc Q. "You all just swim in here, and I'll send everyone back to the Ice Age." The commanders thought this ability was truly amazing. "If we can seize it, it would be great. The rumor that you are hunting for powerful devil fruits is indeed true. Alright, charge." Faced with Kuzan's rage, Blackbeard panicked and explained that he had no intention of starting a war. "That was just the foolish idea of my subordinates." What was even crazier was that Teach truly wanted to recruit Kuzan into his pirate crew. "Now you've been kicked out by the government. So why don't you agree to follow me to change this world?" Kuzan looked doubtful. "Don't think that just because we've had a few drinks together, we're close brothers. Dream on if you think you can tempt me. I'm handsome, but I'm not easy." Blackbeard laughed, saying, "You've completely misunderstood pirates. We're not a crew of idle men hanging around. Everyone benefits from a common goal. That's what makes us pirates. You now have your freedom, so why are you still hesitating?" It seemed that brainwashing technique worked on Kuzan, and he decided to become the captain of Blackbeard's 10th ship. Garp shouted, "You'd better free Hibari, save Kobe, and come back to Marine headquarters with me, wearing the Marine uniform once again." Akiji responded coldly, "You always say whatever you want, then order others to do it. That's why I won't follow a single thing you say. I've changed." Seeing his former protege's defiance, Garp told Kobe, "Take Hibari and get out of here." Akiji began manipulating his ice powers. "I'll live my life my way," he declared. Garp, visibly irritated, approached him, radiating an intense aura of Haki, but Akiji quickly froze Garp's legs to the ground and launched an ice sphere to encase him. The pirates cheered wildly as they saw the legendary marine hero seemingly subdued. Akiji broke off a sharp ice spear, advancing toward Garp. "If you want to save your precious pink leopard, you'll have to take me down first." Suddenly cracks formed in the ice encasing Garp. With a booming voice he retorted, "Do you really think something like this can hold me, you fool? I taught you to live in the moment." The pirates were left in shock as Garp shattered the ice around him effortlessly. Akiji hurled the spear, but Garp dodged and destroyed it with a counterpunch. Akiji retaliated with icy shards, but Garp swatted them away with his Haki-coated fists. Leaping forward, Garp smashed the icy platform Akiji was standing on, then grabbed his face mid-air. Only weaklings lose faith in themselves. Garp roared, slamming Akiji into the ground with such force that the ice beneath them shattered, creating a massive crater that radiated outward. Akiji, despite his power, fell into the depths of despair, metaphorically and literally, as he sunk to the bottom of the chaos. Meanwhile, on Winter Island in the New World, the battle between the Blackbeard pirates and the Heart Pirates had finally concluded. Teach wore the smile of a victor. Before him lay Law's hat. The doctor lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted and covered in blood. The submarine Polar Tang was completely destroyed and slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. There were no signs of life from the Heart Pirates crew members. Without a ship, you can't even call yourselves pirates anymore, let alone escape. The owners of the 100 Hearts Lost at Rocky Port were still living on Pirate Island. They'd probably be very happy to hear this news. Blackbeard's commanders had only sustained minor injuries and quickly returned. Beepo was not completely unconscious. He desperately wanted to save his captain, so he risked drinking the special medicine Chopper had made for him. Blackbeard hesitated, wondering whether to sell the Opop no Mi devil fruit or use it for himself. Surely, the scenario where Law performs immortal surgery on him won't happen. Just as he was about to kill Law, Beepo suddenly transformed into his Sulong form, clawing Blackbeard and his subordinates away. "Get your dog paw off my captain." Blackbeard didn't understand why the bear in front of him could transform into Sulong without a moon. Beepo then picked up a large rock to use as a shield, simultaneously throwing it towards the enemy to buy time. He continued to kick the sniper aside. Although he couldn't maintain this Sulong state for too long, it allowed Beepo to successfully escape to sea with his captain. Blackbeard was furious at losing his prey, continuously ordering his subordinates to chase Beepo and Law. Law opened his eyes after a period of unconsciousness. Law demanded that Beepo immediately turn back because their comrades were still there. Beepo adamantly refused, trying to swim as fast as possible to avoid being captured by the enemy. "Let's just trust in them, the warriors of the icy North Sea. They will all surely survive this incident. We've been through so many hardships and challenges together, so please don't die." On the shore, Jesus Burgess continuously threw boulders into the sea. Therefore, Beepo dove deep underwater so the enemy wouldn't detect their position. On that day, the Heart Pirates, led by Law, suffered a crushing defeat against the Blackbeard pirates. In another development, in a kingdom engulfed in war, Vice Admiral T-Bone was unexpectedly attacked by someone while assisting the residents. The next morning, an obituary on the front page read, Vice Admiral T-Bone, respected by both the Navy and the people, has passed away. The news of his death shocked the entire world. However, the Navy refused to provide specific comments on the incident. At headquarters, former Fleet Admiral Sengoku was speaking with Vice Admiral Tsuru. The culprit behind the incident hasn't been caught yet, but it seems he'll earn quite a bit from it. Sengoku sighed about this world. Why do the very people the Navy wholeheartedly protects stab them in the back? Times have changed. It's not just pirates who are blinded by money, but even commoners. Especially now, even Marines have bounties on their heads, so it's common for them to be targeted. In a place like the Pep-Pun Kingdom, thousands die of starvation every year. Perhaps that's why Vice Admiral T-Bone lost his life. It seems we underestimated that flamboyant clown, Buggy. His way of thinking and acting is despicable. How can I protect the people if I always have to watch them trying to take my life? Sengoku believed that if the cross-guild organization wasn't neutralized soon, the Navy could be severely weakened. Then, the former fleet admiral asked Hina if she knew where Garp was and received news that his old friend had taken troops to Blackbeard's territory to rescue Captain Kobe many days prior. Even Kuzaku, Vice Admiral Tsuru's granddaughter, went along. The two elders were incredibly surprised that Garp acted alone without a word. Returning to the lair of the Yonko Buggy, he was overjoyed that someone had killed a Navy vice admiral. This man was the perpetrator of the incident and had traveled all the way there to claim the credit. A massive bounty had also been sent to his family. Buggy burst out laughing while encouraging his new subordinate. If the Navy catches the culprit, they'll immediately execute him, so Buggy took him into his crew. The man cried and accepted his fate as long as his small family wouldn't starve to death. The subordinates were delighted and welcomed the new member personally recruited by their captain. After that, they continued their usual praise and flattery, exalting Buggy to the heavens. Suddenly, a soldier ran in from outside, announcing that the cross-guild ship was complete. Previously, Mihawk and Crocodile had ordered Buggy to do so. Initially, Buggy eagerly awaited the results from his subordinates, wanting to prove to Mihawk and Crocodile that he was truly useful to the organization. However, upon seeing the result, the flamboyant clown's jaw dropped in surprise. It looked nothing like a personal fishing boat made specifically for Buggy. Those subordinates are truly beyond hope. Buggy screamed in tears as he thought about his future. Seeing this, Crocodile and Mihawk were extremely annoyed. You were so confident before, weren't you? Now explain. Do you think we're going to sail on that ship? Let's talk in the meeting room. Buggy continued to be beaten to a pulp and was then hung up like a stress toy. Crocodile discussed the organization they were running with Mihawk. It seems things are going quite smoothly. The Navy has recognized the potential threat from Cross-Guild. These two wanted to build their own ideal nation, so they needed some money and power. Buggy continuously begged them to kill him to end his suffering. At the same time, he didn't want to live this kind of life anymore. The Yonko Buggy risked everything to pour out his heart, knowing he had no way out. You want money and power, don't you? How can you call yourselves pirates when you only think of schemes and calculations like that? It's clear you've got the order all wrong. Crocodile and Mihawk were a little surprised to hear these words from a failure like Buggy. Have you heard that red-haired Shanks has started to make a move? He and I were once in the same pirate crew. However, circumstances prevented us both from reaching Laughtail that year. Shanks always shone with his potential. Knowing he couldn't compete, Buggy chose to give up. Yet, after Captain Roger's death, he decided not to search for the One Piece treasure anymore and hesitated. It seems I misjudged you, Shanks. Don't even dream that I'll be a subordinate following you. You coward. It's clear he's not Captain Roger's successor. The matter of you making me accidentally eat a devil fruit and losing the map isn't over yet. Watch out next time we meet. And yet, after 24 years, that useless Shanks finally dared to search for One Piece. What's the point of that? Perhaps it's due to luck or fate. Now Buggy is on par with red-haired Shanks, both being Yonko. And now, I'm not afraid of anything. Lord Buggy also wants to become the Pirate King. Money, power, or status? Why choose when I can have it all? Let's go seize it. Possess the world's greatest treasure. Due to his overwhelming passion, Buggy fell off the hook, but that was also a stroke of luck. Crocodile was surprised that Buggy deluded himself into thinking he could do that. We only let you keep the Yonko title because it has some slight benefits. As if someone like you could climb to the top. Here, it's about serious business, not some pirate game that a dimwit like you could understand. Mihawk asserted that he had no desire to wage war with the other 3 Yonko. It's a treasure race. Just defeat them, and we'll have everything. Witness the power of my words. They will ignite the passion of those who set sail as pirates. Buggy reached for the Den Den Mushi and desperately called to inform his subordinates outside. Despite Crocodile's efforts to stop him, his lordship didn't cease. Oh, my brothers, what is your purpose in setting sail? Isn't it to find that great treasure? Hoist the sails and seize it now. After all, it's time for us to claim the One Piece. The subordinates enthusiastically embraced their captain's decision. This is what they've wanted all along. Crocodile and Mihawk were furious. I can't believe that clown dared to do something so foolish. The scene shifts to another location, Kamabaka Kingdom, the new headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. The 4 vice commanders of the Revolutionary Army were on the edge of the island scouting the situation. They spotted a ship gradually approaching them. Is that an enemy or our allies? News was quickly reported to Dragon that Sabo had returned. Thank heavens! So he has returned safely. Numerous comrades rushed out to greet the young and talented chief of staff. Karasu almost fired her gun. Fortunately, it's our allies. This time, Sabo had also brought a large number of people from the Lulugia Kingdom. Morley immediately kicked the young man out of extreme worry. Why did you keep your radio silent? It turned out that Sabo had realized he was being eavesdropped on. Which was why he didn't dare to speak further. The leaders were also present to celebrate Sabo's safety. Additionally, Bello Betty was also a benefactor to the people of the Lulugia Kingdom in their previous encounter. Sabo immediately went into a private meeting room with Dragon and Ivankov. Kuma's situation was unexpected, so there's nothing we can do. Sabo will recount everything he witnessed at Mary Geos to the 2 of them. This is an extremely grave incident. Sabo stated that we have completed all the initial missions. All 3 objectives are complete. First was to destroy the celestial dragon symbol, challenging the world government. Next was to rescue Mr. Kuma from the enemy, trying to liberate slaves within their capabilities. Finally, it was to destroy the food supply in Mary Geos. This garnered global attention and forced the Navy to deploy key figures for defense. Meanwhile, the Revolutionary Army instigated rebellions in 12 countries. 8 of these achieved certain successes. However, the Lulugia Kingdom was destroyed for unknown reasons. The news was suppressed, but the remaining 7 countries decided to openly stop paying tribute to the celestial dragons. On top of that, the Revolutionary Army was attacking government supply ships worldwide to cut off resources flowing to Mary Geos. Finally, those barbaric celestial dragons got to taste what poverty was like. Although they couldn't cut off all supply lines, it seemed they were currently struggling to cope. As expected, the government would not passively accept defeat and would deploy the Holy Knights. With the new epithet Flame Emperor, Sabo would be their primary target. Despite this, he was not interested in the title. Sabo's accidental assassination of King Cobra turned him into a hero. In the eyes of Revolutionary Army members everywhere, kingdoms allied with the world government were despised. Alongside cruel and wicked kings, there were also wise and benevolent monarchs who had the people's favor. King Cobra was one of them. Everyone considered him a wonderful king. But misinformation painted this man as evil in everyone's eyes. King Cobra's death was sad news, but it also fueled the flames of revolution. Immediately after, Ivankov handed Sabo the latest newspaper, asking him to explain the truth behind the shocking image. Sabo was a little surprised to be falsely accused in such a way. Over a month ago, at Mary Geos, as soon as the reverie began, the Revolutionary Army took action. 4 Revolutionary Army commanders attacked the Celestial Dragon's residences and burned down their food stores, causing them to flee in fear. These people never expected to become targets and were quite resentful and angry. One of them even intended to kill all the bodyguards for allowing this to happen. This Celestial Dragon was still arrogant and insolent, using a whip to attack a slave because he moved too slowly. Then, he drew a gun to finish off the weak man in front of him. Suddenly, a black crow flew by and snatched the gun from him. That was North Commander Karasu. He summoned another crow to guide the escaping slaves. The bodyguards, seeing this, continuously fired their guns. Karasu couldn't dodge in time and took all the bullets. However, this man possessed the power of a Logia devil fruit, allowing him to regenerate and separate his body. Next, Karasu maneuvered behind the enemy, using a special technique to defeat them all in an instant. Terrified, the Celestial Dragon fled. Suddenly, Karasu sensed the Haki of 2 incredibly powerful individuals approaching him. They were Admiral Fujitora and Admiral Ryukojiu. Meanwhile, South Commander Morley was floating in midair, using his homemade gun to rescue slaves. The adjacent battlefield was also quite chaotic. Kurasa transformed into a crow and flew to assist his comrades, while entrusting the slave rescue mission to Morley. His opponent was Admiral Fujitora. Immediately, a flock of crows was created and flew to attack the blind admiral. On the other side, seeing the slaves fleeing, the celestial dragons intended to open fire on them. Immediately, Morley emerged from underground, flinging away those arrogant fools, and guiding the slaves on how to escape the Holy Land. However, Admiral Ryakuji appeared from behind and transformed his entire body into an ancient tree. Next, he attacked West Commander Lindbergh but was immediately blocked by Morley's trident. Ryakuji continuously cursed and threatened Morley to reveal the mastermind's location. Seeing the opponent's relentless questioning, Morley thought he was interested in her and resisted even more fiercely. The shockwaves of the battle caused the celestial dragons to grow dizzy and fall to the ground. One of them blamed Ryakuji for daring to injure him. The tree man was furious but dared not resist, only cursing silently. Kurasa's flock of crows was quickly destroyed by the blind admiral. In this situation, Admiral Fujitora wanted to use his power to summon a meteor, and everyone thought it was insane. The CP-0 agents were standing outside, arms crossed, observing. They assessed that the Revolutionary Army leaders were quite strong, but if the two admirals weren't hampered by the celestial dragons, they would have enough power to turn the tide. Kurasa contacted Sabo to ask if he had found the key to Kuma's neck shackles. The Flame Emperor was currently inside the castle and discovered the father-daughter pair of Charlos riding him. They still had no intention of giving up Princess Shirahoshi. Despite being battered and bruised, Sabo could not forgive these people for daring to turn Kuma into a slave. Meanwhile, Bonnie was still frantically searching for her father. In another room, Lucci was closely following Princess Vivi, which made her angry. "I'd rather ask Vice Admiral Garp for help. That pervert is definitely still eyeing Shirahoshi, so Vivi really wants to protect her." On the other hand, King Cobra was accompanying Shaka and Pell to the Room of Power to meet the five elders. However, the two bodyguards were only allowed to wait outside. King Cobra told them not to worry, it wouldn't take too long. While waiting, why not look for Vivi and prevent her from causing trouble? Inside Mary Geos, Sabo had obtained the key and was fighting the guards. Their strength was no match for him. With just a few basic Dragon Claw techniques combined with his Fire Fist, Sabo defeated them all in an instant. Bonnie, seeing this, quickly ran out to talk to him. She knew they shared a common goal and wanted to cooperate in battle. They quickly obtained the key to unlock the slave cuffs and fled. Sabo had heard that Kuma had a daughter but was surprised that she was Bonnie, one of the worst generation supernovas. She had long been following the Revolutionary Army's actions, so she trusted Sabo. This time, Bonnie wanted him to take her father to a safe place. Next, Sabo used the soot pellets in his hand to summon Kurasa's crow and gave it the key. Sabo said, "Commanders, save Kuma and bring him back to headquarters as quickly as possible. I will stay behind to do something else." Sabo also wondered what Bonnie would do next and received the answer that she would go to Egghead to find Vegapunk and make him restore her father's memories. The two were almost discovered by the guards, but fortunately, they managed to jump up to safety in time. Sabo also overheard the guards gossiping about the haunted room in this castle. Anyone who goes in there disappears without a trace. After that, he showed Bonnie the way to Egghead and wished her a safe journey. Remembering the story the guards had just discussed, Sabo decided to break into that haunted room to see what was inside. Meanwhile, the door leading to the empty throne room closed, and only King Cobra was allowed to enter. Seeing the overwhelming empty throne before him, he was utterly astonished. Finally, King Cobra met the five elders to ask some questions. As is known, the world government was established 800 years ago by an alliance of 20 nations. The royal families of those nations quickly migrated to Mary Geos to live, referred to by the title of Celestial Dragons. All 20 kings were considered equal. They erected an empty throne, surrounding it with weapons to ensure no one would sit on it and become the world's dictator. However, only the Alabasta Kingdom was an exception. Queen Nefertari Lily decided not to become a celestial dragon but to return and reign over her kingdom. Therefore, only 19 swords were plunged around the empty throne. King Cobra had searched through all the ancient texts of the kingdom, but not a single document mentioned her name even once. It seemed that Queen Lily had never returned to Alabasta after leaving Mary Geos. The five elders explained that they had no information about this, as it had been over 800 years. The conversation between the two sides was transmitted to Imu's room, and this figure was listening intently. Not receiving a satisfactory answer, King Cobra continued to ask the five elders, "What is the will of D?" This surprised the five old men a little. It was clear that Queen Lily had left some message for future generations. Imu also left the room immediately after King Cobra's question. At the same time, outside, Princess Shirahoshi was being tied up by former warlord Kuma. Charlos was excited to have finally captured a giant mermaid. He wanted to ride Shirahoshi into town. If she resists, he'll make her taste hell. Shirahoshi desperately cried for help, but no one dared to touch a celestial dragon. The men who had proposed to her earlier cowardly fled. As soon as they knew their sister was in danger, her three brothers rushed to fight their opponent to the death and swore never to return to this place again. Charlos, seeing this, ordered Kuma to counterattack. A laser beam was fired, shaking the entire plaza. Although they sympathized with Kuma for his predicament, the three Fishman brothers couldn't hold back. Charlos continued to curse loudly, unaware of the impending disaster. Just then, Rebecca and the Tontada tribe warriors arrived. Sai also aggressively charged forward to attack the wicked celestial dragon. He had the enthusiastic support of Saint Josgard, so he had no further worries. The kind celestial dragon stepped forward to stop the three Fukaboshi brothers, not wanting them to cause a major incident. Seeing him protect the merfolk, Charlos became enraged and ordered Kuma to attack. Josgard asked Fukaboshi to let Sai and Leo handle everything. Because they are pirates, they can easily escape. Lawlessness is a pirate's trade after all. The two members of the Straw Hat Grand Fleet no longer cared who their opponent was, focusing all their strength into their feet. Finally unleashing a powerful impact dial blow that dented Charlos's head. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified, unable to believe they dared to assassinate a celestial dragon. Kuma still didn't stop, intending to fire a laser beam to counterattack Sai and Leo. However, Morley emerged from underground, restraining him. "You don't need to obey anyone's orders anymore, let's go home together." Karasu also arrived in time to throw the key to Morley. Thanks to that, the plan to rescue Kuma was a complete success. Returning inside the castle, King Cobra continued to repeat his question, "What exactly does D mean?" However, the five elders had no intention of answering and ordered the King of Alabasta to leave the room. Suddenly, Imu appeared unexpectedly and slowly walked towards the empty throne. This person's appearance surprised both the five elders and King Cobra. The five elders were terrified because King Cobra was still there. There was no way Lord Imu would reveal his identity so easily. Imu seemed indifferent, glaring, which caused all the old men below to stand motionless, filled with extreme fear. Imu uttered the word Lily and then quietly sat on the empty throne. This was the first time we saw the world's top authority speak, but it was still impossible to tell if they were male or female. All that was known was that Imu was truly too dangerous. King Cobra couldn't understand why someone dared to sit on the empty throne. No individual is allowed to destabilize this world. Imu said he would answer two questions posed, in exchange for King Cobra answering only one question. The king wondered who Imu truly was. He had heard this name before, it was one of the 20 founders of the world government. Imu refused to answer King Cobra's question. However, the previous question was different. Those bearing the initial D are our ancient enemies. Although that name has recently resurfaced, it means nothing. They don't even understand the meaning of their own name. 800 years ago, Queen Lily made a fatal mistake. Without that mistake, pirates would never have to search for the poneglyphs to seize treasure. Because of Lily, the ancient stones were scattered across the world. The deciphering of the poneglyphs would bring unpredictable consequences for Imu and the world government. Therefore, anyone involved would be eliminated. Suddenly, the five elders drew their guns and aimed them at King Cobra. Imu ordered him to immediately reveal what was written in the secret letter left by Queen Nefertari Lily. King Cobra realized he had fallen into a tiger's den and would surely die. He asked if he could leave if he told the truth. One of the five elders confirmed that it was impossible. From the moment the King of Alabasta met Imu, his fate was sealed. It was no surprise. They will not let anyone know that the world's greatest taboo has been violated. Meanwhile, Sabo was eavesdropping outside and felt a sense of impending doom. King Cobra revealed the truth inside the letter. The full name of the Queen of Alabasta is Nefertari D. Lily. Immediately, a black arrow was fired, piercing through the king. Seeing this, Sabo desperately rushed inside. Next, he unleashed his fire fist attack towards the five elders. The flames then surged towards Imu but were easily neutralized. The opponents suddenly transformed into monstrous creatures of unknown form. Sabo was surprised that there was a hell right at the top of the world. The surveillance Den Mushi had taken a photo of Sabo standing right next to King Cobra. This is why rumors spread that he had assassinated the king. The king recognized Sabo as Luffy's brother but didn't understand why the Revolutionary Army was saving him. Sabo replied that he only targeted those at the top, and expressed joy that his younger brother had once helped the Desert Kingdom. Imo and the 5 elders attacked en masse, so Sabo quickly carried King Cobra and fled. The king said that he was unlikely to survive and hoped Sabo would convey this message to Vivi and Luffy. We all share the initial D. Finally, the king understood the path Alabasta had to follow. Sabo was stunned to hear those words. As a child, he also wondered what the initial D in Luffy's and Ace's names meant. They didn't know either. If Sabo likes it, from now on both of them will call you Sabo D. At this moment, Imu's arrow pierced through Sabo and King Cobra. Sabo coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, forced to release the old man. King Cobra struggled to get up, blocking the monster in front of him to help Sabo escape this hell. Sabo cried out in helplessness, and then King Cobra fell. Imu discovered someone else was also present. It turned out Wapol had been observing the entire incident through a small hole. He was horrified and terrified when King Cobra died. Although they had never liked each other before, this was truly terrible. Wapol immediately fled quickly, otherwise, he would surely be dealt with by the government. In the reverie meeting room, the kings were buzzing about the absence of King Cobra and King Wapol. They had also received news that the two would no longer participate, so they continued the meeting. The conference was also nearing its end. The Fishman brothers, Fukaboshi, wanted to go outside to the port first to avoid that celestial dragon from causing trouble again. Shirahoshi wanted to say goodbye to Vivi but couldn't find her anywhere. It turned out Vivi was currently being restrained and heavily guarded by CP0. All the former CP9 members like Jabra, Califa, Lueno, Komadori, and Fukuru were now members of this organization. Despite being tied up, she was still worried about Shirahoshi. Vivi only felt relieved when she knew the Little Mermaid Princess was safe and sound. Meanwhile, Sai and Leo, after attacking St. Charlos, declared themselves subordinates of the pirate monkey D, Luffy, astonishing everyone. On the other hand, Admiral Fujitora seemed to be helping the revolutionary army free the slaves. This enraged Ryakojiu, and then the two clashed. Vivi worried about her own fate. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. It was the sound of Wapol trying to gnaw through the walls to escape. Realizing this was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity, Vivi clung to him. The CP0 agents didn't even realize what was happening when they turned back and found their guarded target had disappeared. Vivi asked Wapol, "Where are you running to?" "I'll go as far as I can, even to the ends of the earth." This was exactly what Vivi wanted, so she decided to follow him. Seeing her husband with another girl, Wapol's wife thought she had been betrayed and was utterly shocked. The reverie officially concluded, with the truth of King Cobra's death being suppressed. At this moment, Sabo's condition was quite serious. He had been severely injured by Imu's attack and was trying to escape this dangerous place. The guards were also relentlessly pursuing Sabo. Nevertheless, Sabo would not fall here. He had to deliver King Cobra's final messages to Luffy and Vivi. While escaping, a guard discovered and lunged at him. Fortunately, Sabo's agility was still sharp, and he quickly subdued him. After that, he stole the guard's uniform and continued to disguise himself to escape without being detected by the enemy. Meanwhile, Alabasta's protectors were very worried because the king had not returned after his meeting with the 5 elders. And Princess Vivi had also disappeared. They were extremely concerned for both of them and continued their search. Pell immediately transformed into a hawk to search for Princess Vivi. Shaka returned to the Room of Power, but the guards absolutely refused to let him in, so he had no choice but to use force. Igaram burst into tears, holding a photo of Princess Vivi and asking around if anyone had seen her. However, no one had any information about Vivi. Therefore, Igaram could only sit and cry in helplessness. Outside the harbor, Wapol and Vivi were hiding, trying to escape. Vivi came up with an idea, to hide in the royal family's luggage boxes, using them to deceive the navy and board a ship. The kings who attended the conference gradually boarded their ships to return home. Meanwhile, Vivi and Wapol temporarily hid on a ship from the Iceberg Kingdom to leave the Holy Land. They contacted Big News Morgan to ask for help. Realizing there was a sensational story, Morgan immediately agreed. Vivi didn't understand why Wapol was so afraid. He adamantly refused to answer and wanted Vivi to be the last to know. She wanted to borrow a Den Den Mushi to contact her father, but Wapol flatly refused. In addition, the CP0 agents were relentlessly hunting Sabo and Vivi. Bonnie was currently on a ship from the Tajin Kingdom. Meanwhile, Sabo was severely wounded and lay incapacitated at the bottom of a ship from the Lelugia Kingdom. He was in great pain but was determined not to die in that place because he still had to complete the mission entrusted to him by King Cobra. Not long after, shocking news broke in the newspapers: King of Alabasta assassinated. Princess Vivi missing in the Holy Land. Back in Pangaea Castle, the five elders were talking about Sabo, an individual whose destiny revolved around many people with the initial D in their names. At the same time, they wanted to resolve the problems occurring on Egghead. Suddenly, Imu contacted the five old men. He wanted to use a weapon Vegapunk had created called Mother Flame. The five elders thought it necessary to test it on a forest or sea area to see if it was as powerful as rumored. The result of this experiment would affect the future of Egghead Island. However, Imu wanted the Lucci kingdom to be the guinea pig. He didn't care about anything, even though many people lived there. The five elders had no choice but to obey. Because Imu wanted to create a new world. Imu explained that the reason for choosing Lucci as the target was simply because it was the closest. The five saints agreed with their master. Lucci is currently showing signs of rebellion. This will be a deterrent example for anyone who dares to do the same. The identities of the five old men were also revealed. Saint J. Garcia Saturn is the godhead of science and defense, Saint Marcus Mars is the godhead of environment, Saint Topman Mercury is the godhead of law, Saint Ethan Baron V. Anustero is the godhead of finance, and Saint Shepherd Jupiter is the godhead of agriculture. Not only that, but Imu also wanted the five elders to capture Vivi for him. After the reverie, countries all over the world continuously rebelled. This caused the Navy a great headache. Furthermore, the abolition of the warlord system also threw the world into chaos. Seraphim were sent everywhere to participate in battles. These were clones of the remaining warlords like Doflamingo, Gecko Moria, and Crocodile. Upon arriving at the Lucci kingdom, Sabo witnessed the king and princess being already captured by the people. At this moment, he realized that he had been falsely accused of assassinating the king of Alabasta. Sabo desperately wanted to tell the truth, but since the populace was very agitated, he had no choice but to remain silent. Thanks to the influence of Commander Bellobetti, many people wanted to join the revolutionary army. Therefore, Sabo decided to bring them back to his base. When Lucci was destroyed, Sabo had actually left the area quite far away. He recounted everything he witnessed at that time. A shadow covered the entire sky, and then the entire island exploded in an instant. Ivankov wondered about the character named Imu. It's not entirely certain, but one of the 20 founding kings of the world government 800 years ago also had this name and belonged to the Nerona family. Ivankov showed Sabo a book, which stated that there was a power in this world that could make a person immortal, meaning that somewhere in this world, there existed someone who could not die. The person Ivankov was talking about was Imu. It was highly likely that he had undergone an immortality surgery by the previous owner of the Opop no Mi Devil Fruit, which is why he could exist until now. Although it could be a case of a shared name, that Imu must possess supreme power to make the five elders bow to him. Ivankov speculated that the shadow covering Lucci was likely a government weapon, and only Vegapunk could have created it. However, Dragon refuted this. The leader understood that genius scientist, he would never create such brutal weapons of mass destruction. So, the only remaining possibility is an ancient weapon. If Imu is someone from the past, then his possession of an ancient weapon is perfectly logical. Dragon had been told about ancient weapons through Robin. It's completely real, but if Imu possesses it, then why use it now and not before? On the other hand, on this day at Mary Geos, a celestial dragon was executed. However, this matter was not announced to the world. The one who issued this judgment was the former king of the land called God Valley. He was the supreme leader of the Holy Knights, Sir Figurland Garling. The one who was executed was the one who fought for the Fishman race, Saint Don Quixote Josgard. Saint Garling concluded with a statement that those who protect trash are even lower than trash. The intense tremors of their battle woke the massive giant San Juan Wolf. Groggily Rising Wolf decided to join the fray. The pirates cheered overjoyed to see one of their strongest stepping in. But before Wolf could act, Garp leaped into the air and delivered a colossal punch to his head, leaving a massive swelling. Without missing a beat, Garp focused his strength and sent Wolf flying into the ocean with a tremendous blow. The pirates panicked. If we don't get him out of the water, he'll drown and become fish food. But rescuing the giant seemed impossible due to his enormous size. Garp laughed heartily. Come on everyone! The party's just getting started. From the shadows Vasco shot emerged. Mocking Garp, legendary marine hero? What a joke! Taking a swig from his bottle, Vasco shot exhaled a torrent of flames aimed directly at Garp. Unfazed Garp grabbed 3 nearby pirates and used them as human shields, letting the flames engulf them. The charred bodies became fiery projectiles as Garp hurled them back at the enemy, creating chaos among the pirate ranks. Furious Vasco shouted, "Are you planning to completely destroy Hakinosu Island?" The pirates, now terrified, whispered among themselves, "This old man doesn't care about our numbers, he's insane." With the town already in shambles, they dreaded what Blackbeard would do when he returned to see the destruction if he finds out about this. We're all dead meat. Garp wore a confident smile, unfazed by the overwhelming number of enemies swarming the coastline. Meanwhile, the remaining Marines managed to board the ship, ensuring the wounded were safe. Toshiji worked tirelessly to thaw the ice encasing Hibari, but on the island Garp, Kobe and Helmeppo stayed behind, trying to carve a path out of the chaotic battlefield. Yet every pirate they took down seemed to be replaced by another crawling out like ants. Suddenly Akiji reappeared seemingly unscathed despite Garp's earlier devastating blow. Blocking their path, he declared that he wouldn't let Garp and Kobe leave the island alive. Garp was surprised to see his former protege still eager to fight. Kobe urged Garp to be cautious, reminding him that Akiji now served under an emperor of the sea, but Garp brushed off the warning and commanded the trio to make a break for the ocean. "Run as fast as you can and don't let anyone die on my watch," he ordered. As they sprinted, Kobe fell into a trap. Spotting what he thought were captured comrades, he turned back only to be ambushed by Shiryu of the Rain. Using his invisibility powers, Shiryu silently closed in on Kobe. At the last moment, Garp intercepted, shielding Kobe but taking a devastating blow, a blade piercing straight through his abdomen. The injury was severe and blood poured from the wound. Despite his pain, Garp grabbed Shiryu with immense strength and hurled him to the ground, creating a small crater. It was only then they realized their attacker was Shiryu, the notorious former jailer of Impel Down turned Blackbeard's right-hand man. The pirates roared with delight. The mighty Garp pierced by Shiryu's blade. "He's not invincible after all," they jeered. Helmeppo and Gruss were frantic, while Kobe, overcome with guilt, blamed himself. "This is all my fault," he muttered. But Garp, still radiating defiance, reassured them. "Don't worry about me. Get to the ship now. Shiryu's attack was aimed at me all along, so don't waste your time blaming yourselves." Seeing Garp weakened, the Blackbeard pirates surged forward, eager to claim the hefty bounty placed on his head by Crossguild, 3 crowns, worth 3 billion berries. Akiji, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Stand down, all of you," he ordered, freezing some of the overeager pirates in place. "None of you have the strength to take him down. If anyone's going to finish this, it'll be me." With a chilling air, Akiji advanced toward Garp. Seeing this, Garp's eyes lit up with determination and his haki flared. Both charged toward each other, their clash shaking the battlefield. Akiji swung a massive ice fist at Garp, who dodged and retaliated with a punch infused with Conqueror's haki. For a moment, Garp recalled their shared past. He remembered a young Akiji, full of potential, pleading to be taken under his wing. "Teach me, Garp-san. I want to grow stronger under your guidance," Akiji had said, but Garp had dismissed him. "Find someone else to train you. I don't do formalities." Yet Akiji persisted, and despite Garp's initial resistance, the two eventually formed a bond. They trained by smashing derelict warships and scrapyards, all without using haki or devil fruit abilities. Over time, their mentor-student relationship grew into a strong camaraderie. But things changed after the tragedy of Ohara. Akiji began questioning the true nature of marine justice, while Garp vented his frustration by relentlessly punching warship hulls, angry at his own sun dragon for becoming a revolutionary. Despite their differences, the two remained close, with Garp often dragging Akiji to drink even after he became an admiral. Back in the present, the former admiral remarked that Garp had trained a rather troublesome opponent. Garp retorted, "That stupid disciple." Immediately after, both unleashed powerful punches, colliding with a massive explosion that sent debris flying across Hakinosu Island. The impact sent both master and student sprawling. Kizaru declared, "Don't even dream of escaping this island. Mess with us and you'll pay with your lives. Think you're safe on that ship? Don't underestimate my devil fruit power." Hibari, finally back to normal, apologized for being a burden. Kajako comforted her, assuring her that everyone would return safely. Kizaru raised his hand controlling Hakinosu, and formed a colossal hand to crush Garp's marine ship. He boasted that tomorrow's headline would read, "Renowned Vice Admiral Fist Garp and Colonel Kobe sunk at Pirate Island by the power of Blackbeard's 4th ship captain, Avalo Kizaru." Kobe frantically pleaded with Kizaru to stop, as both Marines and civilians were on board. Garp, lying on the ground, calmly reassured Kobe, asserting that justice would prevail. Not long ago, when Kobe first joined the Marines under Vice Admiral Garp's tutelage, Garp posed a question. "You're on a ship that can only hold 2 people. There's a child and an old man. What do you do?" Kobe replied that he would abandon ship so they could escape. Garp immediately threw chalk at him. "You idiot, leave the old man. He doesn't have much time left anyway. What are you fighting for as Marines? The future of humanity, right? You and the child have long futures ahead. Both of you must survive." A female Marine protested Garp's bias lesson, arguing that all lives are equal. Garp, however, believed that the lives of the young are always more valuable. Currently, the Hakinosu battlefield is in chaos. The giant hand is closing in on the escaping marine ship. Cannon fire proves ineffective. Seeing the dire situation, Toshiji orders everyone to abandon ship and escape into the sea. Meanwhile, Kajaku is stunned by the absurd display of power. Inside Pirate Island, everyone worries about their comrades outside and asks Garp what to do. Garp calmly states that Kobe's group can save them, leaving the 3 stunned. Garp then outlines his plan. Kobe will destroy the giant hand, Prince Gruss will protect the ship from falling debris with his powers, and Helmeppo will protect the other 2 at all costs. Kobe doubts his ability to pull it off, but Garp firmly counters, saying Kobe must be decisive. Immediately, all 4 spring into action while the pirates scoff. Believing their efforts are futile, Gruss asks Kobe if he has bombs or weapons to destroy the giant hand. Of course not, replies Kobe, but I'll do my best and see what I can do. Even Gruss is skeptical. How can you possibly destroy a hand capable of crushing a warship? The Blackbeard pirates grunts charged, unleashing a barrage of cannon fire. Helmeppo, remembering Garp's orders to protect Kobe and Gruss, turned back and deflected the cannonballs with his sword. Seeing his friend in danger, Kobe had no choice but to press forward. Garp and Kuzan clashed again. Garp, seemingly weakened by the severe wounds inflicted by Kuzan and Shiryu, dismissed them as mere scratches before suddenly lunging at his disrespectful student. Kuzan, caught off guard, was sent sprawling by a powerful punch. Without pausing, Garp dashed towards the giant skull, causing Pizarro to tremble. Don't you care about the lives on that ship? Garp unleashed Galaxy Impact on the skull, stunning everyone with its power. Pizarro coughed up blood in agony. Seeing his opportunity, Kobe leaped into the air. I'll meet your expectations. Pizarro, enraged, prepared to crush the ship. Garp recalled a conversation with Helmeppo, noticing Kobe's improvement but also his numerous bandages. Kobe focused his energy, preparing to shatter the giant hand as Garp instructed. The pirates mocked him, thinking he was delusional. It's revealed that Kobe had been secretly training relentlessly, to the point of injury, asking Helmeppo to keep it a secret. Aware of his lack of natural talent, Kobe trained 200 times harder than everyone else. His goal? To become a powerful marine capable of surpassing his teacher and stopping Luffy. Garp was surprised that Kobe continued training even after their sessions despite Helmeppo's protests. Every night Kobe pushed himself through excruciating pain, even punching warship-sized bags with bloodied hands. Garp smiled, proud of his disciples' dedication. Back in the present, Pizarro still underestimated Kobe. Watch me crush your warship. Even if you escape to the sea, Kuzan will freeze it solid. Kobe's comrades urged him to stop, believing it impossible. Kobe thought, if I can't destroy this, everyone will die. He unleashed Honesty Impact, splitting the colossal hand in two. Everyone was astonished while Pizarro clutched his hand in pain. Garp roared with laughter as his brat finally awakened his hidden power. Helmeppo wept with joy for his friend. Gruss, amazed by Kobe's newfound strength, created a clay net to shield the marine ship from falling debris. Helmeppo rushed to embrace Kobe. Garp's ship began to retreat with everyone on board except him. Toshiji contacted Garp, urging him to return. However, the Vice Admiral declared he would stay and handle everything himself. Retreat immediately. Everyone was stunned. Kobe demanded they turn back, but his comrades held him back. It was the only way. Now move forward. You are the future of the Marines. Garp transmitted his final message as Kuzan's ice sword pierced him. Surrounded by the Blackbeard pirates captains, Kuzan remained silent while his former teacher laughed with excitement. In the East Blue, at Fusha village, the villagers are in a commotion upon hearing the news that Grandpa Garp has gone rogue with an unknown return date from Pirate Island. Contrary to the villagers' worries, the mayor waves his hand dismissively. How many monuments has our Garp built over the years? These little things are nothing. The villagers, hearing this, are somewhat convinced and nod repeatedly. Suddenly, a burst of joyous laughter rings out, causing the mayor to fly into a rage. What are you laughing about like you had a bountiful harvest? It turns out to be his beloved grandchild, so he has to smooch apologize to his grandchild immediately. Makino is still uneasy. I still have to worry about Grandpa Garp. Makino's little kid has been watching pictures of our Luffy lately, constantly saying Luffy, Luffy all day long. On the other side, Dayton is internally screaming, what kind of mischief are those two troublemaking grandpa and grandson up to now? At the same time, the four seas east, south, west, and north are in chaos due to earthquakes and towering tsunamis. There has never been an earthquake as overbearing as this one, causing no small damage. In the Grand Line, the whale Laboon is also restless because the earthquake is affecting the entire world. Even Wano is going boom. Since the kingdom of Lulugia vanished from the map, the consequences have persisted for 6 days. Instead of a beautiful kingdom, now there's just a super huge hole, and seawater is relentlessly pouring in without any sign of stopping. The earth-shattering earthquake has caused the global sea level to rise. Many coastlines have been swallowed by the waves. At the Revolutionary Army base, everyone is stunned. The sea level has never risen this high. It must be high tide, it will go down later. That's the end of our goal of running on the sea. Many islands have sunk without a trace, and people have nowhere to live. Even sharks are casually swimming into houses for a visit. The villagers of Fusha think it's flood season. And some of them are even trying to go out to sea to get rich, but luckily someone stops them in time. Meanwhile, on Egghead Island, Vegapunk's group is also wide-eyed when they learn that the water level has risen abruptly. But before they can collect themselves, below, a military summons of cosmic scale, even larger than the legendary Buster Call, has been issued. 29 battleships, a fleet of 100 ships of all sizes, surround the island, but are being fiercely resisted by the sea beast weapons. Inside the island, Sentomaru is grumbling. I told you not to mess with the sea beast weapons. Kizaru makes excuses, they attack me first. Leading this mighty force are 9 admirals from naval headquarters. Under the command of Admiral Kizaru. He's sitting eating noodles and feeling like life is a tangled mess. Nonsense. Sentomaru, why don't you surrender and come over here with me? Sentomaru threatens, if you keep acting up, I'll shoot you. Old Man Punk created the lasers for the pacifistas by researching your abilities, and now you've come to eliminate him. Kizaru sighs, I can't protect you if you're curious about the Void Century. After all, I just sold myself to the capitalists. It's as clear as day that the ones in the laboratory are 7 scientists, including main body, along with 4 Seraphim units for protection. The gang colluding with them is none other than the infamous 4 Emperor's Straw Hat Pirates, with 10 members. The elite unit sent is commanded by 3 CP0 members, Lucci, Kaku, and Stussy. And it seems the remaining CP0 troops, about 100 strong, have been kidnapped by the pacifista units commanded by Sentomaru. Kizaru shakes his head, there's no profit in this battle, the more we destroy, the bigger the loss. Looks like those guys failed their assassination mission. Sentomaru retorts, it's because the Straw Hat Pirates are here, inside a warship. Saturn is chomping down on sausages and instructing, don't let them overhear that I'm here. He nods approvingly at the headline, Straw Hat Pirates capture Dr. Vegapunk and establish a defensive barrier. It sounds impressive. Doberman quickly adds, that's Morgan's fake news. Saturn inquires about the situation, and Doberman reports, no mission completion reports from Lucci, Sentomaru is still on guard, the border dome is at 100%, completely locked down to entry and exit. Since yesterday, it's been a total blackout of information from inside. Saturn asks where the personnel and researchers on the island are. Doberman reports, they all slipped away from the island yesterday. And we're pursuing them. Saturn orders, anyone on the ship who accidentally leaks anything will be fed to the fish immediately. Doberman adds, the pirate Bonnie has also shown her face on the island. Saturn nods, Kuma's daughter. Forget it, she's worthless now, just a snot-nosed kid. Below, on a Navy warship, they frantically report to Kizaru that they've intercepted a transcontinental call from Egghead to Mariewa. Aha, a hidden call. The Navy picks up the signal. Kizaru's left hand has a multi-purpose den mushy for eavesdropping. In an authority room, a wronged voice rings out, this is York. You guys are going too far. Are you planning to off me too? I risked my life to send you guys secret information about main body's betrayal. Marcus smirks, it's true that you contributed, but in the end, you're no different from Vegapunk. York pouts, if I was interested in that ancient history stuff, would I even open my mouth? Ridiculous. Saint Nusjiro speaks up. Either way, you're really tough, surviving this long. Didn't CP0 already interrogate you? What's the situation with the Straw Hat Pirates? York scoffs, since I'm the one who called you guys, I'll leave you to guess. You guys know I control the Seraphim, so it's no surprise I survived the night. And what about your fleet surrounding the island? Are you planning to get tough with me? Saint Saturn says gently, actually, we would change our minds if you could produce that high-quality virus vaccine. York's eyes light up, oh my. So you guys desire me after all. Luckily, I sent the goods in advance. Marcus tempts, yes, this is a special request that we need. York reveals her motive, if you want that. The infrastructure to create it is on this island, just promise not to lay a hand on me in the laboratory. Saint Marcus immediately says okay. York pushes further, and also, you have to make me a fancy celestial dragon. The Gorosei nod their heads, of course, that's as easy as pie, deal. But there's one more thing, I want you to save me. Straw Hat Luffy is here, he's about to execute me. At this moment, the Gorosei and Kizaru simultaneously gasp. It turns out that York has been completely controlled by the Straw Hat Pirates, constantly screaming for the Gorosei to eliminate them all. Nami has now realized the situation. And Luffy is still clueless, but they can use York as a living shield to escape. The Straw Hats are currently recharging after yesterday's long and exhausting battle. Understanding the current situation, Bonnie believes that they simply need to use York as a shield, then quietly pack up and escape from this place. Next, Luffy asks Usopp to hand him the Den Mushi, and he'll negotiate directly with the Gorosei. Luffy announces to the Navy outside, I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the king of the pirates. Right now, my crew has joined forces with Vegapunk. If you want York to live, all warships must leave here immediately. The Navy is quite shocked that Luffy would dare say this, thinking he's even more savage than the rumors. Morgan, Vivi, and Wapple, who are eavesdropping on the conversation, are equally horrified. The Gorosei try to interrogate Luffy about the situation inside, but he naively answers the same way he always does. Luckily, his crewmates stop him just in time. However, St. J. Garcia Saturn manages to recognize Robin's voice on the other end. St. Saturn orders his subordinates to protect 3 things, York, the Punk records, and the fusion reactor that creates the Mother Flame weapon. As for the rest, erase everything, leave no trace. As for Lucci and the CP agents trapped inside, Saint Saturn isn't too concerned. To him, human lives are no different from bugs. If one dies, another will take his place. This makes the scarred Vice Admiral a little horrified. On this side, York is still quite arrogant, acting high and mighty with the Straw Hats because she has the Gorosei backing her. As a result, she gets a bump on the head from Nami. "Shut up, you." Zoro tries to stop her, but the navigator won't stop hitting her. Meanwhile, Robin is also slightly bruised and has her wounds bandaged by Chopper. Her words of thanks make the captain very happy. Dr. Vegapunk is also very grateful to Robin. If she hadn't appeared in time, he might have died. While escaping from CP0, Robin's group was assisted by Kaku. Because he had to fight two Seraphim at the same time, he was seriously injured. In the end, Zoro was the one who defeated them. Lilith cries because Shaka and Pythagoras have died. This is really hard to accept. Ignoring the dire situation outside, Luffy and Bonnie are still devouring the food served by Sanji. Meanwhile, Lucci is secretly leaking information from inside to the Navy without Kaku's knowledge. Then, Usopp begins contacting the Cypher Pole agents in the basement to inquire about the situation. They're extremely grateful for the food provided by the Straw Hats and beg the crew to take them off the island. Usopp bluntly refuses their request. "After all, we're still enemies." The Seraphim are also present and being controlled by bubble spheres. They're made based on the Mark III shields and have added sea stone energy, making them an effective weapon against those with devil fruit powers. Frankie is grateful that S-Snake has undone the control on him, even though she was a very unpleasant child earlier. Vegapunk finds it strange because he didn't program S-Snake to act like that. It turns out that Luffy thought the Seraphim in front of him was Boa Hancock, so he begged her to release his crewmates. This makes her quite confused and she obediently listens to him. Jinbei bursts out laughing, saying Snake is a perfect copy of Boa Hancock. She's always considered men to be trash, but Luffy is different. It's funny that the Seraphim modeled after her also possesses feelings for him. Vegapunk attributes this to the genetic factors in the cloning process. When Lilith is released by S-Snake, she lends Nami the bubble gun. Thanks to this, the Straw Hats navigator can capture the Seraphim all at once. In addition, Nami is the one who saved Sanji when he ran into trouble with Seraphim S-Shark. Luffy continues to thank the Seraphim, making her blush shyly. Meanwhile, Atlas realizes that the communication system is back up, but the border dome still can't be opened. It turns out that York used a password to disable everything. Of course, she'll never reveal what it is. This makes Lilith very frustrated. "You filthy traitor. You're really driving me crazy." Stussy estimates that the enemy has 100 warships and 30,000 troops. It seems like they're going all in. Vegapunk calls Nami over to see what the crew's next destination is. Based on the compass, the next island that the Straw Hats will set foot on may be Elbaf. Hearing this news, Luffy and Usopp gape in joy. They put their arms around each other and start singing because they've long dreamed of going to the Island of Giants to adventure and explore. At this time, Stussy notices that Lucci is still glaring at her, and she asks him to stop immediately. It seems Lucci is quite bitter about being bitten earlier. Then, Vegapunk draws up an escape plan. He will use the Vega Force 1 robot to carry the Sunny ship through the enemy fleet. Next, Frankie will use the Sunny's emergency retreat system, launching them all straight into the sky. The enemy won't be able to catch up if we fly a whole kilometer. For the time being, this plan is pretty good. However, first they need to disable the border dome. So the three smartest Vegapunk versions rush to use the computers to hack the password that York created. Then, the doctor entrusts Vega Force 1 to Lilith. She runs outside with Luffy, Sanji, and Bonnie. Lilith is excited because it's the first time she's left the island. On the other hand, Luffy and Bonnie feel regret because the food here is very delicious. Bonnie has become much happier than she was at first, which surprises Luffy a bit. Not having to kill Vegapunk anymore makes Bonnie feel lighter than ever. Currently, the Navy has grasped the situation inside through Lucci's secret reports. They realize Luffy is only pretending to be in control, but is actually panicking. Saturn wants Kizaru to infiltrate the island using his light abilities. Although he's more than capable of doing that, the Admiral is a little hesitant to face his acquaintance. If he attacks now, Sentomaru will order the pacifista and sea beasts to sink the warships. The losses will be very large. Saint Saturn clutches his head because things are quite difficult and hard to solve. On the other hand, Lucci has sent all the necessary information to Kizaru. The Navy has moved into battle positions. They will attack whenever Kizaru orders. The Vice Admirals begin deploying tactics for their subordinates, ensuring that the Navy will always be in an advantageous position. Meanwhile, Luffy is still busy playing with the clouds that resemble Skypiea. The group has also reached the Sunny ship and Vega Force 1. At this moment, Kizaru uses light beams to teleport himself inside Egghead. Sentomaru has noticed the appearance of his uncle, so he orders all the pacifista to eliminate the enemy. Kizaru rushes towards his nephew and unleashes a powerful kick. The axe-wielding Sentomaru is quite confident in his defensive abilities, so he raises his hands to block the kick. This collision shakes the entire future island. Immediately, Luffy's face changes and he starts sweating profusely because he realizes that someone extremely strong has landed on the island. Right now, Sentomaru and Kizaru are exchanging blows in a fierce battle. The axe-wielding Sentomaru has proven his amazing defensive abilities against the powerful light kicks of Admiral Kizaru. The coast outside Egghead is currently extremely chaotic. Admiral Kizaru's infiltration of the island can be considered the opening shot. Following Sentomaru's orders, the Pacifista Mark III continuously fire laser beams at the Navy, and they retaliate fiercely. The clash has caused considerable damage to both sides. To gain the upper hand, the 5 Vice Admirals charge forward simultaneously. Their goal is to defeat the Pacifista and rescue the agents imprisoned inside the island. At this time, the weaponized beasts also begin to act by tearing apart the warships. They have caused countless Navy warships to be submerged in the sea. Seeing this scene, a Vice Admiral unleashes a super powerful punch at the sea beast. The other Vice Admirals are not willing to leave the Pacifista alone, so they rush to counterattack. Even so, they are not lenient at all. Inside the laboratory, the Straw Hat crew members are monitoring the battle through the Den Den Mushy screen. The situation is extremely difficult. Usopp did not expect it to happen so soon. However, Sentomaru is commanding a powerful pacifista fleet. It is impossible for the island's defense system to be breached. He is almost the person with the highest authority to control the Pacifista Mark III. Second only to the Doctor and the Gorosei. The Straw Hats are surprised that Kizaru is here. It seems that this time they really have to face an admiral. The dark memories of Sabaody 2 years ago make Brook a bit obsessed. Vegapunk feels guilty for putting Sentomaru in the current situation. This is really too cruel. If he chooses to run away, I will completely understand. However, Sentomaru did not do that. He decided to prevent his golden monkey uncle from invading. As a result, he was kicked by the light and flew a considerable distance. Kizaru constantly asks Sentomaru to surrender because he cannot fight him. Not stopping there, Kizaru continued to use increasingly domineering moves, firing a series of deadly lasers at his foolish nephew. Seeing this, Sentomaru had no choice but to dodge. He also affirmed that he would not surrender because he had promised Luffy. Sentomaru ran to his axe, then planned to counterattack Kizaru with it. The Admiral could not believe that his nephew was now colluding with pirates. Sentomaru jumped into the air, avoiding all damage, then swung his axe to attack Kizaru. He owes old man Vegapunk a life, so he will risk everything to keep him safe. Sentomaru's axe cut the Golden Admiral in half, but that's not a problem because his Logia ability allows him to regenerate his body. The two reminisce about the beautiful memories of the past when they first met. At that time, the Navy received a report that there were wild bears attacking a village on an island. Vegapunk and Kizaru decided to go see. Both were extremely surprised to see a boy had dealt with the wild bears. It was Sentomaru as a child. Due to his violent behavior, he was chased away by the villagers. After that, Sentomaru wanted to work for Vegapunk as long as he was paid. The Doctor was quite interested in Sentomaru, and quickly asked him what he needed the money for. Sentomaru replied that he would use it to buy rice balls with a craving expression. This made Kizaru laugh. The Admiral thought Sentomaru was extremely cute back then, so he loved him very much. After that, Vegapunk hired Sentomaru as his personal bodyguard, making him extremely happy. As time passed, Sentomaru continuously sought Kizaru, asking him to teach him how to be a bodyguard. Kizaru gave him detailed instructions, but unexpectedly now the two teacher and student had to face each other like this. Returning to the present, Sentomaru punched his uncle in the face. The Admiral admits that his defense is truly second to none. However, Kizaru had no choice but to fire a laser to end this unwanted battle. That move destroyed a vast area. Of course, Sentomaru was hit completely and was officially defeated. Kizaru was holding the authority chip, meaning he can order the pacifista now that Sentomaru has fallen. Immediately, the Monkey Admiral ordered the robots to change their original plan, which was to protect the warships and destroy the sea beasts. And so the battle outside the island also ended when there was no longer any defensive layer. Saint Saturn feels it is a waste to have to do this. He also asked his subordinates to continuously update the casualty situation. On the other hand, the Straw Hats are in an uproar because Sentomaru was defeated so quickly. Vegapunk cries and mourns for the bodyguard. However, the thing to do now is to encrypt the defense system, so the Doctor had to put his sadness aside. We must not waste the time that Sentomaru asked them to give us. York laughs sarcastically, you can try. Don't forget I'm one of the Vegapunks too. Ah. This is truly nasty and not cute at all, Vegapunk said. Vegapunk said that Kizaru is the person of light, so he can pass through the laser barrier at any time. This makes Usopp extremely shocked and scared. That old man almost wiped out our whole crew years ago. Kizaru looks towards the laboratory. The Admiral also feels nostalgic for the memories between himself and the Straw Hat crew. Immediately afterwards, he transforms himself into light and jumps up high. Vegapunk doesn't want to engage with him, so once the barrier is lowered, they must retreat immediately. On this side, Luffy's group is inside Vega Force 1, which is controlled by Lilith. They are carrying the Sunny to the back of the island so they can escape as originally planned. But in this situation, Luffy and Bonnie are still eating and drinking as if nothing is happening. Then, Lilith discovered that someone had passed through the border dome. The three things that must not be touched are the energy facility, York, and Punk records. Wouldn't it be better if we didn't have to touch old friends? Eliminating Vegapunk is the top priority in this mission. Kizaru's entry into the border dome makes Usopp even more worried, constantly calling on Luffy to return before it's too late. The situation is very difficult. If Luffy hasn't brought the ship back to the right position, it will be useless to cancel the barrier. The enemy will rush into Egghead immediately. Suddenly, Stussy notices something unusual here. It turns out, traitor Lucci plans to betray them and assassinate Vegapunk. Without thinking much, she used her body to shield the doctor. As a result, Stussy was stabbed, spitting blood and falling to the ground. This is something that could not be foreseen. Who knew that the treacherous guy would play such a cowardly trick? Seeing the spy intending to betray them, Sanji grabbed the bubble gun from Nami's hand and controlled Kaku. Kaku is lying bedridden like this, so you won't be able to do anything else, remember. On the other hand, Zoro has drawn his sword to slash Lucci. However, he quickly blocked that lightning attack, so you had to wait for an opportunity to dare to say something? Lucci affirmed that once Kizaru has arrived, he and the old man will definitely deal with the Straw Hat group. Helpless, Zoro had to push the treacherous guy out of the laboratory so he could fight more comfortably. It seems like you're underestimating my crew. At this time, Kizaru has closely chased Vega Force 1. Frankie doesn't know how to deal with the Light Admiral. Turning around, he no longer saw Luffy anywhere. It turned out he had secretly gone outside to meet Kizaru. Hello, long time no see. Luffy rushed forward to greet Kizaru with a powerful kick. Seeing this, the Admiral raised his hands to resist. You're still as cheeky as ever, Straw Hat? Luffy frankly replied, we're 100 times stronger than we were 2 years ago, Kizaru. You better prepare your coffin. Meanwhile, at the Holy Land Mariewa, former warlord Kuma has climbed to the top and is causing chaos in the Holy Land. The Celestial Dragons fearfully order their subordinates to restrain Kuma. Although tied up by chains, Kuma still walks steadily forward despite the powerlessness of the soldiers. Clearly he is trying to advance to a certain place, but not this Holy Land. Immediately afterwards, Kuma uses his strongest technique to blow away those obstructing his path. At this time, a familiar figure stepped forward to stop Kuma's attack. It is none other than Fleet Admiral Akainu. He asks Kuma what he came here to do. First there was the Revolutionary Army's raid and now there's Kuma. This is becoming a historically destructive event. The Celestial Dragons trample on the soldiers and speak to Akainu. This is the first time this has happened. If the food stores are destroyed, what will we put in our mouths? Another Celestial Dragon complains about being injured by Kuma, and orders Akainu to immediately deal with the former warlord. The Fleet Admiral says a few words before finishing Kuma off. If we can't control you, there's no reason for a dangerous person like you to be free. If the mind is gone, it's no different from being dead. With that, Akainu unleashes a magma fist, blowing off half of Kuma's face. He is quite surprised when blood gushes out of Kuma's body. Suddenly, Kuma tries to run away from Akainu. His left leg is also melted by magma. Thanks to the power of his devil fruit, the former warlord teleports himself somewhere. Akainu recalls the time 2 years ago when he captured Kuma's daughter, Bonnie. Red Dog told her that no matter what she did, she could not get Kuma to return, because he had voluntarily become a fighting weapon. Bonnie doesn't believe this. There's no way my father would do that willingly. Akainu finds it incomprehensible that even though Kuma has clearly lost his mind, he is still able to act on his own. Back at the Egghead battlefield. At this time, the Navy is gaining the upper hand after taking control of the Pacifista Mark III. Thanks to it, the weaponized sea beasts are destroyed one by one and sink to the bottom of the sea. Currently, the Navy is in the process of occupying the island. At this time, Admiral Kizaru is fighting fiercely with Luffy in Snakeman form. He admits that Luffy is definitely the one who defeated Kaido. You are truly formidable. But why would a pirate decide to protect Dr. Vegapunk, who works for the world government? Luffy also asks Kizaru, why do you want to assassinate the old man? Luffy's attack is quite intense, so Kizaru can only use his hands to defend. Immediately afterwards, Admiral Kizaru transforms into light and flies high into the sky to the point where his body can no longer be seen. This makes Luffy wonder what the Admiral is planning to do. It turns out, he is gaining momentum to prepare to unleash a very powerful attack. Kizaru tells Luffy that he doesn't want to kill Vegapunk because the two have known each other for a very long time. Therefore, he hopes Luffy will not interfere with this mission. Next, Kizaru launches himself back to the island, confirming that speed is power. He responds to Luffy with his powerful light kick, sending him flying towards Vega Force 1. Kizaru recalls that Vegapunk once considered Vega Force 1 to be a giant robot in a dream. Because he couldn't stop himself, Luffy crashed into the robot, causing it to break in half. Not only that, he was also blown away to the border dome, creating a huge explosion. Vega Force 1 is damaged, so Franky and Bonnie are thrown outside. Luckily, the ground is made of clouds, so the sunny ship is not badly damaged. Lilith frantically asks Franky and Bonnie to get away from it quickly. Immediately, Vega Force 1 explodes into pieces before the trio's powerlessness. They feel regret for such a modern machine, and are also very angry at Kizaru's actions. Franky turns to curse the Golden Monkey Admiral. He is surprised that Bonnie has grown up so much. Do you have a grudge against Vegapunk? We are ordered to assassinate him. Bonnie responds that her goal has changed, using weapons to attack Kizaru. However, she cannot touch the Person of Light because his movements are very fast. Kizaru counters with a kick, sending Bonnie flying into the border dome just like Luffy. Franky is angered by Kizaru's actions, and quickly raises his hand to fire a laser. But he suddenly disappeared. Lilith realizes that main body may be in danger, so she is very worried. So the Iron Man tries to contact the command room to report the current situation. Inside, Dr. Vegapunk has encrypted the password that York created. This makes her extremely dissatisfied. Vegapunk tells Franky that the barrier can now be turned off. Have they brought Vega Force 1 and the Sunny to the back of the island yet? Unexpectedly, Kizaru appeared from behind, declaring Vegapunk's escape plan is dead. The presence of the Admiral makes everyone startled. Kizaru says that this is a difficult mission, so he doesn't want to prolong it for too long. Electrocuted by the electricity of the border dome, Luffy transforms into Nika and laughs like a fool. He continues to bounce on the clouds with the drumbeat of freedom. Before Kizaru can understand what's going on, a giant hand suddenly appears and grabs him. Seeing this crazy scene, the eyes of everyone around them bulge out simultaneously. Kizaru is a little surprised by Luffy's new form, so it's not just a rumor. Kizaru kicking Luffy into the border dome makes Luffy very annoyed, so he comes back to retaliate. The appearance of the sun god Nika suddenly causes the giant ancient robot to reactivate. Luffy was extremely excited to have subdued the yellow monkey, Kizaru. A moment later, his giant foot almost crushed his own crewmates. Although on the defensive, Kizaru's expression didn't change in the slightest. Knowing he was in trouble, the Admiral just hoped Luffy would go easy on him. No way, you old geezer. After that, Luffy dragged Kizaru outside and began spinning him around like a whirligig, toying with his opponent to his heart's content. Then, with great force, he flung Kizaru out of the Vegapunk lab. Usopp, Chopper, and Atlas were ecstatic at Luffy's display. Seeing their captain's new form, Brook looked truly joyful and happy. As usual, after playing with his prey, Warrior Nika continued to bounce around with his hearty laughter. Seeing this, the others quickly retreated before Admiral Kizaru returned. They needed to be careful taking Robin and Stussy with them. Therefore, Edison went to get a stretcher to carry the two of them. At this point, Atlas decided to go down to the lower level to regain control of the pacifista. If she didn't, even if the Frontier Dome opened, everything would be fried by the Mark III's lasers. No one has higher control authority than the Vegapunks, just controlling the pacifista is all it takes to win. On the other hand, through the monitor, Dr. Vegapunk saw Bonnie lost and trapped below. Therefore, he also wanted to go down to rescue her. However, Usopp strongly opposed this idea because Vegapunk was the primary target, and a slip-up could cost him his life. The doctor didn't care about himself, and hurriedly contacted Franky, asking him to help Bonnie. It turned out she was still alive after being kicked into the shield by Admiral Kizaru. Vegapunk scolded the Iron Man for letting the enemy get to Bonnie so easily. Franky felt very guilty and would run to her side right away. Currently, Sanji and Jinbei were on the second floor of Building A, packing their luggage at Dr. Vegapunk's request. They would go out the back exit and meet everyone there. On the other hand, after hearing that Bonnie had been kicked away by Kizaru, Sanji was enraged to the point of bursting into flames. This is unforgivable. For that reason, Sanji also wanted to run to rescue the beautiful pink-haired girl. Vegapunk's final decision was still to bravely venture outside. He handed control back to Edison and then left with Atlas. Frankie still felt very guilty. If I had been faster, maybe Bonnie wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Seeing this, Lilith encouraged the Iron Man, worrying won't do any good, instead, you should act quickly. Leave everything here to me. Regaining his confidence, the Straw Hat shipwright rushed to support his ally. Lilith still couldn't believe that Luffy could throw Admiral Kizaru so far. Frankie showed his pride in his captain, of course, he will never lose. Down in the factory, the Marines were frantically searching for Bonnie. The girl was hiding somewhere, ready to fight with her iron staff. Next, Bonnie transformed into a child and suddenly jumped out, ambushing them one by one. In her child form, her movements were extremely agile, this much of the Marines were no match for her. Before long, they had been defeated by the Supernova's ability. Some were manipulated into children, others were aged into 80-year-old men with no strength left to hold weapons. When too many troops had been defeated, the Marines began to be more wary of Bonnie. Having shaken off the enemy, Bonnie hastily hid, exhausted and slightly scratched. The Marines had also discovered Sentomaru, who was scorched black. Earlier, when kicked into the frontier dome by Kizaru and falling freely below, Sentomaru was the one who caught Bonnie. In a state of exhaustion, he tried to convince Bonnie to leave, and then officially collapsed. Now Bonnie didn't know whether she should continue running until it was all over. Back in the control room, Zoro was searching for his enemy, Lucci. He had hidden in the bushes, transformed into his awakened form, and was secretly observing his prey, the Straw Hat swordsman. Immediately afterwards, Lucci jumped out from behind, ambushing Zoro. And then the two of them plunged into an earth-shattering duel, delivering fatal blows without holding back. Luffy was quite surprised to see Zoro fighting the vengeful beast. The two of them were currently quite evenly matched. Zoro said that Luffy should just focus on Kizaru, he would take care of this traitor. Lucci clawed back and forth but didn't cause a scratch on Zoro. Zoro believed that Lucci's current level was far from good enough to be a match for his captain. He felt the same way, but defeating the second-in-command of a Yonko was worth it. On the other hand, Kizaru had been thrown out of the range of the future island, but he was very calm. When he was about to fall into the sea, Kizaru immediately propelled himself into the air. Next, he fired lasers at Luffy, his whole body also turned into light and followed them. Luffy felt a little dazzled when he saw the spots of light flying towards him. Unexpectedly, those spots of light suddenly turned into a series of Kizaru clones, causing Luffy's eyes to pop out in shock. Next, the clones used light to create a light sword and then slashed at Luffy in unison. Luffy tried to avoid the lightning-fast attack, but was still grazed on the cheek by the blade, quite painful. Luffy immediately retaliated with a kick, defeating some of the light clones. However, that was still not enough. With no other option, Luffy once again turned into a giant, using his giant hand to grab the real body of his opponent. Kizaru easily dodged and then ran leisurely on Luffy's arm. Afterwards, Luffy puffed out his mouth and blew a strong breath to see if it would work. However, Kizaru's clones were too persistent, no matter what he did, it was useless. Luffy didn't know which was the real body, so he had no choice but to run high into the air. The clones immediately chased after him and fell into his trap. Just waiting for this, Luffy quickly used the Gum Gum Whip technique to defeat all the clones in one go. Just when he thought he had dealt with the main body, unexpectedly, Luffy was the one who fell into the trap. It turned out that Kizaru had sneaked into the command room and controlled Usopp from who knows when. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise at being tricked by his opponent. Luckily, Vegapunk was no longer there. Brook threatened the Admiral, but he didn't seem to care, tightening his grip on Usopp's talkative mouth more and more. At this moment, the Doctor and Atlas were speeding down below in the Vegatank 08. Sanji was also clinging to the vehicle to go with them. Sanji didn't understand why Vegapunk's attitude had suddenly changed. The Doctor wouldn't let the Marines lay a finger on Bonnie and would definitely not let her die. Luffy panicked when the old man Vegapunk stuck his face out. Hurry up and go inside, it's a death sentence out there. Spotting the target, Kizaru threw Usopp to the ground, and then began aiming a laser at the Doctor. Atlas was very worried about being targeted, but Vegapunk remained determined not to change direction. Seeing this, Luffy rushed out and used his wide mouth to catch the deadly laser, temporarily saving Vegapunk's life. Seeing this scene, Atlas and Sanji's eyes widened in surprise. The deadly laser that Luffy swallowed made him burn all over, screaming in pain and radiating light everywhere. At this moment, Frankie was also clinging to the specialized vehicle. The guy told Lilith to use the Steel General to take the Sunny away. Jumping out of the giant egg, Vegapunk signaled Edison to open a part of the frontier dome. The soldiers below quickly spotted the presence of Dr. Vegapunk and immediately pointed their guns into the air, while ordering the pacifista to target him. Seeing that the Master had approached the Mark III group, Edison immediately turned on the frontier dome barrier. As soon as she got to the bottom, Atlas shouted loudly, requesting the pacifista to comply with the new order, which is to wipe out all the Marines present on this island. The Marines were utterly shocked when Atlas's order was given. Immediately afterwards, the pacifista turned around and aimed their lasers at the Marines. Whether the tide can be turned or not is still a big question mark. Right after Atlas ordered the pacifistas to change their target to the Navy, chaos erupted amongst the Marines on the island of the future. Since Vegapunk held the highest authority over the Mark III models, they immediately obeyed the command, turning 180 degrees to attack the Marine forces. Their attacks were incredibly fierce and powerful, continuing to shake the island to its core. Faced with this situation, the Navy had no choice but to retreat away from the robot army, hiding in wait for an opportunity to retaliate. Then, the vehicle Vegapunk was driving descended lower. Everyone was frantically searching for Bonnie. Frankie was worried as the doctor drove towards the central area, as they would all fall if they weren't careful. Vegapunk explained that 1/5 of the Vegatank 08's tires were made of sea stone, making it difficult to fall. Meanwhile, Sanji was diligently searching for the supernova within his sights. Soon after, Sanji immediately found Bonnie with his love radar. Spotting Frankie doubting his senses, Sanji became very annoyed. Has my radar for the ladies ever been wrong? Conversely, even as a scientist, Vegapunk still trusted the Straw Hat Cook's judgment. Too worried about Bonnie, and because the vehicle was moving too slowly, Sanji abandoned Frankie and quickly jumped down. Bonnie was quite happy to learn that the pacifista had switched sides. At that moment, the enemy spotted her location. A vice admiral suddenly leapt forward and attacked Bonnie with their weapon. Bonnie skillfully dodged and stepped back. She then transferred her abilities into the gun in her hand, continuing the strenuous battle. When the Marine soldiers rushed forward, Bonnie used the technique near-death experience on them. Anyone hit by the bullets experienced hallucinations and turned into a skeleton. Terrified, they all rolled over unconscious. Taking advantage of the Marines' utter confusion, Bonnie continued to flee. Suddenly, a pacifista appeared and blocked Bonnie's path. This greatly surprised her. Aren't the pacifista being controlled by Dr. Vegapunk? It turned out a decrepit old female vice admiral was controlling the Mark III using the power of a devil fruit. Her name was Bluegrass, and her devil fruit power allowed her to ride anything while also becoming an incredible driver. To nullify Bonnie's age-altering abilities on the Marine soldiers, Bluegrass had to kill her immediately. Then, she ordered the pacifista to fire lasers and attack Bonnie. Facing a machine bearing the likeness of her father, Bonnie stood motionless without any resistance. Just as the deadly laser was fired, Sanji appeared in time and saved the supernova from danger. Sanji knew Bonnie was suffering, but she needed to accept this reality. Abruptly, the Vice Admiral transformed into a hybrid beast and continued to leap forward to attack Sanji and Bonnie. Realizing this, the Straw Hat Cook quickly grabbed Bonnie and ran away swiftly. At that moment, Vegapunk arrived to support them. I now control the pacifista, so there is no need to worry. With their support, Bonnie successfully escaped the helpless duo of Vice Admirals. Inside the command room, Kaku was nonchalantly sleeping, and Robin was lying on a special stretcher, waiting for her companions to take her to safety. Stussy awoke after being ambushed by Lucci. She decided not to go with the Straw Hats because she still had something she needed to do. Edison immediately understood and quickly left the command room, trusting her decision. The Straw Hat group quickly retreated. On a different front, Zoro was still fighting Lucci. The stubborn foe used every possible trick to defeat the Straw Hat swordsman. But to no avail, back to the fight between Luffy and Gear 5 and Admiral Kizaru, the two were fighting fiercely in the air. Kizaru didn't want to continue fighting Luffy because doing so would prevent him from completing the mission assigned to him by his superiors. Luffy grinned confidently because his mission was to keep the old Admiral busy. Seizing an opportunity when Luffy was distracted, Kizaru quickly sped off to search for Dr. Vegapunk. Seeing this, Luffy immediately chased after him, determined not to let him accomplish his dark intentions. Inside the warship, Saint Saturn was no longer calmly drinking, but officially stood up. It seemed he was itching to get his hands dirty and decided to join the battle. Next, outside the coast, a great tremor occurred, and a dark cloud appeared, covering the sky above the island. This frightened Vice Admiral Doberman, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Something very dangerous is beginning to manifest on the island of the future. Kizaru, Luffy, Jinbe, Chopper, Zoro, and Lucci were immediately drawn to the wicked Haki emanating from the creature. Just what is this monster? The Vice Admirals also easily recognized this and knew who was releasing the intense Haki across the island. Next, the mysterious creature suddenly ordered the pacifista to immediately cease their attacks. Strangely, the Mark III models immediately obeyed, no longer firing lasers at the Marine soldiers. Not only that, but the pacifista also stopped protecting Vegapunk's group, no matter how many orders were given. This greatly surprised the doctor. Clearly, I had the highest authority on the island. Could it be that one of the Gorosei is here? At that moment, a large explosion occurred below, followed by a magic circle with a 5-pointed star appearing in front of the marine soldiers on the island. Black lightning bolts spread from the magic circle everywhere, causing the island of the future to shake violently. Realizing the situation was rapidly deteriorating, Vegapunk immediately stepped on the gas, speeding the specialized vehicle back to the command room as quickly as possible. On the other hand, an announcement was broadcast throughout the island of the future that one of the Gorosei, St. J. Garcia Saturn, had arrived. Low-ranking officers were strictly forbidden from seeing his face. Everyone was shocked that one of the most powerful figures in the world, one of the Gorosei, was participating in this battle. There was no better choice than to run away quickly. At that moment, Sanji noticed something gradually appearing from the magic circle. Some of the marine soldiers, curious about the creature in front of them, forgot the new orders and looked up. As expected, they were immediately met with death after the evil glare of Saint Saturn. Finally, Saint J. Garcia Saturn. One of the 5 Gorosei holding the highest power in the world government, bearing the role of god of science and defense, revealed himself in his awakened mythical Zoan form. Currently, he looked like a giant cow spider accompanied by a dark cloud of darkness surrounding his body. It had been a long time since Saint Saturn had returned and set foot on land. On this side, Bonnie's group was too busy wondering about the strange cow-headed spider monster and forgot to be wary. Above, Admiral Kizaru was waiting for them, firing a light beam that severed the cloud path. For that reason, the specialized vehicle could no longer take the Vegapunk group back to the command room, and fell straight down below. The Admiral continued his attempt to fire a laser to finish them off and complete the mission assigned by his superiors. However, it wouldn't be that easy. Luffy Gear 5 had arrived in time, ready to save Vegapunk and his companions. He swelled up his muscles, demanding Kizaru stop immediately. The Admiral thought that state of his had reached its limit, but he was able to maintain it. On the other hand, Frankie hoped that his captain could do something to turn the tide. Seeing the opponent fire lasers to attack him, Luffy tried to avoid them, ending up spinning around and around like a top. Finally, the rubber man released a super powerful punch covered in Conqueror's Haki, named White Star Gun, which caved in the Light Admiral's head. After this devastating attack, Gear 5 officially wore off, Luffy gradually exhausted, turning into a withered old man and slowly falling. Saint Saturn had watched the White Warrior Nika from beginning to end with a face full of anger. The recent clash had blown Kizaru into a building, while Luffy had fallen straight down and collapsed. Sanji's group encountered a similar situation and fell out of the super vehicle. Right in front of them was Saint Saturn waiting. Frankie ran to protect Vegapunk, while Sanji picked up Bonnie and went to assist Atlas. Vegapunk was horrified to see Saint Saturn in his giant spider form. He thought Vegapunk had been executed long ago. Who knew he had lived this long? Seeing the culprit right in front of her, Bonnie was furious. She jumped out of Sanji's arms, grabbed a sword and rushed forward. Through the paw bubble containing memories, Bonnie knew that Saturn was the one who ordered the erasure of all memories of her father, former Shichibukai Bartholomew Kuma. Anger had engulfed Bonnie. For that reason, the female supernova did not hesitate to stab the sword straight into the chest of the evil spider. Die, you decrepit old bastard. At this moment, Navy soldiers were scrambling to flee at the announcement of the arrival of one of the 5 elders, Saint Saturn. Only rear admirals and colonels were permitted to remain in the central area, the rest were ordered to retreat immediately. Until now, they had only seen Saturn in ordinary portraits. When a celestial dragon was in trouble, an admiral would be summoned, but Saturn held a position even higher than that of a celestial dragon. Currently, he remained calm after being stabbed by Bonnie. The surrounding Marines were horrified by the girl's actions, unable to believe that one of the 5 elders, the supreme leaders of the world government, had been attacked by someone as insignificant as Bonnie. They were ready to open fire and eliminate the brat. Vegapunk was equally shocked to see Bonnie so angry, feeling that the Marines were too noisy. Saturn ordered them to shut their mouths. He could have easily dodged Bonnie's stab, but had no intention of doing so. Next, Saturn glared, injuring Bonnie and sending her flying away from the sword. He then gripped the girl tightly with his large hand as punishment for her actions. Sanji tried to rush in to protect Bonnie but was hit by a similar attack. Saturn withdrew the sword from himself, yet the wounds suddenly disappeared. This greatly surprised Frankie. Meanwhile, the damage Saturn inflicted on Sanji caused him to collapse in pain. Seeing this, the Navy rushed forward to capture Vegapunk. Saturn snapped, "Fools, what are you rushing for? With me here, how could they possibly escape?" Not only that, but Saturn also criticized Kizaru for acting slower than usual. The Admiral knew his offense and dared not offer any excuse. What's more, he was unable to move for a period of time. Saturn understood the reason. It must have been due to Nika's powerful punch from earlier. Then I'll eliminate this threat right here. Saturn's claws nearly pierced Luffy's exhausted stomach, but Frankie managed to save his captain in the nick of time. How lucky for you, Frankie said, pulling Luffy towards him, gleefully joking that Luffy was being hunted by the highest powers in the world. Luffy and Bonnie's presence on this island was beyond Saturn's expectations. However, the Navy had surrounded the entire island, and it was on the verge of destruction. If the two could escape through a twist of fate, Saturn decided he was interested in seeing what happened. As for Vegapunk, Saturn expressed regret that the scientist had decided to betray the government. In the name of the government, Saturn thanked Vegapunk for his great contributions to the military. Now, tell me who is to die first. I will carry out the execution in order, with the most painful punishment. That way, you will regret daring to oppose the government. Saturn continued to crush Bonnie's body, causing her to scream in pain. Seeing this, Sanji was extremely worried, but he was currently unable to move. Vegapunk, Atlas, and Frankie were also in a similar state. Some mysterious power was holding them all in place. If it wasn't science, it must be a devil fruit power. Bonnie reaffirmed that Saturn was the one who killed her father. He admitted it and didn't forget to hurl insults at Kuma. He was born a slave, the last remnant of a people carrying the grave sin of being wiped out called the Buccaneers. Bonnie started to recall the words her father used to tell her when she was a child. He had always wanted to become a hero, someone who would bring freedom to those who were being oppressed, just like the warrior of liberation. The sun god Nika. He admired the sun god, who would leap into battle with a wide grin on his face, accompanied by the drums of liberation. At this moment, Saturn ordered the entire army to aim at Bonnie's head. Sanji and Vegapunk were terrified and desperately asked him to stop, that she was just a child. Just then, Bonnie asked if Nika would bring her freedom. Kuma had replied, of course, and so, a flashback began to the life of the former Shichibukai. 47 years ago, in the Sorbet kingdom, Kuma was born, arriving into the world as quite a large baby. Afterward, Kuma's father, Clap, requested that the doctor keep the secret of his son's bloodline a secret. One would think that this child would have a happy life, but reality was much more cruel. Inside the hospital were ears and eyes of the government, so Kuma's Buccaneer bloodline was quickly exposed. Immediately, the doctor who had helped Kuma's family was executed, and his family was taken to the Holy Land of Mary Geos to be made slaves. Clap cried, pleaded, and begged the celestial dragons to spare his wife and children, but they didn't listen. Instead, they beat him mercilessly. Kuma's family of 3 was then separated. Though still very young, Kuma had to carry tributes much larger than his body every day. If he was even slightly careless, he would be tortured and tormented by the celestial dragons with whips. They even threatened that if Kuma cried, they would immediately kill him. When he met his father again, Kuma only dared to lie, saying that he was doing very well and that his master was treating him nicely. However, unable to endure this hell, Kuma's mother passed away, but that also meant that she had gone to heaven, a much better place. This made Kuma extremely sad, and he burst into tears in helplessness. He remembered the words his mother had told him, "Be strong. Kuma, you have to endure and keep living, okay? Someday, a warrior of liberation will come and save you." Kuma then asked his father, who is the sun god Nika? He is the name of a mythical warrior passed down in the Buccaneer tribe. He will lead everyone to a free ocean overflowing with sunshine. Nika is always smiling, walking to the beat, and making those around him feel happier. Clap told the story while dancing Nika's dance for his son, but because Clap was too noisy, a celestial dragon shot and killed him. 9 years later, on an island in the West Blue, the celestial dragons would descend to the surface every 3 years and hold a population elimination tournament. This time, it was being held in a kingdom not allied with the government, located on an island called God Valley. The celestial dragons believed that the name was blasphemous to them. Above all else, God Valley was rich in natural resources, so, from now on, the kingdom would forcibly become the property of the government, and this place would become the site of an annual native hunting tournament. The king of God Valley immediately opposed this decision, saying, how can he allow his people to be killed by the games of lunatics like the celestial dragons? However, this man was murdered shortly after. The leading candidate for the championship was Holy Knight Figureland Garling. Though possessing an incredibly handsome appearance, in truth he was a cruel and tyrannical individual who viewed human lives as mere weeds. Despite this, the female celestial dragons were head over heels for Garling. His murder of God Valley's king resulted in Garling being penalized 10,000 points to his initial total. He didn't care, as that would keep the competition more heated between others. This year, in addition to the native population, slaves were also forced to become prey in the tournament, and Kuma was one of these unfortunate souls. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to escape. Saturn immediately ordered the other slaves to find the buccaneer child at all costs. Consequently, Kuma was quickly apprehended once more. This time he was subjected to relentless beatings and torture, leaving him broken in body and spirit. At that moment, 2 other slaves came to Kuma's rescue. To his surprise, they were revealed to be none other than Ivankov, Kuma's future comrade, and Jinny, his sister. Ivankov was quite interested in Kuma's buccaneer heritage, as it was rumored that the buccaneer race possessed the blood of giants. In contrast to the other slaves, Ivankov always wore a smile on his face. He declared, "I'm definitely going to keep on living," and asked those around him if they wanted to follow his lead. The hunting tournament officially commenced. According to the rules, the native population and the slaves were to be treated as rabbits. There were 150 rare rabbits and 13 super rare ones, worth 10,000 points each. Whoever won the tournament would receive a magnificent treasure chest as their reward. After the starting gun fired, the residents of God Valley and the slaves frantically tried to escape. Meanwhile, the Celestial Dragons and Holy Knights were thoroughly enjoying satisfying their bloodlust. Garling was extremely confident in his abilities and began provoking the other competitors. In this game, the organizers would give the rabbits 1 hour to freely find a hiding spot. However, the Celestial Dragons, being too impatient, immediately opened fire on them. The residents of God Valley and the slaves fled in fear, hoping it was all just a dream. They were extremely dissatisfied, unable to understand why those people were toying with the lives of their fellow humans. At the same time, the Navy received information that the Rocks pirates were going to land on God Valley, so they immediately strengthened their defenses and summoned Vice Admiral Garp to return and provide assistance. However, Garp didn't care what happened to the Celestial Dragons, and was leisurely relaxing at a resort. He had warned them in the past not to be foolish enough to provoke Hakinosu, or they would certainly be bitten back by the pirates. To change Garp's mind, Sengoku told him that Roger was also preparing to take action. Immediately, Garp's expression changed, and he accepted the summons from his superiors. As predicted, the Rocks pirates had set sail for God Valley. Other pirate crews, seeing this, also wanted to join in on this battle that had the potential to shake the entire world. Back on God Valley, an hour had passed, and the hunt officially began. The slaves had never witnessed so many ships surrounding the island. This meant that the Celestial Dragons would trap them in this living hell, preventing anyone from escaping. And then, one day, this massacre would gradually fade into oblivion and disappear from the flow of history. At this moment, Ivankov began to rally the remaining slaves, proclaiming, "The Celestial Dragons have chosen God Valley as a place of slaughter because they want to seize the resources here. 10,000 commoners forced to be rabbits in this hunting game, none of them will survive 3 weeks. So where is justice and fairness?" Some slaves still placed their faith in the Celestial Dragons, because they had promised that anyone who survived 3 weeks would be set free. Hearing this, Ivankov became enraged. "Are you crazy for believing that promise? In all the hunting games before this, not a single person has survived. They're just giving you a false hope. What's the fun in killing someone who's already given up?" The Celestial Dragons want the slaves to still have hope and to keep running so they can have a really exciting hunt. We'll never be able to win in their filthy game. So, what we need to do now is find a way to escape from here. Meanwhile, Holy Knight Figureland Garling was displaying his overwhelming power by hunting down the rare rabbits worth 10,000 points. The entire process of slaughtering civilians and slaves was being broadcast live to the Holy Land of Mary Geos. The female Celestial Dragons continued to scream excitedly at Holy Garling's performance. At this moment, a fishman slave bit through Ivankov's shackles with his sharp teeth. Jinny, for her part, said that the prizes of this deadly tournament were the key to the slaves' escape. The wooden chests contained 2 incredibly powerful devil fruits. The first was the Azure Dragon Fruit, with the power to transform oneself into an Eastern dragon. The second was the Nikyu Nikyu no Mi, which allowed its user to repel themselves and others to a distant island. If they could just steal it, everyone could escape without anyone knowing. The problem was that those prize chests were being kept in the center of the island and were heavily guarded. However, Jinny had come up with a solution. She was originally a master thief, as well as a talented eavesdropper. 2 weeks prior, it was Jinny who had leaked the information about this tournament to the outside world. Surely someone had taken notice of it. After all, a plan like this needed a lot of bait scattered all over the place. This was how the Rocks pirates and Roger knew where to come. While everyone else was fearful and anxious, Kuma decided that he would go and steal the devil fruits, together with Ivankov. He was confident that, with his large body, his chances of survival would be higher than everyone else's. This further impressed Ivankov and Jinny. "Well said, Kuma. I definitely won't let anyone die. Let's escape from God Valley together. Soon after, the Rocks pirates arrived. Destruction followed them everywhere they went. No matter how much the Navy resisted, they couldn't stop the pirates' advance. They were very surprised by the arrival of the notorious pirates. What, after all, was their goal in coming here? The members present on the ship were some of the most notorious pirates in the Rocks crew: Whitebeard, Shiki, Big Mom, Kaido, and Gloriosa. Whitebeard was annoyed by Rock's impulsive actions, charging ahead like a madman from the very start. Moreover, Whitebeard wasn't a subordinate of Rock's, yet he dared to issue orders as if he were the leader of them all. Stussy was clinging to the man of her life. Seeing this, Gloriosa became extremely annoyed and cursed her out. The goal of this pirate crew, aside from hunting down rare devil fruits, was to seize another treasure. Whitebeard thought that Rocks was a fool for forgetting the group's initial objective. First, they had to confirm if it was even here. However, the other members became restless. Shiki and Big Mom wanted to seize it for themselves and run off, not wanting to share with anyone. Learning that Roger had also made a move, Kaido became enraged, because Roger was the one he wanted to defeat the most. This will be our decisive battle. Everything will be settled in this place. Afterward, the Rocks pirates officially landed on God Valley. Seeing the danger, the celestial dragons began to curse the Navy for being useless, unable to stop even a few pirates. It wasn't just Rocks, many other pirate crews arrived soon after, including Roger's crew, with incredibly powerful members like Dark King Rayleigh and Skapar Gaban. The Navy couldn't understand why this was happening. It was obvious that the hunting tournament at God Valley was supposed to be top secret information. Roger was extremely excited to be participating in a battle of this scale. He had been waiting for this for a very long time. However, his crew members hoped that their captain wouldn't hog all the spotlight. The sudden appearance of the notorious pirate crews forced an immediate halt to the hunting tournament. The Holy Knights promptly ordered the Navy to fall back and allow them to take the front lines. Garling scoffed at the Navy, stating they were utterly useless, having blockaded the entire island and yet being unable to provide any actual assistance. The slaves were completely astonished by this unforeseen turn of events. They weren't sure if they would even survive the day. And then, the pirate crews of Rocks and Roger clashed in a chaotic free-for-all, creating a level of pandemonium never before seen in the history of God Valley. At that moment, the Navy forces, led by Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, swiftly arrived on the scene. His sole target was Rocks D. Zebek. Seeing this, the soldiers cheered with relief, exclaiming, "Finally, we've been saved." Amidst the chaos engulfing the island, Kuma and Ivankov managed to reach the prize chests. They were on the verge of obtaining 2 devil fruits. However, Big Mom suddenly appeared and snatched the azure dragon fruit from Ivankov. She then intended to seize the remaining devil fruit from Kuma. Following Ivankov's advice, Kuma immediately ate the Nikyu as it was their only hope for everyone's survival. We can call this a victory against them. Suddenly, the old man Saturn unexpectedly appeared and used his power to send Kuma flying. He began to insult the boy, claiming that the buccaneer race was born inferior. Either live a life of slavery or die. This time, Kuma refused to endure the humiliation any longer and confronted Saint Saturn face to face. He couldn't understand why there was such a disparity among people who were all human. If he was already destined to be a slave, then what was the point of even being born? Kuma stated that if he possessed any kind of power, he would definitely use it to save as many people as possible, just like the sun god Nika. Hearing this, Saturn was furious, asserting that this was precisely the reason why the buccaneer tribe faced extinction. On the other side, Roger was trying to stop Rock's malicious actions. This fateful incident would soon fade into the shadows of history. The scene shifts to the Sorbet Kingdom, Kuma's homeland. Many days after the battle at God Valley, Kuma was able to escape thanks to the power of the Nikyu devil fruit. The trio of Kuma, Ivankov, and Jinny went together to Sorbet to hide. All events on God Valley were completely covered up. Newspapers only reported on the heroic actions of Vice Admiral Garp. Surely, Big News Morgan was the editor, he was just a swindler, printing whatever the masterminds of the world government wanted to hear. Therefore, Ivankov's group did not know what else had happened after they left. Meanwhile, Kuma was praying in a church. Although he had saved over 500 people, he still felt guilty for not being able to save everyone. Jinny and Ivankov encouraged Kuma not to blame himself, saying he was truly amazing. At that time, everyone, including Jinny, cried tears of gratitude for Kuma. Due to the effects of the devil fruit, Kuma's hands now had fleshy pads like an animal's. Ivankov believed that hand could bestow blessings and freedom upon everyone. After everything that had happened, Kuma decided to live in the church, a place perfectly suited to his personality. In contrast, Ivankov wanted to set sail to explore the world, living the freest life possible. Jinny, on the other hand, had no intention of following her brother. She wanted to stay at the church to think about what she wanted to do with her life. Kuma promised that as long as he lived, he would never forget Ivankov's face. Next, the two went out to the beach to bid him farewell. They returned to the church, as Jinny, being 4 years older than Kuma, wanted to be a good older sister to him. From then on, they both worked together to earn money and build a new home. Kuma's daily job was chopping firewood and selling it, with Jinny by his side to support and encourage him. Seeing Kuma's gentle and naive nature, the local children began to bully him. However, anyone who teased Kuma was beaten to a pulp by the big sister Jinny. Even so, Kuma didn't hold a grudge, he even used his power to push back their pain. Thanks to this, Kuma gained new friends. Time passed, and Jinny and Kuma continued to live a peaceful life in Sorbet. Jinny had a very healthy appetite and often got hungry quickly. Despite her small body, her eyes would light up whenever there was food. That's why Kuma called Jinny a bottomless stomach. Both Kuma and Jinny had been enslaved since they were 4 years old. Therefore, they understood each other's feelings very well. Having eaten their fill and living in peace, Jinny suddenly burst into tears of happiness. Seeing this, Kuma also started crying, trying to comfort his beloved older sister. This was the first time the two of them had truly experienced such peace and hope. 8 years after the God Valley incident, meaning 30 years ago, in the Sorbet Kingdom of the South Blue, a 17-year-old Bartholomew Kuma had become a pastor. Every Sunday, the village elders would come to Kuma's church to have him cure their ailments with the power of his Nikyu no Mi. Kuma could push all their pain and suffering out of their bodies. Before the incident, Kuma's parents were also well loved by everyone. Combined with his current work, Kuma became even more adored by the local people. His parents would surely have been very proud to know their son had now become a kind and gentle pastor. On the contrary, Jinny felt extremely annoyed seeing the elders who, if you gave them an inch, would take a mile, always coming to bother Kuma. She was now a beautiful young woman in her 20s. Despite this, Jinny still had a sharp tongue and didn't hold back for anyone. The elders were so used to being scolded by Jinny that if it weren't for her beauty, they would have probably scolded her back. The young men in the area were also infatuated with Jinny's beauty. Every day, many would line up at the church to see her, and some even wanted to marry her. However, everyone in Sorbet knew that Jinny's heart belonged to the kind and gentle Kuma. Even though everyone was enthusiastically shipping them, Kuma seemed to be completely oblivious. In recent years, the Sorbet kingdom had become increasingly poor. On top of that, the people had to pay all sorts of taxes and tributes to the celestial dragons, leaving no money to donate to the church. The new king of Sorbet was Bikori, a cold-blooded monster who groveled at the feet of the celestial dragons and paid no mind to the suffering and poverty of his people. Anyone who opposed him would be thrown into prison and starved to death. Freed from their pain and illness, the elders would happily return home, completely unaware of what Kuma did afterward. The power of the Nikyu no Mi could indeed push all pain out of a body, but if no one took on that pain, it would eventually return to its original owner. Every Sunday, after the elders left, Kuma would touch the paw bubble himself, taking on all the pain they had to endure. The pain Kuma received was like having his skin ripped and flesh torn. If he didn't have such a strong body, he would have likely died long ago. Seeing the one she loved scream in agony, Jinny could only cry helplessly. This was the reason she hated the village elders with a passion. They had no idea how much Kuma suffered, yet they came every week to make him heal them. However, Kuma was very happy to be able to help people. At the same time, he felt very guilty for making Jinny endure hardship alongside him. To repay Kuma, the elders sent the two of them a little food, which was enough to make Jinny happy again as she enthusiastically enjoyed dinner with Kuma. 3 years later, Kuma was now 22 years old, and Jinny was 26. They were no longer like siblings but had become lovers. Jinny constantly urged Kuma to marry her, but it seemed he wasn't ready. It turned out that Kuma was always afraid that nightmare would repeat itself, that his wife and children would face a terrible fate simply because he carried the blood of a buccaneer. During this time, through newspapers, Kuma learned of the freedom fighters led by Dragon. They had been officially declared wanted for inciting riots in several kingdoms. Kuma also wished to one day set sail and dedicate himself to helping people. Meanwhile, the line of young men pursuing Jinny was as long as ever. They often brought food to court her, yet Kuma didn't notice at all, which made Jinny very frustrated. 3 years later, a major incident occurred in Sorbet. The evil king Bikori issued an outrageous law. Wanting to reduce the tribute payments to the celestial dragons, he decided to divide Sorbet into two separate regions, a rich zone and a poor zone. The elders' village and Kuma's church would no longer belong to the Sorbet kingdom. soldiers could freely arrest and kill anyone in this lawless area. Kuma was furious when he heard this news. He decided to rise up to protect the poor and pitiful people. Despite facing the royal army, Kuma stood tall and fought to drive them away. Jinny and their friends also wanted to join forces with Kuma, but in the end, their rebellion was crushed. They were all arrested and thrown into the dungeon. Kuma desperately wanted to save his country, but King Bikori was a puppet of the celestial dragons, so to regain freedom, he would have to fight the entire world government. Just when all hope seemed lost, at that very moment, the freedom fighters led by Dragon arrived in Sorbet. With their formidable force, the freedom fighters crushed the royal army. King Bikori was officially overthrown and fled with his tail between his legs. The people were overjoyed to no longer live under the tyranny of the evil king and the corruption of the world government. Elsewhere, Ivankov had also joined the freedom fighters and recommended Kuma to their leader, Dragon. Meeting their dear old friend again. Both Kuma and Jinny were surprised and overjoyed. Just like back on God Valley, Ivankov once again wanted Kuma to go with him to change the world. Witnessing the tragedy of Ohara and the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, many people had decided to join the freedom fighters to fight against the corruption of the world government. They started countless rebellions, declaring war directly on the celestial dragons, and renamed the freedom fighters to the Revolutionary Army, shaking the entire world. Kuma quickly became a pillar of the organization, alongside Ivankov and Dragon. However, due to a limited budget, the Revolutionary Army had to temporarily operate as mercenaries, supporting nations that wanted to overthrow the oppressive rule of the government. Everyone who joined the Revolutionary Army was properly trained. Dragon wanted his army to be a borderless force, spread across the entire world. It turned out that Dragon had once served in the Marines, so he understood weaponry very well. Unfortunately, he could not find justice there and decided to leave. Whether as a Marine or a revolutionary, Dragon always wanted to help people. This was why Kuma placed his absolute trust in this man. Dragon firmly asserted that Kuma would never be disappointed for joining his crew. Another 8 years passed, meaning 14 years ago. Kuma still frequently returned to his homeland to check on everyone's well-being. Meanwhile, Jinny had become the commander of the East Army of the Revolutionaries. She was very happy because she was about to join the same unit as her beloved Kuma. But then, suddenly, disaster struck. The East Army was ambushed by the enemy, and their commander, Jinny, was captured. Upon hearing this news, Dragon and Kuma were utterly stunned. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe and ring the bell to be notified when I upload new content.